Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. Sometimes it gets crazy, most of the time it gets chaotic. But Dr. Greg has decided to come and brave it through with all of you with the topic that CRISPR gene editing is ethical. That is his belief, and we're going to dive right into that. And then, of course, here shortly, we will go into open panel mode. Dr. Greg, thank you so much for joining us this evening. I wanted to go ahead and start off with your credentials. I think that's the most important part, that everyone's going to come in with skepticism and blah, 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 and whatever, whatever. Can you start with kind of who you are, what you do, so on and so forth, and what makes you the guy that can talk about this?
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have a microbiology PhD. I've been working with CRISPR since about 2014. I basically am a molecular biologist by training, so I genetically modify organisms for my job. So I genetically modify bacteria, fungi, land plants, algae. I did my PhD on using nanotechnology to deliver DNA to algae chloroplasts for the first time. And that's just basically what I've been doing. I've been a scientist for about 16 years. So it's yeah, I'm out there. And
Wow.
now I've been, since the pandemic, I've been doing science communication, and I've hosted a nightly kind of like a call-in show, like a science night show or fun show.
You come,
uh,
come, come debate me, bro.
yeah, exactly. And yeah, so that I do that every night at 9 o'clock, and yeah, it's been fun.
Oh, good. And we can find you over on TikTok
hmm
and YouTube and Facebook, I believe it was as well. Anywhere else you want them to find you?
Yeah, drgregshow.com, and
There you
yeah, that
go.
has all the links.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you. So let's go into CRISPR and exactly what it is and what it can and cannot do. Can you give us kind of a rundown of that?
So CRISPR is a gene editing technology. So basically, it can find a piece of your DNA and it can do a couple things with it. It could change the DNA. It could increase the regulation of that gene so that more protein is made. It could hamper the production of protein by, downregulating it. It can also knock that gene out. It can also insert genes. There's a whole host of things. It's important to realize that CRISPR isn't the first gene editing tool that we've ever had. We've actually had a whole host of gene editing tools for about 2 decades now, or well, about 25 years. The big way that CRISPR is different than anything else is the cost. It's way cheaper and it's way quicker in order to do it.
Define quicker and define cheaper?
Yeah, so the big one before it was before CRISPR was TALENs, and TALENs would take about like a month of optimization before that. Before TALENs, you would have like zinc fingered nucleases, which it basically kind of takes 2 to 3 months in order to figure it out. And we're talking like lots of money, lots of labor, lots of time. CRISPR is about eh, overnight if you want it to be. It's crazy.
Wow.
You can order the DNA at 10 p.m. and at 10 a.m. when you walk into the lab, there's the DNA sitting on your desk, and then you just transform that into the CRISPR cassette that you have all set up and go, and you can just use that that day. So it's about 24-hour turnaround time. It's pretty amazing.
Now, how many things can it find or change or manipulate? Is it very specific, or is it a pretty broad spectrum that it can do?
It can find pretty much anything in the genome. There is one version that basically there's a PAM site, it's called, which is like a double checking spot on that. You are kind of like limited in that point, but in reality, you really have no limitations now with the new technology that's out there. We can pretty much target anything in anywhere in the genome.
And is this like if I made a baby, right? Can you do this pre-making baby, or is this like post? Can you do this to a human?
Yeah, so a big breakthrough has been David R. Liu is out of Harvard and the Broad Institute, and they've been able to genetically alter humans. So there's basically two sets of genomes that you have. It's called the somatic germline. The somatic genome, which is like the genome that's in my cells, right? That's in my finger, that kind of stuff. Those are differentiated, and the germline genome that is in my testes. So that is the genome that I gave to my kids, and they're not actually the same. So you have a lot of mutations that happen over time, and we've been able to basically genetically alter the somatic or the cells of your organs and everything like that with editing tools now.
And that's the pre-baby making, not post, right?
So there are dozens of trials for the non-baby making genomes. So the germline isn't what we are actually like editing right now, but currently there's about 24 trials for somatic or non-germline or non-babies, non-heritable genomes.
Dumb that down for me.
Post your
I was like, wait, what? Big words. Okay, so post, so like a human.
Yeah.
There is trials for
Adult.
being able to edit. Like if I right now said, you know what, I want my eyes to be brown instead of green. Can you genetically go in and trigger something and change that? But they're trialing stuff similar to that, I'm assuming, right? I mean, obviously it would probably be something bigger like cancer cells or something like that, but
yeah, theoretically you could, but that's not what that's not where the science like is being
right.
tested right now. We're doing diseases. So like cholesterol, for example, is something where, I mean, heart disease impacts 400,000 Americans every year, and they die because of it. And basically, we could use, they have used. There's just a new paper that came out. They can actually edit cholesterol making parts of your body to actually lower your cholesterol, so you don't have to take statins, for example. So it's a huge quality of life. You're curing diseases basically, and basically in as little as 1 month. There's a case of a child that was born with leukemia, and they failed chemotherapy, they failed bone marrow transplants, but then they were capable of actually using this technology and editing her genome for her cells. And within 1 month, she was actually cancer free, and she's been in remission for years. And she was only expected to live a year.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is pretty impressive. So that's that's human trials in terms of you've been made and created, and now we can go kind of fiddle faddle with what you already got. But there is a pre gene altering, which would be like, I'm guessing sperm and egg going into that. I think you said genome, correct?
Yeah,
Genome.
so a genome is basically the after they marry and they start dividing, that would be your genome. So, but we don't so much like it, it's experimental, like in non-humans right now, but there really isn't any trials with humans, and it's not really what the aim of it is yet. So it's like technically it is gene editing, like what gene therapy techniques, but it's not like a designer baby scenario where you're like editing your exact genome that you want.
S- So so we aren't playing with the genes pre baby making, or we are.
So you can do sequencing. So you can sequence the mutations that exist, and you can like choose whether or not you want a baby that accept that baby with IVF or something. You can check and screen those cells before
Mhm.
you implant them. But we're not like doing designer babies where you can like pick and choose and stuff. There is one company that's doing this. It's called IVF Plus Nucleus, and they just started it. And basically they do a bunch of sperm and egg combinations, and they sequence those combinations, and then they give you basically a sheet, and you can pick like what baby that you would want. But they're not actually editing those genomes. Those are just the combinations that naturally happened.
Okay, so you can pick. It's like pick a baby. Is it
Yeah.
seriously pick a baby?
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
how
Uh,
do you feel about that happening? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't like that personally. I mean, I understand like technically it kind of already happens. Like if there was, trisomy 21 child that we had with sequencing, we would probably, for the quality of myself and my partner and our other children, we wouldn't have gone through that, but that pregnancy, and we would have, so in theory, we're actually kind of like already choosing what babies we do allow to come to term. But I think that uh, you know having neurodivergence is something that we should cherish. I think genuinely. I
Mhm.
think there are different things, different characteristics of all of us that make us unique, and we can tackle problems differently because of that.
Now, when, well, let me ask you this: because you were talking about the IVF plus,
Hmm.
when they do that, I mean, is it always a guarantee that those things are going to happen based on the list of what they have, these kind of like, I guess, profile, your egg
Yeah.
profile thing? Is it guaranteed to happen, or is it, well, hey, they have this gene, so that, the chances of them having X, Y, and Z are this or that or whatever, and so on and so forth? I mean, is it always a guarantee based on their like DNA kind of spectrum there?
I would say there is like for things like diseases or something like that, it really does come down to single point mutations and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But I mean, there some of them are like these are the ideas of this person could be a little bit smarter or something like that. That is like really far off, and we don't really understand that scientifically. So I wouldn't say that it's always like the case. But for specific point mutations that confer diseases and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay. So, all right, with the CRISPR editing, I
Mhm.
think I read that you can get rid of Down syndrome, essentially. Is this true?
That is something that just came out. So they basically have created an ability. It's just in trials. I mean, this isn't like in those human trials yet. This isn't going, but the idea is to, yeah, actually like CRISPR that extra copy of the chromosome so that it is functionally edited. Yeah.
Where would that kind of, I mean, if we were able to do that, do you think that would essentially end all of Down syndrome altogether in the world? Uh, you're getting rid of that, gen- like that genetic piece, right? So then
Mhm.
whatever child that is,
Mm.
I'm guessing pre-making baby,
Yeah.
they get rid of that gene, then are they no longer going to carry that through their, when they have children and so on and so forth? Is it get rid of it completely?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, yes. Yeah, but I mean, people already do make that decision to have or have not, have that child with Down syndrome based off of, sequencing that we already have. And I think like
Mhm.
99% of Down syndrome babies are aborted. So I think that that is happening already.
That's like, uh, don't they do I think they do kind of, if you're at a certain stage in pregnancy and you're a certain age and the chances are higher, then they can
Mhm.
do a is it a is it a l like, a fluid test of some sort? I forget. It's been so long since I was pregnant. I don't even remember, but
Yeah, I mean, after 35, it's a high risk pregnancy, and
mhm,
there's, basically, yeah, you do genetic testing and stuff, and basically, women that give birth later in life because of the eggs, that they are with you for your entire life. If you think about the DNA inside those eggs constantly mutating, mutating, they're more error prone, and that's a you have a non-disjunction thing in when that happens, and that's what it causes the trisomy 20 and the extra chromosome copy. So yeah, you just want to make sure that you're before 35 and you have tests. But everyone kind of has those tests anyway.
okay. But then they get to, like, they're like, after they do and I'm just trying to make sure I understand it all.
Mhm.
When they do that test, then they is it does it say they do have Down syndrome, or is it like a high like you're more likely to, or are they able to target that specifically when you're
So from what
pregnant?
I understand, they do the genetic screen, and then they do a morphological test too. So they'll do an ultrasound, and there's parts of the body that look different because of the trisomy 21, and they can like confirm it that way. But
Okay.
it's not ever 100% in science. You're ever it's going to be 99.9% sure. But I mean for that kind of stuff, it gets very 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 strong.
Mhm. Okay. And then I'm assuming they, like, choose to abort or choose to keep or choose
Mhm.
to wow, interesting. But I guess the question is if you didn't know, if you didn't know you had if you didn't know, you'd never have the option, right? Like, without
Mhm.
technology, I guess you wouldn't have known, therefore you wouldn't have even felt compelled to make a choice.
Uh, um, can you I'm sorry, I missed that. Could you say it one more
Like,
time?
like, ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah.
If you I mean, I look at it this way, if she and I know this is kind of still off topic, but we'll
Mhm.
bring it back around. But, in terms of if I didn't get the screening, I didn't find out whether it was, this, that, or another, there's no issues or there are issues or whatever the case may be, then I would have never been given a choice
Mhm.
of, like, if you wanna continue, just know your baby has blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And would you have felt compelled to have an abortion or anything like that, knowing these things? Whereas if you just go through your pregnancy as is, get to that moment, then you've already had the baby, and it's a face only a mother could love in either way. So,
Yeah.
like, ignorance is bliss, I think, in some degrees. But yeah. So with CRISPR though, we can kind of get rid of Down syndrome, and I'm questioning the idea is if we were to just get rid of it, is there risk of changing the genetics so much to where it actually messes up things down the road for
Mhm.
other things?
Yeah, so this is something that's called like off-target effects. So basically, you could have like mutations that you make that are outside the target region, and
Mhm.
with every time now they make sure that they're testing for off-target effects, and they're making sure that those don't happen.
But it could happen.
Again, it's like 99.9% sure, kind of thing. But yeah,
Mhm.
it's of course, yeah. There could be some type of off target, but it's uh, again, yeah. They're sequencing the genomes, so they're basically the only way that those sequences could be there is if they were there. So um, it would yeah, there would have to be some type of molecular error or something like that. I mean, it really is as almost 100% as you can be.
Okay. I'm wondering, I'm thinking of, like, long-term effects. If we start fiddling with genetics on the front end and then those people then turn and grow up and have babies on their own,
Mhm.
like what will be the post effects, hereditary wise, genetically, what's going to carry down. I always think of like we have the toxins in the air and the atmosphere and things that affect
Mhm.
us or mess with us genetically ish or something to like that degree. And then we're going in and we're actually purposely messing with them. What kind of effect would that have later? Have we thought of, like, the long-term plan 20, 30, 40 years from now in, the following generations of what will trickle down?
Yeah, I mean what that's being used now is like curing diseases. So
Mhm,
like the diseases are no longer present, and you're always going to have like in heredity you're always going to have those diseases that you could pass on. But in these cases, you're actually kind of like right? You know what your genome is, you know what your new sequence is of your genome, so you're almost better informed of
mhm.
your possible the possibilities of your offspring.
So are we just never gonna get sick again?
There are, definite gene therapy possibilities for, a lot of these things. For some of them, they can like sickle cell is a good example. PKU disease, where it's like single mutations and stuff. Then yeah, maybe, you could have like yeah, there's a very good possibility of that happening.
Where we could almost essentially form a perfect world where we maybe don't need as much healthcare and things of that nature because we just kinda solve all the world problems with one simple thing? I
Yeah, I
mean,
mean, so like with the
could it grow that
cholesterol,
big? Like, could it
yeah,
be that
so
big?
the cholesterol, for example, with the 400, the researcher that did that, I was reading their press release on it. So I mean, it's from a company, so say that. But I mean, we're talking about like $25 billion of medical savings from like just lowering people's cholesterol and having less heart disease, having less comorbidities of obesity, and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, it's significant, like economic savings, but the quality of life is huge, right? These are
Mhm.
people that are gonna live completely different lives, free of these diseases going forward.
Now, what about I mean, I'm trying to think even further down the line. If we get rid of, let's say, all type of heart disease issues, right? And now everybody has like perfectly beating hearts, and eventually they only stop working because
Mhm.
you got shot. A giant boulder falls on you. Like I'm trying to
Uh-huh.
think like something completely outside of the box that could harm you, but I mean, would those specialists, because I feel like there's probably a lot of heart specialists or even other specialists of all sorts. So if we cure all of these things and we no longer really have these issues with that kind of that ecosystem in the healthcare, even though they're already not going to be making billions of dollars off of the treatment for it, but are those specialists now no longer going to be needed per se?
I would it would be very hard pressed to find a cardiologist that wouldn't want to see let people dying less of heart
Right,
failure and stuff like
right.
that. So I think there's other issues, and for them, it's not like it's they're making money per patient, and physicians really want to see patients get better. So I think that they would be excited to do it. I mean, you do raise like an interesting point in terms of accessibility.
Mhm.
I think that this is the biggest problem with these technologies, genuinely, is creating a world where richer countries are capable of living in these kind of like bubbles of less disease, while you have poor nations and people that can't afford or access these, and then giving birth to these more people with disease, and living a lower quality of life because of those disease. And I just think and then on top of that, the economics of that, right? Having to pay for all those that the healthcare on top of that. So I do think genuinely that we have to work on making sure this is as accessible to people as possible.
What I mean, you had mentioned it would be significantly cheaper and done way quicker to do what they're doing, right? If I wanted to go into CRISPR, I had a cholesterol issue right now. You said it could almost be done almost overnight, essentially,
I mean
right?
that's currently that's what they're trying to do. But yeah, so yeah, that's you know that's what the paper said recently. I don't know
Mhm.
if that's like, but yeah, but basically um after taking these medicines, you're basically within about a month, your cells are kind of like they're edited, and you are living like effectively like a different person, like with a
Okay,
different
so
disease. Yeah. So like you're no longer taking medicines like statins and stuff every day and every night kind of thing. You can um, you're free of that.
mhm. And so essentially in a month I could be cured of cholesterol. Now, how accessible were they planning to make this for the average person? I mean, is this
Mm.
something that would insurance cover it? Is it obtainable? Is it accessible? Do I have to get on a plane and go across the pond somewhere to get a hold of it? I mean, how are they planning to make this to where I could go to a local physician and have this done? Or is it going to be available only for the elite that can afford it or something to that degree?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, right now, basically the non-germline, so just the I'm an adult and I want this disease to be different. I want to live a higher quality of life. Those type of medicines, those are
Mhm.
effectively treated under existing guidelines and FDA of regular like drug approval processes. So they're going through dozens of clinical trials to make sure that they're okay and that kind of stuff, and that's happening right now. Um, and you know, once it's approved, we'll have to see how much it is. I mean, we're talking on the case of like tens of thousands of dollars, for sure. Um, I mean, in
But
the
how
first
much
trials is like a million, up to a million plus. So we're talking a ton of money right now. But again, if especially like the cholesterol thing, we're talking, once it gets approval, and if we're talking, economics of scale, then we could like be decreasing the cost of these medicines. So it's really hard to know.
well, I mean, essentially, the insurance company loves pre-maintenance type of work, right?
Mhm.
Because it saves them a lot more money in the
Mhm.
long run. So, and I think something along those lines, if you could, like, I know if you have a pre-existing condition, getting health insurance, you can pay higher amounts. You could do all of these extra things, and it would be harder on the person
Mhm.
versus the health insurance. But if they can kinda stop, like, I'm thinking of diabetes as,
Mhm.
to start off with. I mean, that is you are taking insulin on a daily basis, it's very expensive, so on and so forth. I mean, they even had to cap cap rates,
Mhm.
along the line, and it's a daily lifestyle change to a degree where you can't even eat without taking insulin.
Mhm.
Um, if they were able to utilize that to fix that little piece that makes the insulin and do all of those things, the insurance would save a lot of money,
Yeah.
right? In long run, in terms of the Dexcoms, the the pods,
Mhm.
the insulin vials, all of these things, they could save a lot of money in that just to pay one small fee. Small, I say small comparatively,
Yeah.
but one small fee, and that's a lifetime, an entire lifetime that is fixed and adjusted for just one small price.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's completely revolutionary. A lot of these medicines would be, a complete game changer for a lot of people. Um, like that little girl with leukemia, she had a life expectancy of, a year, and now she's 2 years in remission. It's, truly remarkable. And it was only one administration of the medicine, one administration, one shot, and that's, her life is completely changed, and the care had already failed too, right? The so
Mhm.
we're but yeah, I think um, it's going to be hard. With personalized medicines, it's going to be hard. They're going to be you know bespoke and hard. It takes a lot of expertise to make these. It takes and a lot of it is actually using the same technology that we use with mRNA and lipid nanoparticle delivery. Some are delivered by viruses. They're actually adenoviruses that are changed a little bit to actually like deliver this stuff. Some of the gene therapies, they actually take the patient's cells out and then they change the genomes and then they put them back in. So it's the first two is
Wow. What?
yeah, yeah.
Say that again?
Yeah, so yeah, sometimes they'll take the cells, like especially if it's like a blood cancer or something, they can take the cells out and then they can like change the genomes of the cells and then put them back in. So it's there's a lot of opportunity. But that's the third one is like a little that's called ex vivo, so like outside of the body.
How do you even
And
do like, I mean, I'm thinking of like dialysis or something, that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
only way
exactly.
my brain is functioning.
Yeah.
Is that how they're kind of doing it to that degree? I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like if you change one cell, it can go and tell everybody else. I could be totally wrong on that, but like if you're pumping it with enough of something, it can, I don't know. Something
Mhm.
I'm not the
Yeah.
scientist, so you might have to tell me.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, basically. Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna be able to like take an organ out and do that or something probably, right?
Right.
But basically that is the advantage of in vivo, which is inside the body. So basically the injection and the delivery of the medicine, it's a lot better, it's a lot faster. You don't have a lot of those complications. So I feel
Mhm.
like that's definitely where inside the body kind of making the changes, especially since we've seen so many good, um, so much success, like with so recently. I mean, it really is remarkable. I mean, 2013, I think, is the first gene editing of yeast, and we've already come to this point, 12 years later, and
That
it's
is pretty fast, I would say, in
yeah,
terms of, medical science.
yeah. They've
Um,
changed but it's important to realize that it's not the same technology that we used in 2013 and like that I
mhm.
used in 2014. I mean, that's kind of like the Model T, and this is, the 2026 F1 car, right? This is completely different. And it's like they're really completely, and that's actually the nice thing about CRISPR is that it is so modular. You can change so much of it, because there's two big points of it. That basically you have this thing called the CRISPR RNA, and then you have the Cas9. So the Cas9 like does the money work, does like changes the genes or the nucleotides, or and does that with the repairing physically. And
Mhm.
then the guide RNA is the one that actually goes through and finds the part of the genome and looks for it. So in order to find the important part of the genome, you just have to change that guide RNA sequence, and it's 20 base pairs, and it's super small, super easy to find, and not bad at all. And then basically the Cas9 can be changed around, so you can change it so you can have, different types of cutting. You can, and the big thing is you can actually have it modular so that you can have like a it basically like a cargo thing. You can have it connecting like a little thing, connected to the Cas9. So like whenever you find the part of the genome that you need, it can have like a little payload right there that you need, that you want for whatever reason. So it's like,
What?
yeah, so you can change a lot of it. It's pretty incredible.
So, I mean, I think of, I mean, I'm gonna roll it back to diabetes, like, I mean, is that even possible if they're able to stop cholesterol from being an issue? Is diabetes on that list? Is, they were able to stop leukemia? Like,
Mhm.
I mean, it what determines if it is eligible and what
Mhm.
determines if it's not?
That's a great question. It has to do, a lot of it is how fundamental of the base pair change. So it all comes down to, at the end of the day, your DNA, and it's basically like, your DNA, and it can change, and but not all mutations are equal. You can have, you know changes in the nucleotide, which is the code, the actual ACTs and Gs. um, but not all mutations are bad, actually. So some of them is actually really good.
Mhm.
You want them. um, uh, and what a big thing is how many copies of the genome, inside the genome, are there. So if it's like a really important protein that's really fundamental, it's going to be everywhere, and you would have to change every single it's called a locus, which is like the address of your of that protein inside the genome. So you have to change every single one, and that's a little harder. But David R. Liu is actually creating, which is it's incredible. He's actually creating a new technology that could basically help cure a lot of these diseases that have mutations on a ton of different spots that normally we wouldn't be able to change because there's just too many. But he's actually figuring out a way. It's hard to explain it, but it's
Yeah,
it's
it's well, I mean, science is hard already, right? I did all right in biology class, but when you start going into the big stuff and understanding how this does this and this is, I
mm,
totally like
yeah.
you're not losing me, but I'm also like getting lost in the big words.
Okay, I'm trying. I'm trying. I
You're
always try
doing
to
well. You're doing
I
well.
try to I try to elevate the science discourse. So
Mhm,
I try to when I use jargon, I try to explain it just so that if you
mhm.
ever heard the jargon in the future, you could understand and learn with me.
The concepts
So
are easy to understand. How
okay,
you're
perfect.
mentioning that, like, that part's easy, so don't worry. I mean, I know
Mhm.
I'm blonde, but I'm not that blonde, so it works. So,
Yeah,
okay, but so there is going to be a difference in what genes are eligible and what are not, and that's based on the
yeah.
mutation concept, and how it
Mhm,
moves and how it maneuvers or so on and so forth inside. But what if we create such a perfect world
mhm.
where disease and death, well, I mean, aside from regular, like natural death, but like dying of leukemia or other such things, if we create such a perfectly harmonious world where we are all overall 99.9%, that's
Mhm.
your number, healthy outside of just basic like, oh, I'm dehydrated or I mean, could you even get rid of a cold? Like in terms of, I mean, where will it stop? I guess that's my bigger question too. I mean, I understand there's eligible and not eligible stuff, but like, could we completely dismantle even cells that are vulnerable to illness? Is that a thing? I mean,
Um,
I don't
I
know.
think
I'm
I th
thinking of
I
like
think
vulnerabilities.
I mean, it'd be interesting to, like, genetically engineer humans that could be immune or not susceptible to diseases, like
Mhm,
different types of like viruses and stuff, or you create an immune system that's more robust than that we have, that kind of thing. I would that is an interesting use case that is kind of like way far out in the future that maybe is like what it is, by editing the T cells directly you can basically create the antibodies inside the body without actually having to expose people to viruses or a vaccine. So that is
mhm,
that is possible. But that's kind of like a far off thing. So it is yeah, I mean those are cool that if we are you know 50% of children used to die before the age of 2
mhm,
from bacterial infections or viruses. So, the fact that we're at 0.4% childhood mortality or something is like, it's incredible. I mean, that's like a
mhm.
huge thing. I have 4 kids and I'm happy that I have 4 kids as opposed to 2, So,
Right. Yeah.
so like 200 years ago, someone might be like, well, what if we live in a world where kids could just live free and not have to worry about being susceptible to disease. And we live in that world, and I'm excited about it. So,
Mhm. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think it was with technology and medicinal advances, I think we've
mhm,
done a lot of great things for society. But then also, I feel like, have we made us even worse in society because we don't fear all of these things? So it's kind of like we lose. I don't know.
yeah,
We've developed this health insurance system, this whole ecosystem built around healthcare, where we like I feel like we just pay and pay and pay and pay for things all over
mhm,
the place in order to be healthy, when inevitably, so, like if you go back to just basic stuff, you are way more healthy than you should be. But I feel like we've done a lot of damage at the same time as opened up the floodgates for good things and bad things. It's a weird carry, but we can fix it, right? We can always fix it, but I don't know if the fix is always um how do I want to say that? We fix symptoms, not problems sometimes, if that makes sense.
I mean, this would definitely be the root cause of the disease,
Yes.
right? The genetic
Yes.
code that's causing
Mhm.
that disease. So it would definitely be a huge quality of life improvement.
For sure. So now, what would be the risk factor of some fancy schmancy science place who likes to make a lot of money getting a hold of this technology and using it for things outside of actual good? Because what so far what you've
Mhm.
explained to me is all good things. We don't want people dying of heart disease. We don't want
Yeah.
children, especially dying of leukemia and other cancers and so on and so forth. We
Mhm.
want people to live and have a good quality of life, and we're expanding the quality of, or maybe not quality of life, but the life expectancy to be 80s, 90s, 100 now, and not like
Mhm.
50s, 60s, 70s, so on and so forth. um, what are the chances, or are there, of someone getting a hold of this and utilizing it to make designer babies, or to make utilizing it for things that would be, I would say, unethical or immoral, or things that wouldn't be to fix unhealthy people, or to fix unhealthy babies, or to fix unhealthy sperm or eggs, or so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because there is basically this case in China where this rogue scientist kind of went off and did non-approved illegal science, trying to basically create kids that would be immune to HIV. So it is. He went to jail over it, and the countries, the regulatory bodies, know that this is a huge thing. They know that this you know this entire scientific community wants it to be regulated. We want it to go as slowly as and cautiously as possible, because once we you know burn the public's trust on something like this, it would be so hard to gain it back, that I think that science is trying to methodically go forward with all due diligence.
Hmm.
And that's why a lot of the use cases and the clinical trials right now are very slow moving and methodical. They're the ones that I was looking at last night. We're talking like their trials are until like 2030. So it's a really long case. Really long
Are
cases.
are there well, let me ask this. That doctor was talking about making babies immune to HIV. I'm trying to understand why this is bad. Like,
It because they were twins, and it was like a germline mutation. So that's why, because people are there. That's
oh,
safe,
he
and
was
that could have a lot of off-target effects. And it was the old kind of Cas9, and the old type of CRISPR that it wasn't like a ton of off-target effects, but it could have, and that's the problem, is that, China, I believe, does have bans on human editing, germline editing. The United States does not. It requires extensive FDA approval
mhm.
for each one, but we don't have any law on the books to ban germline human editing.
So these were two actual like babies that were
They
twins?
Yeah, it was
I see.
yeah,
So human,
kids.
it was the idea that it was human testing. I'm guessing he was testing on one and not the other?
No, both of them, yeah.
Oh, he was testing on both.
Mm.
I would assume one would be the, like, placebo in that moment.
Yeah, it's interesting.
That was, my thought, like,
Yeah.
why else would you want twins, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so he was, I see, it was, like, human testing that was obviously not approved. So, well, let me ask you this then, because you're kind of tapping into the laws around it in the United States. It's not banned, but you are saying it requires a lot of FDA approval
Mhm.
situations to even do it, or
Mhm.
to even test it, or what, to do what?
I think to do it, I mean, it would be tested like anything else, that the 4-stage FDA trials, and it would be like, super rigorous, but there are no germline testing being done in the United States. It's all somatic, so it's all the differentiated cells that exist like already in the body. So like adults and already existing humans.
Okay, so if I had high cholesterol right now, there's no law stopping anyone from doing that CRISPR thingy on me, right?
That
Essentially.
Well, it hasn't been an FDA approved medicine, so yes, it would be illegal.
Oh, I see. I see. Now, where are they doing it? And are they actively doing it anywhere? Or they're all still in trial mode on cholesterol?
That one just got like done in the preliminary, just the research study. So before anything goes into FDA trials, I mean, it has to be
Mhm.
proven that it's actually is done, and then so it's not even like a drug that is being through the FDA approval process yet. So it is like stage 0, you know.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, yeah,
Wow.
they're
Well,
being very cautious with it.
I mean, I hope so, and I think
Mhm,
that it's something so delicate, like, in one sense, it's like, can we hurry up? Because if you can fix a bunch of stuff right now, that'd be great.
mhm,
We can just solve world hunger in one day. Like, why are we not moving this faster? But
mhm,
I also think the world's not ready for that, and I would ask I guess the concept of, are you playing God, right? Because you're messing with something that God gave you to begin with, like those genetics are yours. That's from your parents. That's from,
mhm,
and if you're in the Christian atmosphere, God made you, and this is what He made you as. Right now, obviously, we do a lot of medicine and curing and a lot of other things, but in this realm, you're actually going in and saying, you were born with this, and now I'm just going to get rid of it, right? Or mutate it, or however you were saying to do it. Do you think that it's in a sense kind of playing God to that degree?
I mean, that's kind of like a religious
Hmm.
question that's hard to answer. I mean, it's kind of up to, God could have made these tools,
Yeah.
theoretically, I've created new strains of yeast and plants and algae that have never existed before. So am I playing God? Was I playing God when I was doing that? Maybe. I think it's more of giving people the freedom to live a life that's has a higher quality of life,
Mhm.
that and in your entire life isn't determined by these mutations that aren't up to you. You didn't consent to be born, right? And now you have these mutations that are gonna have lifelong complications for you, and giving people the chance to choose and to have a better, more liberated life.
Okay, you said you didn't consent to be born, right? I mean,
Mhm.
I don't think I feel like there's going to be a lot of people out there with this one.
Okay. Well, I
Because
didn't choose your genome, but in some of this
right.
stuff the parents are choosing which genome and to go forward with. So in a weird way that if all this genetic sequence and stuff, your parents would actually be the one that's choosing to go forward in this stuff. So yeah.
Right. So if you're doing pre make the baby stuff,
Hmm.
you are playing God. You are picking whether it's gonna have this or have that or not. I mean, if I went through CRISPR and had high cholesterol right now, you
Hmm.
could say, "Well, I'm doing that to myself, and I'm choosing these effects," and so on and so forth. But if I, as, mom and dad go in and say, "All right, here's our genetics, here's sperm, egg, whatever, go in, fix things now, and make me the perfect baby that doesn't get sick and doesn't isn't born with disease and illness." That is playing God.
Yeah, I mean, you have the chance to deny any medical treatment, right? I mean, Seventh Day Adventists, I think, or Jehovah's Witnesses don't agree with blood transfusions, so
Mhm.
they deny that. So, I mean, yeah, I guess in theory that you'd have the chance to do that, but I would hope that people um, I would hope that people embrace the technology to lead a better quality of life for themselves and their children.
Eh, I mean, yeah, everybody wants everything perfect, right? But if everything were perfect, we wouldn't, like, everybody sits and thinks like, "Oh, my Thanksgiving dinner, oh my god, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be this, it's gonna be that." Like,
Mhm.
my family, you don't wanna meet them. It's gonna be old Uncle Joe's gonna do this, and old Aunt Etna's gonna do that, and then but at the end of the day, you look and you say, "That's mine. That's my family. That's the one I was born with and born to," right? So, when it comes to playing with with your genetics, especially pre make the baby, I
Mhm.
would think, well, you're picking what God was going to. I mean, and I'll take it in a Christian ethical realm, right? But you're still picking what natural selection God, your body was supposed to originally make from the get-go, and you're now taking that away from nature, if you wanna go
Mhm.
scientific method, or if you're taking away from God is choosing that special thing for you, right? I understand you say, "Well, God made the tools, and God made the person who created these things and the minds and the so on and so forth,"
Mhm.
but it kind of, like, takes away the idea of, "This is the baby that was given to me," right? How do you know, even, like, the IVF plus, right? How do you
Mhm.
know that that baby's gonna be better than this one, or this one you're gonna love that one, or would you have loved this one just as much even if it had this or that? Or even if your child is born with Down syndrome, how would you know that you wouldn't love it any more than you would have loved another one, right? And I think it's our flaws are what makes us special, and all of these special things make everything more interesting to some degree. But but how does being able to do it pre-make the baby not like I feel like you're already taking away if you wanna go to the consent route, you're
Mhm.
already taking away that child's consent to being medically altered or scientifically altered, I guess, before they were even born.
Yeah, I mean, well, the IVF plus isn't actually editing their genome, they're
Well,
just
yeah,
choosing
that
which
one,
ones, but
but
yeah, and
the
I think
CRISPR
that
pre.
and I would think that, like, everyone's different and stuff, and Thanksgiving dinner example is, I would, um I'd like to have my mom there, she died of cancer, and
Mhm,
but she that was is that playing God by making her alive, today? I mean,
mhm,
I'm okay with that, with, doing whatever I can in order to save her, as with any medical intervention, right? So that those people can, still be with us, and, medical interventions,
mhm,
in theory, are all kind of playing God in that. And I don't think that natural selection is kind of, I don't, humans already operate outside of natural selection. You could say, I don't care for my kids, and whoever survives and creates can fend for themselves as a natural selection, and it's like, well, no, actually you have to, like, make sure that they don't, go and to
die.
do dangerous things. Yeah, yeah, they can't
Kids.
ride a bike on the freeway, and you can't learn how to ride a bike on the freeway, and so you have to kind of say, there are stop gaps in this, and we have to choose a safer route. uh,
Mhm,
but yeah, like I said, before, like, germline mutations and changing, fundamentally who someone is a lot different than, like, curing diseases. I think that nobody would choose to be born with, like, cystic fibrosis, right?
right.
Or anything that's, like, really, um, lowers your quality of life. So I think those people would choose to be, liberated from that disease.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. I can see both sides of it, right? I can absolutely see both sides of it. I think there's still a fear factor built in there of if you had just gone, the natural way, insert, make baby happen. How do you know you would have gotten that baby? How do you know you wouldn't have already gotten
Mhm.
a perfect baby? How do you know if you hadn't start messing with stuff? Now, question: if if I if I have uh high cholesterol, let's say, I'm just gonna throw like a bunch of high cholesterol, diabetes, this, that, like whatever kind of stuff.
Mhm.
If I have all of those things and then um I go through magically, I'm able to utilize CRISPR and get rid of all of those issues.
Mhm.
Then I go and get pregnant a couple years later. Are my genes now solid to where I'm not passing that down to baby?
This is a great question. So with the current technologies that we are testing right now, your genome that you would pass on to your kiddos would be the same ones that you were born with. So that is your germline, and we are not changing those right now. So maybe in the future, but but right now it's called your somatic genome. So it's the ones that are differentiated, and those would be changed, but your germline would be different. Be the
And
original, the OG.
okay,
and
and that's
and
what
with
you were.
disease. Yeah, and with disease,
Fair enough. I'm just what are your fear factors for this? Like, what are you afraid could or lack of or could not happen with this? Everything goes well, everything happens, it's perfect, and they start expanding and getting
Mhm.
rid of more and more bad things in life. Do you have fear factors in place for how it's used?
I think a good example of this would be like IVF. So IVF, when it came on board, it was only like, gosh, like 40 years or something. Well, it wasn't the 50 years. Like, and there's, I think, of like 5 million kids that have been born because of it. So, like,
Mhm.
the idea of this, there's 5 million people on the earth today that wouldn't be normally. So, in 50 years, there could be, millions of people that are, cured of disease. Um, then that's like probably might be small, to be honest with you. Um, so in my opinion, it really is an access problem, right? It's like it's about, people having access to it that, you know, and we can't have a world of haves and have-nots where it's like, I grew up in a world where I have a normal kid and all my kids' friends are all genetically enhanced and they're free of disease and they're
Right.
free of, they're smarter, they're faster, all that kind of stuff. Or,
Mhm.
so um, that could be honestly like not maybe in 100 years, but giving it access and giving that ability to as many people as possible, I think is like the biggest thing. Because as a parent, your greatest duty is to minimize harm for your child. I feel like trying to make sure that they're not exposed to things that could impact them for the rest of their lives, right? And like in a deleterious way that so and if you could cure a a mutation for cancer or something in your germline, or make sure that they don't have that chance to develop cancer treatments and stuff like that, I think that would be um I think that you have the moral imperative as a parent in order to do that.
Do you think and, anybody watching, I went ahead and dropped the open panel link. If you guys wanna start heading backstage, you're more than welcome to come join the conversation. I feel like I'm teeter-tottering both directions right now, and I just don't know where I stand on it anymore. Because it all sounds good. On paper, it sounds beautiful, like, "Let's just fix the world and cure everybody," but at the same time, I think of I think of the bad people in the world. Like we've perverted almost got so many things on in I mean, we've even plastic surgeries being able to
Hmm.
be utilized to for people who have been burned and fix their faces, or something got smashed in and we can fix them to make them look somewhat better, right? And I think that's beautiful. But then we
Yeah.
took plastic surgery and then now people are changing their entire face,
Yeah.
right? Or they're changing their body parts or their genitals or they're this or they're
Hmm.
that. And I feel like they perverted the intention of, or maybe it wasn't the intention of plastic surgery. I don't know the history behind it, but
Hmm.
we've perverted it. It's supposed to be utilized for good to help people who are hurting. And then we made it to where, oh, just anybody can do this to
Hmm.
change and do whatever. So to some degree, I ponder the idea of how much further will this go, and what else are they going to do, with it? I don't know. D
Yeah. I mean, I guess I want the liberty for people to make that choice, and
Mhm,
the freedom to live from disease. That is what I'm the maladies and the quality of life thing, I guess, is what I'm really like focused on.
mhm,
And I'm really proud that the scientific community is taking things slowly, that it's very judiciously going forward. Everything is being checked. And honestly, it's actually amazing the technological advances that have happened. David R. Liu is like the main person that's really like, if anyone wants to check it out, He's from Harvard and Broad. He's an incredible scientist, and he's. I mean, I think he's like one of the most important people on the world today. To genuinely, I think we throw around genius a lot too much in today's society. But like, I genuinely think that like David R. Liu is a genius. He's incredible. Um, and he's made significant breakthroughs in making it safer, right? So off target effects, they're it's basically zero. They're double checking and making it better and able to cure bigger portions of the gene. So it's not just like a single change that they're able to do now. They're able to actually take a chunk of the DNA out and change multiple mutations at once.
We're going
So
Costco style now.
yeah, exactly. It's cool.
Wholesale,
It's really cool.
wholesale. Change
So
your
he's
genetics in bulk. Oh my God.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I'm not
he's
trying to make
yeah,
fun
for
of it.
real. That's actually his new thing. That I mean, that is the new thing that they're doing, you know? So, so you wouldn't have to have a bespoke gene therapy just for you. You know, you could use, we could cure hundreds of diseases with one gene therapy treatment, as opposed to every mutation, every genome being different, every medicine having to be different, that kind of thing. So they're just making it better, as we are going forward, and it's incredible. It's an unbelievably incredible time for molecular biology, and I'm so I get I get the chills thinking about it, to be honest with you.
I mean, it is exciting. It is exciting, but I mean, is it going to eventually be like, oh, you have a baby and then, oh, here, instead of all of this load of vaccines, they just go and check your DNA and they say, all right, you have this, 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 and this. We're going to just feed you some pills and then whoop, we're going to get rid of all of those things all at once, like sickle cell or whatever, all of the
Mhm.
genetic stuff that we could adjust, cholesterol, whatever. And here, baby, take pill, and then poof, like that baby's going to essentially have a perfectly healthy overall life. And it's like changes the it's I thought that was someone else backstage. Sorry. I just had a moment of like, who is that? But it changes the idea of, are we going to change that for vaccines essentially? Is it going to replace that? I mean, I feel like
Mhm.
the vaccine anti-vaccine people might be happy with that maybe, or might be worse. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like we've run a lot of different directions, and I'm excited in one arena, but I'm also just very, very nervous at the same time as well. Mm.
Yeah, I mean the prime editing. So basically, the T cell editing of those would be the way that you could create immunity without a vaccine administered. Um, that's what I would. But in general, I mean, vaccines are safe and effective, and they're super tested. Over billions of dosages, and I mean, they're gonna have they've been around since 1796 too. And they're using the natural immune system and bolstering that versus editing T cells, which is it's going to be tested, right? It's going to if once it hits into the after the stages and all that is done, then it is tested, right, by definition. But
Mhm.
um maybe kids would be born into a world where they have all the vaccines kind of already learned. I think that would be incredible. But we're so far out from that. We're so
No,
far
make
out
it
from that.
happen now. Just make it all perfect now. I
Yeah.
mean, well, when and last and final question, then I'll bring our panel up. I know there's some people waiting patiently backstage, and if anybody else wants to join, there's still a few spots back there. Link is pinned in my chat over on the Raging Tomato, or Greg, I don't know if you were able to drop that StreamYard link
Yeah,
to your
yeah, I did.
people. Perfect, and all you do is click it and hop backstage, and we'll get you up here. But um, oh, where'd my thought go? Where, I mean, you mentioned 2013, 14 was when we started the genetic editing, but did this kind of have a snowball effect rolling from prior to that? And if so, like where was our real starting point versus where we are now?
So Carpentier and Doudna, Doudna's from Berkeley, Carpentier's in France.
Mhm.
They're the ones that discovered CRISPR. CRISPR is a bacteria immune system, basically. So it takes a little piece of the invader and saves it in these little repeated regions in the genome, and kind of like in between this little spacer, there'll be a little, that's like what the guide RNA is from. So
Mhm.
what they found is that you could theoretically change those sequences and change the location of where the CRISPR worked. I mean, Doudna was working on bacterial defense mechanisms for 20 years before. So she, in 2008, I think, was the breakthrough, and then George Church of Harvard, he's the one that made it easier, accessible. He basically fused there's multiple RNAs, CRISPR RNAs, they were called in Doudna's paper, and then they fused them into one guide RNA, and then just had the Cas9. So they basically minimized the and made it streamlined into
Mhm.
one easily accessible package in 2013, and that was like the big. I mean, I
Huge.
was working in a lab that was watching this, and before 2013, people really thought that CRISPR was confined to bacteria, and which is amazing. Bacteria
Mhm.
is, every single lab in the world works with bacteria because they hold DNA really well. So we
Mhm.
we we create and assemble DNA inside of them, and it's really important to work with bacteria. But it was nice, and then it's a really nice race car, but like the race car is confined to the track, and you're like, well,
Right.
it's really cool, but like I want to take that baby out, and then and that's what happened. That's what the church lab did, in that they put it on a plasmid, and then, which was really cool, they made it accessible to everyone. So everyone in the world basically requested the sequence of this plasmid, and they actually showed, it was really cool. They showed you basically, it's called an MTA request, a material transfer agreement,
Uh-huh.
between like university to university asking for it. They showed a picture of all the MTA requests, and it was envelope after envelope, 6 feet tall, on top of this
Wow.
conference table. There was just, they were flooded with this stuff. And one of the things with the CRISPR is just how easy it is and reproducible it is. That's why it's been so incredible, is that it really is that simple. Like, you can just take Cas9, the protein, and then you can just make RNA. It's called in vitro transcription. You just make DNA to RNA outside of the cell really simply. This is super simple,
Mhm.
in an hour. And then you just fuse that RNA to the Cas9, and then it's
Mhm.
called this thing called ribonucleic protein, RMP. And then you can just, you know, you can get it into the cell. That thing is going to do what it wants on that DNA. So that's
Is
when it really like stepped up in 2013, and then base editing was the
Mhm.
first thing that changed just one nucleotide at a time, and that was from David R. Liu. And then
Mhm.
making multiple changes at the same time, in roughly the same region, is called prime editing, and that was also David R. Liu. And that is um, that's what we're using now. So that wasn't until 2 or 3 years ago now, 3 or 4 years ago, like when prime editing was invented. And there was some modifications and some packaging that the Cas9 went through, and so it's a lot of changes, and thousands of labs in the world all working on this in order to improve it. It's been pretty cool.
Now, does anybody have, like, any type of patent or ownership of this technology?
That's a really good question. So the basically it was split. The patent was split on, um, the Broad Institute and Harvard got human medicines, and Berkeley with Doudna got every other application. So like any type of bacterial or community, that kind of stuff. So
Mhm.
that was the main difference. And Doudna
Wow.
and Carpentier got the Nobel Prize. I forget which year it was. If anyone could, I think it was 18. I was trying to think about that today, but I forgot. So yeah, they got the Nobel Prize, and it's incredible. And David Arlou is going to get a Nobel Prize. Basically, the question is how many is he going to get? I think he's going to be the first scientist ever to get multiple in his life. He's unbelievable.
Should he be protected at all costs? Like, does he have a bouncer that follows him around by chance?
I think I there's you're lucky as a scientist to break through and make one technology that is like incredible.
Mhm.
David Arlou, the question for the Nobel Prize committee would be, which one do we give it to him for? It's pretty incredible. I mean, it's
That says a
unbelievable.
lot. That says a
It's
lot. Wow.
unbelievable. Yeah,
Oh,
he
that's
is.
impressive.
I mean, I was talking to my wife about it today, and I'm just like thinking about David Arlou and how awesome it is. I want to like, can I return my PhD? You know, this guy is just you know, he's a scientist, I guess. I don't know
Yeah.
how to explain it,
You're
but
all if you just speak science-y code, I consider you a scientist. So I wouldn't know the different levels or tiers. You could
yeah.
totally be a nobody and convince me that you're some amazing scientist just because you use big fancy words, and I'd be like, I wouldn't know any difference. You could totally be fooling me this entire show with big fancy words, and I'm like, sounds great.
How I usually explain it is like a high schooler is kind of like at the air show, and you're watching the people fly the planes. You know,
Mhm.
if you're an undergrad researcher in a lab, you're kind of understanding it like you are flying an RC airplane. So
Mhm.
you're actually doing something, but you're flying an RC plane. Like PhD level and above, you're flying something. But like for me, my science, I'm not a super accomplished scientist or anything. So, but I would be like flying, a 747, something that's like pretty easy. I am flying a plane, but it's not like anything that's crazy. The
Not too
top
crazy.
1%, the top 1% of labs, like the really top labs, they're like flying like F-16 fighter jets.
Wow.
They're doing maneuvers, they're doing these things that you're just like, no way, this is unbelievable. David Arlou looks like you're looking at a UFO and you're like, how is he doing this stuff? This is nothing we've ever seen before. How is he thinking of this stuff? It's
Oh, man.
genuinely incredible.
That is and is that his sole focus is
Oh
the
yeah.
genetic and I guess
Mhm.
maybe the microbiology of things kind of level of
Yeah, he's a
I'm
chemist
guessing.
actually. So it's actually kind
Wow.
of interesting. So Francis Arnold is another one, another chemist out of Caltech who got another Nobel Prize
Mhm.
for directed evolution stuff. She's another one of my scientific like I you know I've her incredible research, just incredible. Um, yeah, and they're just at a different level. It's just they do things that are it's the completion, thinking of all the different angles of how they can assess a problem, how they assess it, and then also how they get so much done. It's truly incredible. They get a lot of money. The government, the United States government spends a lot of money, billions of dollars on, these grants, for these institutions for this reason. This is why
Mhm.
we publicly fund research because, this stuff isn't profitable for a really long time. And
Right.
it's really, really important that we fund research and at this fundamental level because that is the foundation that these medicines can be built on, and then that's what we use eventually. So like Ozempic's a great example. So
Mhm.
Ozempic was the GLP-1 agonist. That's how it works. That was
Mhm.
actually studied in the late 90s, 1990s on Gila monsters.
Really?
Gila
Wow.
monsters, those like monster, weird looking like lizard things. That late 1990s.
Oh, I
Mhm.
think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
And we're talking like 20 years later, they start doing like testing on GLP-1 agonists for this kind of stuff for humans. And then
Mhm.
now we have like Ozempic everywhere. So if you think about it, we're 30 years out of the original research. And then just now we're starting to mainstream this stuff and it's starting to, kick out. So that's kind of,
Mhm.
I think that's kind of like the same timetable. It's actually a really good example in my opinion.
And we're already like 12 years in?
No, I would say we were just starting. I would say we're like just starting. So I guess like 2013 would be, yeah, you're right. The 2013 would be the 1995 equivalent with the GLP-1 agonist. So
Mhm.
yeah, I would say it's like we're like 25 years, probably 25 years. I mean, they're going until 2030 on the human trials. So it's at least until then. But maybe
Wow.
sooner.
I mean, yeah, let's just get it done. Make everyone healthy again. All right. Well, I've got the panel hanging out backstage, waiting to come on. I know I've got Andrew Alexander, Doc, of course, Clay, and Robert Polson, and I feel like we're gonna go probably 10 different directions back here. Stop texting in the private chat there, you goons. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and get them up here now. Hang tight. Ooh, somebody popped off. And I got Joshua coming up too. Somebody messed their mic up. I don't know who it is, but I don't know who popped off, but somebody did. I hope you're okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, ladies being me, the rest of you are my gentlemen. Is somebody talking?
Robert, we hear you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's where it was. Okay. Thank you. All right. Clay, I know you're probably going to go the Christian ethical route. Ducky, I have no idea what you're going to do. Andrew, I know you're going to test the ethics of this. Joshua, you're a right winger. I have no clue where your direction is going to go. Capitalism at its finest, though. Come on now. Alexander, I do want to bring this up. Ask the question. I'm going to let you pop off with this. I'd love to know what this will do to genetic diversity if we're manufacturing genetics in vitro. Bringing everyone into a baseline of genetics just means that if one person is susceptible, everyone is. And I believe that question is to you. Alexander is up here on screen as well. So I'll let you kick it off. Alexander, did you have anything further to add to that before he answers?
No, I don't.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I kick it to you.
Yeah. So basically, in biology, you want as much genetic diversity as possible. So you want mutations in the population, so that you aren't susceptible to viruses or anything like that. For example, I don't think we're going to be homogenizing the genome. So this would be called a genome a bottleneck effect. But I don't think that we would be doing that just by fixing single point mutations. I mean, I don't think that I don't think that we're going to see a mass normalization, because we're not normalizing everyone's genomes. We're just fixing single point mutations. So it's a little bit different.
That's what they say. That's what they always start with.
Well, this would be like in vitro, so we're talking about at some point germline editing, right?
Yeah, sure. But like, I mean, in you're right in that it would go extinct, but we're talking like, diseases or something like that. So, but a good example would be like malaria. Malaria has a sickle cell anemia gives you some type of resistance to like a disease like malaria. But if you have 2 copies of it, then you have sickle cell anemia, right? So, there are confounding, reasons, but I think in general, like, the quality of life would be so much better with fixing these mutations.
Sure, I can see that.
Well, I'll let you. It's Joshua. I think you started to chime in there if you wanted to take it forward.
I mean, I was mostly just pointing to, we start off like, fair enough, start off with single point mutation fixing, but as is the case with technology, once you start playing with it, humans have never stopped playing with any technology. And I'm not even saying that's a bad thing, but that was the 4 corners of what I was commenting on. Nothing much more than that.
Clay, did you want to kick in?
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. I'll probably the entire time I'm up here just questioned the ethical standards. He pretty much did answer that, and I thank you for that. About how you even mentioned Jehovah's Witnesses, are free to make a choice, and I believe also that Jehovah's Witnesses, because of their choice, have made that being obstinate have made doctors and scientists think further into the future rather than just okay, we're just going to give you blood. So no, I appreciate that, but really my question is going to hinge on the ridiculous, and I know this. When are we going to be able to make T-Rex men?
So
Or gills.
they're
I wouldn't
doing that
mind
right
gills
now.
or an extra arm.
Yeah, that's so that's actually the George Church Lab is actually working on that right now with mastodons. I think that they're trying to bring back or something.
Why?
No-
Why?
yeah.
Why?
So I'm actually an ecology undergrad, so I think the big problem, it actually ties in with the first question beautifully, is that you don't have a large enough population in order to have genetic diversity. So you would basically need not just one mastodon, but a huge population of mastodons that could breed together and have a lot of genetic diversity in that pool. So it's just functionally not going to happen, and you're basically creating a sitting duck, that isn't a small enough population, and they're basically not going to be anything other than like zoo attractions.
They'll breed each other out essentially.
Right.
Well, I mean, how would you expand that anyway? How would you create the bigger population of them where you would have more diversity? Is that possible to create that?
Yeah, it is definitely. So basically all mutations are not the same. So, in how you, if you've seen like the codon table, maybe in like high school biology or something, but the idea is that, as an organism, I don't want a single mutation error from DNA polymerase to confer me to death. So what happens is like ATT, ATC can also all like confer lysine or something like that. And that single point mutation at the end, both of those codons can both give the same amino acid. So that's the kind of idea, is that you have a population that has equal parts ATT, equal parts has ATC, and then just because that maintains genetic diversity within that pool, and then that genetic diversity can later on give you better things like being able to deal with a new protein it hadn't seen before, or make a new heat shock protein that they didn't need before natural selection or something like that.
I mean, are we going to end up with like people making extra thumbs? I mean, we already do that, but I mean, like,
I love it.
Mutating in such a way where we're mutating to somebody mentioned in the chat, like the X-Men mutations. Like, is that something? And I know you said that if I edit my stuff now as an adult, it doesn't mess with my genome, I think. Right?
Your germline. Yeah.
Germline.
Germline. So
See, you're learning. See,
I'm getting there. This is so
This is
educational.
it.
Like, I love this. Like, I love learning new things.
Cool.
But my germline is still going to carry accordingly.
Mhm.
So therefore, anything that was there will continue on through. If I had a baby, even after fixing stuff in me,
Exactly.
whatever was there will already continue. However, is there a way where if we fix stuff in vitro before baby made, so on and so forth, could we mess with the germline to where later on it mutates in the wrong way? Maybe things were supposed to be there, and then next thing you know, I'm there's a baby born with wings, and there's a baby born with scales, and there's one born with fins. Things that maybe should have been there to prevent other things from happening, but I feel like this would be significantly far down the line that this would could happen. But is that even a possibility?
So basically, the answer is sequencing and due diligence. So you, at every step of the way, you could just do sequencing of the genome to see like if there was any additions or anything happening that was really huge. And then second, you'd have like different types of basically these genes or genomes would be tested in different cells, like probably different cell tissue culture and that kind of stuff. I mean, we're not there yet, but we're if we're that far in the future, I'm sure we will. So that's usually how science works: is you start out at cell tissue culture, and then you have animal models, and then you would have humans, and then 4 stages of human trials. So
I mean, God, I mean, I think of Andrew, I'm going to kick it over to you after this because I know you've got a hankering for this one. I'm thinking of if baby born with missing an arm, missing a finger, missing a leg, where it was genetically there, could it eventually lead to where we push cells and genomes and things to naturally fix that, like to make the body do those things, which would be really cool. But then what would you also end up with, right? Like maybe it could turn into a wing. I don't know. Chicken leg.
I mean,
who knows?
that's a really interesting point. I mean, humans aren't the best at a lot of things in the animal kingdom. Like, for example, like amphibians' ability to regrow limbs, or the ability for pigeons and turtles in order to detect the Earth's magnetic waves so that they have GPS in their brain. So like they're theoretically, I mean, if we're just really opening it up to all of the genes and all the abilities of the animal kingdom, then theoretically that would be possible. I mean, this would be so far off, though. I mean, I would expect this to be like at least 100 years off. This is
right.
So it's completely different. Yeah.
But I'd imagine technology and medicine would also maneuver with that at the same time, right? So all of these other things are going to be advancing. Even there could be a whole nother world of discoveries and science technology that we create running parallel with that, and maybe even merging along with that. So who knows where that could go?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, this actually happened, and this is one of the things that was just discovered before CRISPR was next generation sequencing. So it was basically before we had to sequence cell by cell by cell, and it had to be just one type of cell. You couldn't have multiple types of cells in there. But now we can sequence an entire population all at the same time. So it's actually allowed us to it kind of happened so that we can now test like the whole population of cells to see if we created CRISPR, like the targets that we wanted, for example. So it is it does happen. There's a confluence of technologies a lot, and that's why it's so awesome. We really are going through like a scientific renaissance right now, and there's some amazing things that are happening.
Fair enough. Andrew, all to you.
Okay. I do appreciate, it seems like you have, hi, Doc. My name's Andrew. Hi. It does seem like you have good intentions, so I appreciate that. I do have a similar question. It seems like the first 2 guys touched on it also. It's just like, when have we ever, you had said that you hope that humanity embraces this technology and does the right thing with it, but when have we ever done that? Right? Like, has that ever happened before with any technology in history? Like, if you look, even to this day, we can't control countries from starting nuclear programs. And this is nuclear weapons we're talking about. So like, how do you stop some scientists in a lab in China or in North Korea from doing something really detrimental to like all of us? That would be my main safety concern. Not you guys, but how do you stop some rogue agent from doing this easily once the technology is available?
Yeah, like a bioweapon or something. Basically, in order to create the DNA sequences that you would need in order to do that, you basically get the parts synthesized at these companies, and these type of companies. And then basically these DNA sequences that are synthesized together, they run them through what they imagine what a weapon would have to be, and that's like the main checkpoint that happens. I mean, that is kind of that isn't super strong, you know what I mean? you could theoretically take a machine and do this if you really wanted to, but I would
even
think,
just sorry, not to cut you off. But just to continue, like with what I was asking, you brought up a good point. Like, even just who decides? Like, what if some doctors in the future decide that the gay gene is a problem and they want to eradicate the gay gene. Like who gets to make the decision? Just because that's not okay today, maybe it's okay in 20 years and it shouldn't have been. So like we're opening the door for like, how is this not eugenics?
So
Yep.
the FDA would be the one that would sign off on that. Any type of like germline like mutation or something like that would have to be like signed off on the FDA in the United States. That would be the main stopgap. I don't think it's eugenics because the parents are at least like not creating, they're creating better quality of life through less disease, specifically. So I don't think that we don't know what the gay gene or, they don't understand that at this point, I don't think. But I think that the focus like should be in the future and now like eradicating disease rather than like designing, perfect humans, which is, I think like super cringe. And I don't like that at all personally, but
But don't we always weaponize
can I just pile on
technology?
real quick?
Wait, last question. Don't we always weaponize technology? Always? Like, when do we ever use it for the greater good of humanity? And why would this time be any different? I know you have good intentions, and it's not doctors like you that I'm worried about. It's like, it's this getting out of control. How could we, if we always weaponize technology, why would this technology be any different from any other?
And I guess it couldn't be.
There we go.
So
this wouldn't exactly make it.
Therefore, what, Andrew? Therefore, what?
Therefore, we should probably stop.
Well, hold on.
That's fucking stupid.
If we had decided to build a nuke, do you think it wouldn't exist?
At some point, someone's going to do this.
Yeah, definitely.
This is how humans are. And this is the argument on this. So like and there's a really good, so I agree generally with the drift that you're referring to, but nuclear power has done far more to make cheap electricity than it has done to blow anyone up. So the fact that we even have weaponized the technology doesn't mean we've actually even, on the balance, nuclear has done more for humanity than it has for literally nuking humanity. So that's just the nature of innovation and why people get scared.
But isn't this potentially more dangerous?
Who the hell cares?
Really. Not really.
The concepts are the same. They're existential threats anyway. It's like with AI. If AI decides to take over, it's just, that's going to be what happens. The bigger risk is humans bottlenecking it and humans hijacking advanced technology. That's the more scary scenario.
How could that be a bigger risk than just not doing it? Can you work that out for me? How that's a bigger risk than not doing it?
Yeah, it's really.
Is there any chance I can like
do drugs?
I mean,
we have 400 do it underground.
Hold on.
I can't.
We have 400,000 people that die from heart disease in the United States. So
I said bigger risk.
Yeah, exactly. So like creating some technology that could help them, not have cardiac events and live longer and stuff. I think that would be better. I think that rogue scientist actually did happen. It happened early on with that Chinese scientist, and the honestly the scientific community was appalled by it. He was jailed for years in China, and so that's good, at least I think.
Yeah, but
so
do we have any
Dr. Greg, would you get rid of
Okay.
sickle cell anemia?
I mean, I think the quality of life would be better for the people that didn't have sickle cell anemia, so I think so.
So out of like the population and races who has sickle cell anemia.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair question. Like we're kind of talking a little bit about eugenics and like making things better, and you take something like sickle cell anemia. Well, yeah, just eliminate that population, and we get rid of that. Are you okay with that? Like in what you're describing?
You're not getting rid of that population. You're not getting rid of the population. You're improving their quality of life.
And you're not getting rid of the genetic trait entirely. You're getting rid of one half of it, so they don't have sickle cell.
So how do you get rid of sickle cell anemia without like getting rid of
instead of a flamethrower?
Well, Robert, he was saying that it would be just targeting that specific like gene that creates like gene-ish, right? That creates sickle cell.
Exactly.
It wouldn't be getting rid of the DNA altogether. It's just like, oh, bad thing right there, zap. Right.
I have a question on that.
Can we hold on?
Is that like? Does that actually work that way?
Can I
That's
ask?
what he was. Hold on, everybody, stop. Robert, that's the entire last hour. He just laid out the entire dynamics of how this works, and it's not getting rid of the person itself. It's getting rid, like right now. If I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be me because it's sickle cell and it's very targeted. But if I had sickle cell right now, he's saying I could go and have, if they had the cure with this CRISPR thing, I could go and have them fix that gene in me, and then no longer I would have sickle cell. It doesn't get rid of me. It just gets rid of that thing that causes the disease within me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It does. You would never have that disease.
Right. That's why I said that.
I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand what like so are we at the point where I'm sorry if I'm not understanding this, but it doesn't seem like we're quite at the point where we can like target just that.
That's
without understanding the consequences that might happen on a compounding level with eliminating a certain function, and then like what are the actual?
Can I ask a really clarifying question?
Hold on. Wait, who said that?
Me, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, because
Are you referring to like the somatic editing, or are you talking about germline editing with like editing? Editing like ovum and sperm before they're born, because those are two vastly different things.
That's where I think he's going.
Yeah, I think that you could at some point you would do both. I think for the sickle cell and diseases.
I think he's thinking in a bigger spectrum of. I think he's thinking it's bigger elimination. Just get rid of the people that like it would get rid of the maybe that seed as a whole or something like that. But it doesn't operate that way. What he's saying is it's going into the code. You break the code out. You find the bad codes. You put the code back together and go. Then you go from there.
Sure, I get that on like a fundamental level, but that's not how gene editing works, and he knows that, right? Like, you edit one gene and one function, it's going to affect countless other genes and functions. So, like, are we at the point now? Because this is what I'm trying to understand. Are we at the point now where like a blanket statement, like we just zap a disease, is that realistic? Because like my understanding is we zap the disease, sure, but then now you've created three other.
Sorry.
Hold on, Doc.
You made a mistake though, because if you're zapping a disease, then you're not talking about like a gene cluster doesn't. Maybe Dr. Greg can correct me, but like a gene cluster doesn't exist. So you're fixing a disease process on the genetic level, and it happens that you're using genes to do that, right? Is that not the right way to look at that?
Yeah, you're fixing the root cause of it, which is like a genetic mutation, and you're changing just the genetic mutation.
But changing that genetic mutation has no effect on any other genes.
And that's the off-target testing that they do, and correct. Yeah, that's the idea.
So we're there. Like that's the. We can just zap it.
We can. It's called prime editing, and basically, the CRISPR finds that portion of the genome and just changes that specific site.
Yeah, that's amazing. I was under the impression that we didn't quite understand the cascading effects that happens when we edit. Just
so that's
on
why
whole.
That's why we're like focusing on like single point mutations that are right now as a disease. So like things that that they can easily fix, and they can know that just this point change is going to confer that higher quality of life, and that disease is cured. That's why they're focusing on that right now.
Do you have any multi-generational long-term studies on this?
Multi-generational? No. I mean, they're all happening right now. There's like, I think like 24 that are happening all throughout the world. So, or
24?
We're not doing.
So you would agree that we don't know the long-term effects of this.
We're not doing germline editing.
Correct. Yeah, we're not doing. They're all somatic. So we don't have. Yeah, the kids of these people haven't been made yet.
Oh, okay. So you can kind of see where I'm going there a little bit, right?
Have the same genetics they would have had otherwise. That's what he's saying.
Well, what I'm saying is theoretically, logically, there's no way for us to know the effects if the kids haven't been born yet. That's what I'm saying. So there could be possibly logically unintended effects and consequences down the line. Even if you are not doing germline editing, somebody else probably is, right? Again, I go back to the fact that how are you going to stop other people from using this technology just because you're going to use it? And it is eugenics, right? Like if you look up for the definition of eugenics, it's gene editing.
Negative eugenics, yeah.
Like so this is eugenics. I mean, Nazis themselves started with people with Down syndrome. The first thing you talked about was Down syndrome, right? Mm-hmm. So like you could see the similarities. I'm not saying that's what you are. You obviously have good intentions. I'm just saying it's got to be a slippery slope, and we can't control anything else that anybody does. And I think that there's got to be better safeguards. I mean, how do we stop what China's doing or what Russia's doing, or even have any idea? You talked about the twins, right? That's the doctor you were talking about in China.
In China, yeah. I mean, we fix it by having good. You have to be diplomatic, right? We have to forge good communities of scientists that are working together and sharing knowledge, and that are willing to be open and honest with one another.
And allow me to take a brief moment to tell everyone that you all suck in the chat. And the reason why is that our darling friend Jason had to save you yet again because you all suck. So take your L's. You did so kindly. Thank you, Robert. Robert sent in and said to get with the program, and at the very least, y'all could hit the like. Alexander paid his dono tax, and Plumpy, of course, sent a Raging Tomato gift membership. But you guys didn't hit the dono goal, and you had 2 hours to do it. I don't know what's happening this week, but y'all are weird. But Jason sent a full 100 on the coffee app and says the first one is always free for the other junkies in the chat. So you little plebes out there, all relying on Jason to save you, you owe him lots and lots of tomatoes in the chat. So I highly recommend you do that before I go completely nuclear on all of you and just turn the chat into no chat at all. So, and Jason will be the only one allowed to chat. So do it. Thank you. Sorry, I had to yell at them.
What did they do?
They didn't meet the dono goal. They didn't even come close. And that's 2 nights in a row that they did this. So I'm very disappointed. We normally don't have this issue, but they have failed yet again. So yes.
Too much Black Friday shopping.
Probably. I know. The holidays are always weird, but I still have to yell at them because it's my job. Either send the dono or we all go home.
100%.
All right, Ducky, I know you've been wanting to talk, my friend, so I'm going to give you the floor and allow you. I don't know how weird you get, but you get weird sometimes. So let's do it. Let's get weird.
Okay, a little bit weird, a little what do they call it, queer or something. And so yeah, so Greg, Doctor, I thank you so much for your time tonight, obviously, but I do have one question. So my exposure to CRISPR is one of my buddies. He has a degree. He did some research on zebrafish because zebrafish can recover hearing follicles in their ears. And so you can imagine being a parent and learning your child is deaf or they go deaf or something really painful thing to sort of hear or to hear from a doctor for the first time. And so I definitely get the draw of CRISPR. It also seems to me, even as someone who is a huge fan of science, that so much of our understanding of health consequences, as well as what actually happens to health technology out in the markets and society, both of those sort of bookends end up sort of making just a blanket statement, like saying gene editing is ethical, more difficult. And so I'm just curious if let's say I accept everything you said, but I say, screw this stuff still, we should keep funding the sciences, we should keep funding research, but we have to be 10 times more critical. We have to be 10 times more discerning about some of this. What would is that valid?
Yeah, zebrafish are awesome. They're actually they're one of the vertebra model organisms because they're just they're really cool. I would say which part do you think that we should be more critical of?
Yeah, so um so to me, I think it's the fact that that I think I don't want to take out my vegan paint and throw it on screen, but questions about like exploitation, also questions about historically how health outcomes have biased certain people.
Mhm.
Um, to me, to me, are those things are like things I would really want to focus on, especially when we're saying that you know, um, that like ultimately CRISPR is going to live in the hands of payers and stuff like this. Um, it's just I'm very skeptical.
Yeah, so I don't at the beginning I said the biggest thing that I am skeptical about it as well as access. So I think access to these technologies, it's like it would be very dangerous to live in a world where we have and have nots of this stuff, where we have, basically the haves of these countries that are using this technology in order to pay reduced healthcare costs, that are living a higher quality of life. And then you have poorer countries that don't have this technology, that have increased medical bills, increased costs of living, have lower quality of life. That would be the nightmare scenario for me.
Yeah. I think that's fine, but we even hear news coming out of Cuba, like in the last couple of weeks, that this Cuban healthcare system is suddenly being pressured by reinstating embargoes. Maybe there's might be like intelligence attacks and stuff on the country that's making things more difficult for Cuban doctors to do. Um, and so, from my perspective, it seems like the approach of talking about CRISPR gene editing as ethical in a silo and vacuum is very dangerous, and it's also something that we shouldn't aspire to do.
Hmm. Okay. I mean, I think I see it just as a medical intervention, I guess. Like it's a new way in order to deal with these diseases so that we are less beholden to taking daily pharmaceutical products, for example. So it's a way to have like one treatment and have an improved quality of life because of that, versus constantly having to take your statins every day, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it, and that's really exciting. My parents, uh, they're both on whatever that really trendy diabetes medicine was that people were using for weight loss. What is it? Ozempic, I think.
Yeah.
It's Ozempic or something. Yeah. So, just and so I definitely appreciate the draw of being able to fix actual like organ function or something.
Hmm.
At the same time, feeling that any new technology that we produce both carries its own risks, as people are super open and willing to talk about, but not only carries its risks, we have to be able to recognize that these things are fit into like geopolitical competition, they're fit into market competition, and those things themselves are, I mean, they're death dealers. There's not another way to actually like technically put that.
Yeah, I think so. The thing would think about would be like patentability of these drugs and stuff like that. Once they get done, the idea that having some type of pharmacological intervention that would be off patent and stuff like that. Like that's what they do with the vaccines. There are off patent vaccines so that other countries can produce them, and not just like U.S. pharmaceutical companies. But those like have its own risks, right? Because these are interventions that it's very hard in order to do these things. The molecular biology and the genetics in order to do these experiments is very hard. You have to have a lot of expertise, you have to have a lot of equipment, you have to have a lot of big teams that are doing this. So just having it off patent and available and open access isn't necessarily the biggest concern for me. It's having the access to the medications.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. I believe in the access, and I don't want to draw this on because I know Dusty just joined too. But the last thing that I will say is, okay, so there is the small point of contention is that, if it's the case that ethics that are produced in these sort of healthcare systems and research systems writ large, if you can't actually, maybe this is like a remarkable point, I'm realizing it talking to you, but like if a society can't talk about what doctors actually go through and do and what their patients actually go through and do, it's like, well, what, like, I'm not unjustified to ask what's the actual fucking point of the system in the first place. if nobody can talk about it, it
Yeah,
sucks.
I mean, so
I'm just upset.
ever since CRISPR has been invented, basically people, ever since like 2015, all my conferences that I go to as a scientist, I mean, they all have bioethics panels now. And we're not like, they did have bioethics panels on, but it was always like the last day of the convention, the last, like when everyone's gone, nobody really went to them anyway. But now it's like in the middle of the day, the middle of, between two keynotes. And people are talking about this. It's very
well. That's
open.
one of the things people don't realize too. And I'll be done after this. But yeah, that it's not just the researchers. That a lot of professors at community colleges and stuff like this. It's like I was just on Reddit yesterday doing a Reddit binge session, and a lot of these scientists as well as teachers and medical providers are happy to spend their time on social media websites. And so I'm just putting that out there that like people are willing to talk about this stuff, but it seems like there's so many barriers and so many unanswered that it's so hard for me to take this as like an applied meta-ethic conversation. And so that was just what I was thinking about while you were talking today. And and that's it.
Yeah, brother. I mean, I see that gap that you're talking about, and that is literally why I started my science communication YouTube channels and streams and everything in 2021. And I want to be your guys' science correspondent. If you guys have any questions, a big breaking science news or something, I'm your Bill Nye the Science Guy kind of thing. So, and I see that lack, right? And as we saw it in the pandemic, and we see it now, where scientists, actual scientists, right, aren't actually like making the connection and making the outreach. And partly it's because of academia that doesn't prioritize this stuff. So in 2021, when I was still in my PhD program, I had told my professor that I was doing this stuff, and he thought I was like making like joke videos on YouTube. That I was like, you know what I mean, like Jackass or something. And I'm like, no.
Yeah,
I'm like talking about science, and I'm like, no, real science. And he's like, what? Why would we ever do that? And they only recognize like, going and doing judging for science fairs or outreach to kindergartners and stuff. And those are all really important, right? Really important community building. But, using these apps and these technologies in order to like make a broader breakthrough is needed. But it's partially because science communication is another skill outside of being a scientist as well. What I thought being a YouTuber or a TikToker was versus what it actually is completely different. I had no idea I'd be spending so much time making YouTube thumbnails and descriptions and all that kind of stuff. I thought I was just gonna be talking about science, and that's right. Actually like talking about science is like 20% of it. And I love like this, like talking to you guys, meeting new people. This is what I love to do, but it's rare. So that's why thank you for having me.
Doc, that was incredible.
I know. I think this is the first time I've ever been impressed by Doc.
Oh, cool.
Thank you.
Usually, okay, and Dr. Greg, I know you're not familiar with I know you're not familiar with our community very much, but Doc, we have this booting system where the chat can pay to boot people off of the panel. And unfortunately, Doc gets booted a lot because usually what he does have to say is more whimsical and all over the place, and we can never make sense of what the hell he's talking about. So he gets booted a lot. I don't think he's lasted. I think there was he just recently lasted like more than half an hour on a panel.
Yeah, the last panel.
The last panel. They let him stay.
It's a little metal. It's a little metal for it. A little metal for us.
He has his own emoji in our members emoji because you can't see them here, but it's a no duck sign. But he's a glorified panelist in a good but bad way, I guess. Something along those lines.
Well, there you go. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
No, thanks. It was fun talking. I do a bunch of like atheist panels, and I do Sarah's panel, and so and religion panels and stuff like that. So I don't get to talk about science that often. So it was cool to hear you talk and and all that kind of stuff.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Dusty?
I haven't been listening, so I'm just kind of getting caught up because I had that other debate.
I figured you were still.
All good, man.
So I do have a question though. You said you got into this to be a science communicator. Do you have sponsors?
No.
This is just your own intrinsic.
Yeah, I've
agenda.
gotten paid $1.16 for being here on TikTok. So, that's no, I don't have any. No.
Look at you showing off your high-powered finances.
I know. There you go. And TikTok takes 50%, by the way. So it's like
Mother.
it's crazy.
You got
I know.
70 cents.
So there you
And then
go.
the tax man's gonna come.
I know.
You're gonna have
right?
to pay them.
No, honestly, yeah, me being a pharma shill or something like comes up all the time. It's okay. I totally understand it. So it's rare, right? You don't see scientists on TikTok, people coming in like there's no way you're actually a doctor or that kind of stuff. I get it. I mean, it's not a I understand. It's just I basically in 2021 started in science communication on it. I love talking about science. I love learning about new things about science, and that's just why I'm kind of like motivated by it.
So how do you support yourself then? Like I'm looking at your link tree. You're a scientist. So this is just your social media stuff is a hobby. You've actually got a daytime job.
Yeah.
Okay. And sorry if you covered this already.
Okay. No, we haven't.
I don't think we did actually. It's a brand new question. Hey, let's talk about your finances. Awkward. No, I make that stuff.
But it's relevant, right? Because I run
Social Security.
This is a full-time job running my channel, and I don't have nearly the amount of stuff on my link tree that he has on his. Like the amount of work that goes into your hobby after work that's a lot.
Yeah, he's awesome.
It's a lot. It is a lot.
I should slim it down.
Well, but I believe from what I understood, I was catching something. Is it your goal and we can kind of switch gears if we need to, but and I remind everyone if we're going to talk about a certain 2020 event, because I know that was a big thing on your list to talk about, but we'll make sure we preface this to say if you're going to talk about a 2020 event, we're going to call it the 2020 event or the jabby jab thing that happened. So just as a kind reminder to that, because we don't want issues there. But I believe it is kind of your goal, Dr. Greg, to get everyone to get jabby jabs, right? Isn't this because you have the ticker in the back? And I think I caught something where you had people calling in and it was like you want them to you're like keeping tabs on how many people you convinced to go do this, correct?
Yeah, that we celebrate people that get vaccinated in my TikTok community. So people that get vaccinated, they come, and then we put this marquee on behind me is the amount of vaccines that we've gotten. So we've gotten 1,157 vaccines since I started streaming, and so that's it's a big part. I think that vaccines are a preventative medicine, and it helps prevent diseases. So that's a big thing. Just this week I founded a 501c4 in order to do this, in order to push back on the 423 bills at the state level that are promoting like disease and creating better environments for viruses to spread. So yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely an advocate.
So I am 100% completely unvaxxed. Okay. So go ahead. Convince me.
Unvaxxed in the jabby jab, the 2020 jabby
jab. I don't take no flu shots. I don't
want
want
no
no needles.
Flu shots either, but
I don't want no needles.
But I mean,
Convince me.
I guess my to clarify, because when you were a baby, you probably were poked and prodded more than likely.
I had no choices on those things.
Right. So that's why I want to clarify you're not completely of no vaccines whatsoever,
It's
but
probably what's
the
wrong with my
ones that you
bowels.
can choose. Now, even getting a flu shot I don't find to be detrimental. I choose not to because I think I did it 1 year and it was like the worst thing I'd ever gone through in my life. And I'm like, I'll never do that again. But I think overall, I guess we're going into the realm of the jabby jab. We're going to go there.
Well, I didn't open it. You did.
I was okay with it because I know he had the ticker, and Flo was asking about his I think Flo Dusty was going into the realm of what are your intentions, right? Is there financial backing? Are you here sponsored to do this? Are you being pushed to say this X, Y, Z? So I wanted to dive into the actual crux of why you were here. And I think that is a big piece of it, unless I'm incorrect on that intention.
I mean, I'm here like as a science communicator. Like I don't think that like you know, that if you guys want to ask questions about vaccines, then we can totally talk about it. That's completely fine.
So I do have a question for you.
My buddy Pangburn did a huge debate. I just want to mention this, and Professor Dave wiped the floor with, I forgot who it was. A bunch of people showed up to fight him. Yeah, and so like it isn't at all ambiguous. I don't think that if people don't like the science, or they don't feel the social responsibility, it's like, well, we need to be able to have useful, productive conversations first. And so that's my point is we shouldn't force people that know the science of vaccines to spend all of their time defending like poke-each, stabby, a jab science, because the science is good, right? That's not what someone like Dr. Greg needs to do.
No, it's okay. I mean, it's okay. I mean, about 50 to 60% of my TikTok live is talking about this subject, so I totally understand. So it's okay.
But wait, I'm not saying we shouldn't ask. Is that
no?
You're
totally allowed to ask. It's totally okay.
I'm trying to understand what he said.
I'm not an immunologist. I'm not a physician. And I'm not a virologist. But to the best of my knowledge, I can answer questions for you.
Mm-hmm. So and then this is just what I'm saying is that if I already have to Andrew, if I already have a political belief Andrew, I have a political belief that my kids can go to school safely. So what do you say back to that?
Should have quit while you were ahead, Duck.
I say there's no guarantee. No, there's no guarantee of safety anywhere in life. And if someone promises you a guarantee of safety, it's bullshit. Like there's no guarantee for you to be safe anywhere.
So when the situation I'm talking about is a disease that literally made people shit themselves to death in the 19th century, you're saying I don't have a guarantee when I have a guarantee. That's your argument.
That's not.
You don't have a guarantee.
As a person, Andrew.
You don't have a guarantee of safety.
No, be a person and answer me. It's easy.
Did I just answer? What is the question?
So, I mean, we can create an analogy for this. I feel like, I play World of Warcraft. So, I will spend a lot of time raiding for the best in slot items, right? And it's is the Thunder Fury the best legendary sword in the world, better than the rusty short sword? It's yeah, that's the right decision every single time. Is it going to be the best sword forever in every scenario? Maybe not, but it absolutely is always the right decision in order to get vaccinated if you have that choice.
Well, it's not the right decision for people that get vaccine injured.
So you're not thinking about the right thing. So, the side effect isn't the vaccine side effect, it's the side effect of the disease. So viruses cause disease, and this is actually somewhat controversial now. People actually don't believe that viruses cause disease anymore. They believe in terrain theory. So it is kind of wild. Terrain theory is the idea that viruses themselves aren't what causing the disease. Viruses are basically kind of byproducts from the cell themselves, and people don't get sick from the virus, they get sick from terrain or environmental things.
Is this scientifically backed as well?
No, absolutely not. Terrain theory was debunked in the 1700s. So that's
it's a conspiracy theory.
Absolutely. Yeah. So literally Pasteur was the guy that debunked it, and we're going back to those stuff. But it's I think in general we spend way too much time focusing on vaccine side effects and not looking at the diseases. So measles, what's the side effect of measles? As opposed to what's the side effects of the MMR vaccine. And the side effects of measles is very clear. You can have immune amnesia, which knocks out your entire immune system, and you have basically all your antibodies that you've had and you've developed over your life are all wiped out. You can develop, things where you could, die of a brain bleed, years after you had measles. So it's very serious. The diseases are very bad.
So are you saying that there's no side effects that need to be worried about from the medical interventions?
As compared to the diseases?
No, as compared to, it was an absolute standalone question.
The vaccines are absolutely safer than any of the viral diseases. Absolutely. So it's always safer.
You sound really evasive.
Yeah, that's
Dusty's asking you like the easiest question here. Just, do you think there's risk? Not, is there risk compared to something else?
I mean, there's risk of like drinking too much water. You know, there's risk. There's lots of.
So you compare it to having too much water. Same risk profile of drinking water.
Is there side effect risks of like, you know, on a bottle of water? You know,
if
about
that's
it.
The case, why do manufacturers
Joshua's
have
being
legal immunity?
disingenuous. This guy's
Shut
a
up,
liar.
Doc. Why do manufacturers need legal immunity? It's the only industry.
That's not true. It's not true.
What's not?
Why did Congress give it to them then for free?
They don't. That
didn't happen.
No,
they're talking about 2020.
All right, dude.
No,
cool.
You're talking about 1987, the vaccine panel that was created.
No, I'm talking about right when COVID popped off.
They're talking about
Congress said, you guys can go have these nice government contracts with no accountability and don't give us the research.
Yeah, you can't sue Pfizer or any of them. You can't sue Pfizer or Moderna or any of them.
Yes, you can. So you can.
Part of like how when they rushed it out.
No, you can sue them for malpractice and all that kind of thing. Absolutely, you can't charge them with civil lawsuits. That's the difference. So if you know slapping,
so no civil liability.
Yeah. So if they're malicious, then they can absolutely.
We can't sue them. They could still be convicted, charged with.
Right, we can't sue them.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
We can't get our money back.
1987, they created these vaccine panels that made it easier in order to actually win lawsuits against these pharmaceutical companies. So this is actually how RFK actually makes a lot of money, is that he goes and goes to these people that think that they're vaccine injured, and then he refers them to anti-vax lawyers, and then those anti-vax lawyers sue the pharmaceutical companies, and RFK gets a handoff fee, and then also he gets a every time they get a payout from these pharmaceutical lawsuits, he gets paid from it as well. So because
that's how they make money. No shit.
Trial lawyers, yes, yeah, exactly. Obviously, they can sue them if they're getting paid out, right?
But do you guys not see? Did you guys not see how this is like you're?
Will somebody drop Duck? I'm done with him at this point.
You're suing someone because of your evolutionary history, right? This is the crazy part. Is like you're suing because there's dust in the air, basically. Like that is how insane these people and these lawsuits.
The lawsuit would be over a needle in the vein, not dust in the air.
What are you talking about? You might feel different if you got vaccine injured.
So you're saying that your vaccine injury is this event, and now you get
I don't have one.
millions of dollars.
I don't have one. I'm saying they do happen.
Needle in the vein.
I'm saying that they do happen, and that like homie just dismissed them all.
That doesn't make any sense.
Duck, if you shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, maybe it would make sense. You're grandstanding and
you've
spazzing.
got the peanut gallery in the background.
See, for instance, your mom probably should have taken less Tylenol. That would have been good for you if she didn't take some fucking Tylenol.
All right, spit it out, Dusty. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm looking at your stuff. What's MAVA? What is a MAVA Action Center? Who helps you with this stuff? Because you've got your scientific communicator who doesn't get compensated through your social media stuff, does this after work, but you've got also a whole political agenda here.
Yep.
I mean, there's a missing piece here. I do social media for a living. It's how I get paid. I know how much work this shit talks, and I don't even have the political activism that you got going on the side.
I love it. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yes. We've done 850 political actions with emails and phone calls. We are a politically engaged community that is trying to make an action into the world. You're absolutely right.
Maybe it's USAID.
I don't know what it is. That's why I'm asking.
I love that you think. Thank you. I appreciate you thinking that I have a team. So MAVA is Make America Vaccinated Again. It's the 501c4 that I founded, and we have about 6 volunteers right now, and it's going to be awesome. I'm excited.
And all of you are just working through altruism and a passion for a healthy population.
There's people out there that are trying to make a better world and trying to solve problems. There really are. Yeah.
Do you think that you should be able to opt out of jab requirements to go to school, for instance?
I mean, I think that we should have a social friction somewhere, in our society. I don't know if, the vaccine requirement at schools is the best. I like, personally, if I was going to choose, I like the model that Australia does, where they actually like pay people with a tax incentive. So you get a $8,000 tax credit every year that you're vaccinated. So I like the monetary bonus, and I would want to do that.
Damn.
Is that a bonus or the removal of a penalty?
Well, you get your tax credrit. Do
you think that people should be allowed to opt out of vaccines for religious reasons?
You're bribing them.
I mean, you can either have positive or negative, in politics, right? So it's like you can either be like you can fine people, which is how Europe does it, or you can monetarily incentivize people. So, I like the incentivizing people personally.
But would you support people?
What is the answer?
Hold on. Hold on. Let Dusty and Greg go, please.
Would you support people having the option to opt out of jab requirements for religious or philosophical reasons?
No.
Thank you.
Are you pro-choice?
Yes.
How do you square that circle?
Because the communicable disease isn't like spread the same way as semen and
So
sex.
it's just your preference.
No, communicable disease kills people that you are spreading, and you're choosing for that entire room that you go into, and you're spreading that disease in the same way that I don't like people spitting on my face. I don't like people spreading disease to me.
But I can choose. I can choose to get the thing myself, and then that will protect me from other people who don't have the thing.
Have the co-postulates been met for virus replication?
Yes.
So
if vaccines work, why do I have to get it?
When did this happen?
Hold on. Let's go one at a time.
This is the germ theory conspiracy, by the way. So he doesn't think that viruses are actually been isolated. So it's okay. It happens. It's okay.
I think they haven't been replicated in the way that the co-postulates require.
They absolutely have.
In order for you to say the things that you're saying.
They absolutely have, and it's been the tobacco mosaic. No, the tobacco's mosaic virus was the first one. It was 150 years ago.
So I have to ask this question. So when it comes to the vaccine, you want everybody to be vaxxed. For those who have been vaxxed,
if we could all say the word as many times as possible, that'd be fantastic.
Right. I prefaced everything by saying jabby jab. The only person who is legally allowed to say vaccine and get away with it, it would be Dr. Greg at this point, because he gave his credentials at the beginning of this show. Everyone else, you are subjected to the word jabby jab of any sort. Please don't say the word. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. So the jabby jab, those who get the jabby jab don't have to worry because they're not going to get the disease. But those who don't get the jabby jab, they do have to worry, but it's a choice that they make. So those who get the jabby jab, they don't have to worry about us transmitting the disease. There you go. Problem solved.
It's not 100%. Basically, like like for example, this is actually the use case in measles in Canada right now. So if you look at the epidemiological study from Ontario, you're looking at like 97% unvaccinated people, 3% vaccinated. So again, like you are creating this scenario where you're deciding for everyone in the room that you're going to expose them to a communicable disease that you could prevent. And I think that's unethical. And two, you're actually creating a scenario where the virus can actually spread and mutate and actually like mutate outside of the vaccine. So it actually makes it like basically inoperable for everyone.
So now I have to ask the follow-up. The follow-up, hold on. Okay. The follow-up is, so now you're saying you want me to get a jabby jab for something that's not guaranteed.
It's always the best decision.
Oh,
well, Clay, nothing's guaranteed. There's no guarantees to anything.
Always. That's not how that works. That's not how it works.
Everybody shut up. Clay,
Your own
go
grandmother.
ahead. Clay, Duck, shut up.
By whose standard? Because when you say the word best, you know what that is, right? That's your opinion over mine.
No, that's absolutely not correct. It's not, and it's actually not even my opinion. It's all the studies and the efficacy responses to everything. Yeah, absolutely.
I took life management skills, sir. I know what advertising is.
Okay. That's
better, best, good,
that's not how
bad,
it works.
worse,
okay,
worse.
That's not how it works.
Well, yes, this is exactly how life management skills work.
Maybe
understand what propaganda is, children.
No, this is science. This is science.
Read a fucking scientific article.
Understand what propaganda is.
No,
I
it's
don't
propaganda.
feel about the breaking of the Nuremberg.
I did want.
Go ahead. Is that cool by you?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
said, how did you feel about the breaking of the Nuremberg codes? Was that cool? That was a good time?
I don't know what you're referring to. I don't understand. How so? How does it relate to this?
Where they said that they cannot put experimental medications into the public without their explicit consent. That was something that was done from World War II. You know, when they were doing all the experiments on the small hats, that was actually something we did in this country, and we employed the Nuremberg codes. But
Tuskegee.
That was cool when they did that.
I mean, George Washington immunized his troops.
Was George Washington before or after World War II? I forget.
I mean, the foundation to this country is immunization, and the reason why we were able to defeat the British. So I would definitely think that it's okay.
What's that got to do with the Nuremberg codes? That state
Because
that
it's foundational. It's foundational to who we are.
Medical experimentation.
It's not experimental. It's not experimental.
Individual freedom is foundational to who we are. That was, I think, was the
no. See, that's the thing is that it's
one nation under forma, indivisible.
No.
I did have a
ahead,
jab-related question.
Again, I just want to let you guys know all of the testing that is done. Like Denmark, for example, is the biggest case study of this. We're talking 25 years, 1.2 million kids, and no adverse side effects found with any vaccine scheduling, because there are independent nations that are using these vaccines. So this is outside of the FDA,
what is the death
outside
rate
of the
for healthy
pharmaceutical
people,
companies that are just independently, Denmark independently themselves and their scientists are deciding that it's safe.
What is the death rate of the coup for people that were healthy children? I think there was 0 healthy children that died from it, right?
From the flu?
No, the coup
You
thing.
can't say it. You're gonna have to fill it in.
I think it's like less than 100, maybe. I
think it was none. It may have been one.
No, it's not true.
It's not true.
There's going to be some, because there'd be children with compromised.
Well, it's more true than where you said there was no side effects from the vaccines. That there was 0 side effects.
The word.
Yeah, I did want to know something. Your thoughts on the jab, specifically about vaccines that don't actually immunize, such as the coof shot or the flu shot.
Yeah.
What do you feel about those being made mandatory?
Yeah, so these are basically, it has to do with the incubation period of the virus. So like the flu and SARS-CoV-2 have really slow, really quick basically really quickly, their numbers expand really quickly.
They colonize quickly.
Something like the measles or something like that. It takes like 10 days to incubate. So it gives your body a better chance to mount this defense, make the antibodies, that kind of stuff.
That wasn't the question, though.
I'm explaining to you how it works. It doesn't have anything to do with the technology of the vaccine. It has to do with the virus itself. So what happens is that it's something with a short incubation time, you are mitigating the dangers of the virus or the of the flu or SARS-CoV-2. So you're not immunizing, but you are lowering the death rate. You are lowering the incidence of long COVID. Especially with the death rate with kids, especially, it's really high. So even the CDC right now is actually recommending the flu vaccine for every kid that's 6 months and above.
That wasn't the question. And doesn't get to the point I was trying to make, is that getting this vaccine doesn't protect anybody because it does not immunize. Why would we mandate it?
It protects you.
No, it does not. It protects me. It does not protect anyone else.
No,
it will not stop me from infecting anybody nearby me with the coof.
It lowers the amount that you can give to someone else, because it lowers your viral load, so it decreases the amount that you can spread.
Then why was the highest vaccinated city in the country also the one with the most cases?
All right, hey, I'm getting out of here. This is a TOS bomb, and this guy's obviously a shill. But I loved you.
You can run, bro. You can run.
Everclear is great.
You're afraid.
I grew up on Everclear, and it's a great band. Thank you for that. But
you're afraid.
No,
you're running.
Absolutely a shill, and you're
running.
You're a piece of
shit.
You're running.
You're scared.
I'm just not going to let you bomb my channel so that you can promote what your daddy wants you to promote.
See ya.
Bye, bitch. But you look pretty with your little blonde hair.
Yeah, that's what your mom said last night too.
Blonde hair, you look power.
Oh shit!
Annihilated, dude.
Dusty,
See ya.
Dusty, I think I found a new
See
friend
ya.
for you.
Bye, Dusty. Bye,
Oh,
buddy.
this guy's a piece of shit.
Oh, you're so mad right now, bro. You're so
I can
Play,
stay here
Dusty.
longer.
Hold on,
Here's what I'm gonna
Dusty.
do. Here's what I'm
You're
gonna do.
so
I'm gonna
mad. You're so
disconnect
mad.
the sound. I'm gonna disconnect the sound
so
from my
mad.
side, and I'll
You're
stay here,
so
and
mad
I'll
right
tell
now.
you what a piece
Plain.
of shit you are.
No,
how you're
yes, you
obviously
will.
lying. You're
so
obviously
mad.
you're
so mad.
obviously a
Stay mad.
puppet.
Stay
You've
mad.
got a hand up
Stay
your
mad,
ass,
dude.
This
Stay
one.
mad.
Stay mad.
Yeah. See ya.
Oh, we're gonna let you.
We're gonna do one-on-one.
Okay.
All right,
go
I'm
ahead.
unmuted now. Go ahead. Tell me again how you're not a shill.
Dude, I don't. I'm not paid. I'm not paid by it. That's why.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so what is name a vaccine that has not been beneficial? Have we had any mistakes in the technology at all?
Yeah, the Johnson & Johnson DNA technology, SARS-CoV-2 one got pulled. That one did have deaths associated with it. Yeah, there was about like 10 deaths associated with it.
So don't you think that it would be reasonable then for people to have some suspicion about these treatments?
Yeah, but that's not the one that we're using right now. That's the DNA technology one, and we're using mRNA.
But we have made mistakes in the past with these things that were passed by the FDA that science said was safe, and then it turned out to be bad.
Yeah, and then the VAERS system worked as intended, and it absolutely
except for the people who had adverse effects from it.
All 10 people, yeah.
That's more than the number of healthy kids who died from the coof, though.
But 1.2 million people died from SARS-CoV-2 and COVID. So I mean, we're talking a huge amount of people.
The death rate declined during the years of the lockdowns. The deaths from flu, the flu rate went to 0. We solved flu those few years.
Because of the masking and because of the social distancing, it did eradicate one of the strains of the flu, but you still had 3, and so it's not like. Yeah.
You don't think that maybe we were reclassifying the flu as something else?
We can sequence the flu, and we know that it wasn't. It's the same thing.
So you're saying masks completely eradicated the flu for a year?
No. It's not completely. It's a patchwork system where it's like one thing is it's a patchwork. So nothing's 100%.
Why do you think that? Why are you so passionate about people getting this product instead of, say, passionate about masks? Why aren't you advocating for masks to be mandatory?
So I'm not pro-vaccine as much as I'm anti-virus. So I'm anti-disease, and those are just
right.
Vaccines
it seems like
masks
were better. It seems like mask wearing was more effective than jabbing.
No. I mean, people that were vaccinated are 10 times less likely to die during the pandemic. So it's.
But it wasn't vaccine. People get new flu shots every year. They don't work. People who get them say they get sick immediately, whereas people who don't take them don't seem to have those side effects.
No, they don't.
And every year you have to get a new one. Whereas if we just wore masks everywhere, it seems like that solved the problem effectively once. Why wouldn't it solve it again? Why aren't you passionately pro-mask?
So again, the flu vaccine doesn't make you sick from the flu. What happens is that it exposes
people who get it say otherwise.
Okay, so they're misinformed, and I'm telling you what actually happens is that your body gets exposed to a little part of, it's called the antigen, and that is the little part of the virus that your body trains on. So it's like,
I get that. I understand.
It's like it's like exposing like training for a fight, and you're getting sweaty working with a dummy or something, punching.
So they got their ass
or
kicked.
something.
If you get beat up, you're not training for a fight. You're just getting beat up.
No, but they're not infected with the flu. That's what my point is. They're not actually infected with the flu. They're getting
whatever they're
having side effects. No, their body is reacting as if there was an infection, and they're getting a fever.
How is that different than getting an infection? That sounds like an infection to me.
Because they don't
sounds
have
like you're getting sick.
No, because they don't have a communicable disease. They don't have like a virus within them.
They're just experiencing the sickness.
Correct.
They experience getting sick, but they're not.
The virus isn't present. The virus isn't present.
But
that's the difference.
Their experience of this is they get sick.
They can feel that way. Flu-like symptoms. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. It sounds like they're not gaining anything.
They're gaining the ability not to potentially die from something in the future.
No, they're not. They still have to. If you have to go every year, you're not gaining that at all. You get sick in the present. Allegedly, you're protected in the intermediate, and then next year you've got to get a new one that will make you sick again next year. Sounds like a bad deal.
No, they are creating in a way that they can be protected from.
You should go back to singing forever, Clear, because you suck at trying to defend the indefensible. Anyways, thank you for the time. Thank you, Sarah. I'm taking off.
Why are you so mad, dude? Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad. I'm just done with this.
So mad. Why are you? It's okay. You can run. It's okay.
You're mad because your product looks stupid.
I'm so mad. Thank you. People are buying it, man.
Oh, Dusty. I didn't think he would be the one that got the most aggravated on here.
I kind of saw that one coming. Dr. Greg is a particular type of disposition on disgusting things. He gets real sciencey. That's great. Then you say, I don't know that everybody should be forced into something. And all of a sudden he's got his, we're doing name calling.
Oh, yeah.
I think Dusty's right. I'm not even mad about it. It's kind of interesting. I'll be honest.
So I think that I don't like cry bullies, and I think that people shouldn't be coddled. So if you,
so why are you going to being so I'll ask you this very pointed question. And at times you're getting into deep details like about dream tracks, all that stuff. But then you acted like you were in 7th grade trying to prove who has a bigger dick with Dusty. And there's this huge disconnect. Because people who are sane and rational typically stay sane and rational, and people who are not typically go mask off at some point. So it creates the impression, we'll just say false, we'll be polite here. Like it creates the false impression that you're evasive on specific questions. And the questions that you're being evasive to point in
Why
the
don't you
direction
cut the woke right bullshit, Joshua?
Hold on, Doc. Let him
Greg's been
finish.
friendly about
Let him
everything.
finish. Let him
That's
finish.
all this is.
These are just some
It's
questions
giving your
coming
ears-
up.
Doc,
I'd love to
Doc,
hear your
this is why you get booted.
What are you, his lawyer?
Joshua, go ahead. Finish your thought.
I think I laid it out. I think that's what's going on. Let's hear it, Greg.
No. I mean, good faith questions. I will be here for hours asking your guys' questions. Like, I'm totally down to explain the science and stuff like that. But if people are not acting in good faith to me, I don't feel like I should have to act in good faith to them. I'm not here to get.
So if someone asks you a direct question, right? Someone asks you a direct question, like for example, are there side effects?
Yeah, of course.
And you start pivoting. It seems like you're not answering the question directly. That doesn't seem like good faith to me, anyway.
Well,
do you find direct questions upsetting, or?
No, but I just think that the question is poor. So that's why I'm trying to tell you that like you're focusing on vaccine side effects, and we should be focusing on disease side effects.
Well, because that's what you want us to focus on. Like you haven't talked about adjuvants, which cause lots of side effects. You keep pretending like it's just. It is. You want me to post it just like you didn't know about the Nuremberg codes, even though that's a medical thing? And I posted.
You're going to post the Ford study right now, and you don't realize.
You're gonna... CDC
adjuvants cause lots of side effects.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Balderson.
It's not the disease, it's the adjuvant.
No. That's
why
not
did
true.
the CDC get to exempt themselves from it, and everybody else got forced into it? That seems strange that the body regulating this, looking at the science, and then they come out and they say, "Well, we thought if we told people that it might not help, that they might not get the jabby jab, but we saw the statistics and we don't want to take it." Like that seems like really messed up to folks that think that maybe.
What a disrespectful fucking question.
No, it's not. It's
How is it
just a
disrespectful?
question, Doug.
Dude,
Come
there
on.
is a lot of
so
people.
disingenuous.
Doc, put a tampon in it, dude.
Yeah, Doc, Doc, get away from the adult table. Go back to the kid table. Hush, okay? Listen, if you want to throw in random one-liners, save them and don't. We can't get through the questions if you keep interrupting. Okay.
There are lots of people that are very litigious about vaccines because they don't have the science to prove it. So
Not the answer to my question.
Okay, so can you phrase it? What kind of? I mean,
I'll make this very, very, very clear.
Uh-huh.
Why would anyone trust the CDC's recommendation when the CDC exempted themselves from it?
Okay, so then they don't even think about the CDC. Go to another.
The CDC is the one that says that everybody has to do it. This is the guidance everyone was following.
The FDA trials are used, and an independent lab are testing them, and it's not even the pharmaceutical companies that are doing the testing. So They're just
well,
not.
so but like so that's a strange answer to the question. Why should I trust somebody who's saying you have to put this in you, but I'm not putting it in me? You
So
come
then
over to
don't-
my house. I say I have this great pizza. My goodness, and you see a bottle of something, and you go, oh, I don't know. I go, eat this. Oh, I'm not going to have any, but you should eat all of this. Like that's
So then don't trust the CDC. Trust Denmark. Why don't you look at the Denmark studies and like what they're doing?
you're not answering the question. That's fine. You're not answering the question.
Why not trust Denmark and all the other dozens of countries that have done their own studies?
So I have
Why
a really
is-
great.
Who's running
Joshua.
a calculator right now?
What the heck?
Or a typewriter? What is going on?
Oh, that was Jack. I see him pointing. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I have an analogy for you, Doctor. So essentially, there's a lion outside of the tent, and you've given me a box full of fleas, and you've told me to drop all the fleas on the ground, and that will make the lion go away. Yes, the lion is still outside of my tent. It's scary, but dropping a bunch of fleas on the ground is not a good solution.
So do you think that viruses are real?
The lion is real.
Okay, so that they cause disease?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, that's a big point of contention here. If you don't think that they cause disease, then why should we take vaccines? I mean, that's why people are like anti-germ theory now, because they don't believe that viruses are real, because now it's really convenient for them, because if viruses aren't real, then we only focus on the side effects of the vaccines.
Fair enough. But I don't go outside and play with the lion. That's also an option. So I don't go around touching on people, grabbing people, rubbing up against them when there's these weird things going on. It's just
But you're not the
something
one
I
that
don't
makes
do.
that decision. It's other people making that
No, I
decision
do.
for you.
No, I do. I literally do make that decision for myself.
How do you? Okay, how do you make
To
sure
not
that
go
you are
rub up on
completely free of
people?
communicable disease?
I don't go rub
You
up on
don't
people.
you don't go into public. You don't go into any public spaces.
I don't go rub up on people.
Come
Sure,
on,
I go
man.
into public
Stop.
spaces.
So so measles. Okay, this is a good example. So measles, you can become measles positive by being in the same room as someone 2 hours after they left. It's not like
Okay.
rubbing
So
up
cool.
against them. It's like these are communicable diseases.
Yeah, but here's the difference between measles
We all
or
seen
these
Bill
other.
Gates
Like,
TED
I
Talk.
understand there are certain diseases. Cowpox, I think, is one of those that got eradicated. Like, there are certain ones where I look at it and I say, "Wow, this is so detrimental to humans. We should eradicate these things." But there's a
all
line in the
remember-
sand. There's a line in the sand. Okay. And what
Don't
the
we
line in the
remember-
sand for me is those things that aren't going to kill me. I'm a very strong, healthy young person. Okay, I don't have to worry about this. I really don't.
Yeah,
And
you're,
you're
wrong.
telling
I
me
mean,
that-
no, healthy people die of viruses all the time.
Okay, but
don't we
I'm
remember
people.
I survived.
Bill
Here I
Gates
am.
TED Talk?
But yeah,
Do
but
we
that
all
doesn't mean
remember
I've never
Bill
seen a
Gates
dead
TED
person. Do people die? Like, you can't just like it's an N of one. Just because you have lived this life doesn't mean that other people haven't died.
Here's another point to consider.
can vaccines
Right? So if I
help me?
die, right?
Hold on, Rocky.
I'm
Jabby,
okay.
jabby.
Hold on, Rocky.
Hold on.
Rocky.
If I
You
die,
always-
I'm okay with dying. If
Okay.
I die from a disease or if I die because the lion chewed me, I'm okay with dying. It's my time. I'm going to turn the tides back on you. What I believe is best for you is for you to bow down to Jesus and admit that he is Lord. This is what I believe is best for you. And in fact, my data is much more powerful than your data. Your data is about 50 years old.
Okay.
I would like to know.
I want to.
There's-
Well,
we
hold
have-
on. I
there's
want to. I want to
sequences,
hand it
we
over
have-
to.
okay.
Oh, sorry.
I don't
go
know.
ahead,
I don't know how
Greg.
to.
I didn't know.
I mean, we have so much evidence that the maladies and the problems that happen with viruses and diseases, man. Like 50% of kids used to die before the age of 2. You know, up to like 150 years ago. So they died because of the diseases from diseases from viruses and antibiotics. So antibiotics and vaccines created a child mortality rate of 50% down to 0.4. So it's like we know we have lived in this world before, and we are saved from it. The fact that you are here saying that I don't have polio and I don't have been exposed to this stuff is a testament to the vaccines, how good they are.
Why did Bill Gates say
So
that?
those
the
diseases are
could save us from
Rocky.
overpopulation.
Those
never said
diseases.
Why did Bill Gates
He never
say that
said
the
that.
jabby
You're just
never
gonna
said that.
ramble, Rocky.
save us
Stop.
from
Yeah, stop the
overpopulation?
rambling. Mr. Felix, to you, please. Thanks for hopping on. I knew you. I saw you in
Doctor.
chat. I knew it was killing you. Go ahead.
Doctor.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah.
So you did say vaccines should be mandatory. Did I hear that correctly?
I think that there should be like somewhere in the society that they are like some friction, but I don't think that we should like pin people down and vaccinate them. I think that they should be incentivized.
We should.
Okay,
bully
so ultimately, I will have the freedom to say no, right?
I mean, you would not get like a tax credit or something like that. You'd be denied like, thousands of dollars a year, but maybe, yeah.
But you don't believe in force against somebody for not taking a jab.
I'm not an authoritarian, so again, like I don't want to strap someone down.
So you're saying basically penalize them financially, make their life tougher, give them restrictions you wouldn't give other people who went along with your belief system, right?
You're making the entire society tougher and harder and worse quality of life for other people. So, and you're making that decision for everyone else that you deal with.
Not in
I guess what he's saying, if I could maybe translate a little easier. So if I was in the poverty line financially and I didn't have a whole lot of money and there's a lot of things going on, and suddenly they come out with this tax incentivization where obviously, but you mentioned like there was an $8,000 credit or something that you would get for every year that you're vaccinated.
That's what they do in Australia.
So something along those lines, and I am a poor broke bitch with 5 starving children, I might be incentivized and I might feel coerced because I have no other option, because that's money to me in my pocket for something as easy as getting a shot, right? Whereas I may not know that those shots are going to do X, Y, or Z, and there could be consequences, but I'm just seeing the incentivization because I'm a poor broke bitch, right?
I mean, that's what happens with like right now with public education. People like basically can't afford to homeschool. They can't afford private school, so they choose public school and they have to do it.
You have to get an ID.
So you don't believe in force, but you believe in coercion and like trying to get them in another way.
Traffic laws. I believe in banning secondhand smoking. I believe in seatbelt laws. I mean, at some point, yeah.
Oh. Okay,
you don't believe in seatbelt laws? You don't believe in secondhand smoke bans?
Of course I don't believe in seatbelt laws, because you're punishing somebody for something they didn't do.
Okay.
Yes. So who's the victim? Who's the victim of a seatbelt law?
He did say he wasn't authoritarian. None of his beliefs match that, but he said
because I have to pay for your kids, and that's why. Because
you don't?
Better, yes. Because
why do you have to pay for my kids?
If you die in a car accident that's a preventable death, then the society has to bear that burden.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes, we do.
Not lawfully. Here, hold on. Just let me say this. Anything you want mandated by the government, what you're saying is that if somebody resists that mandate, the government is allowed to take their life. Just remember that. That's what I want to get across. Anything you say should be illegal. What you're saying is, if that person resists it, the government has the right to take their life. So if you're saying seatbelt law, it should be mandatory, and I decide to resist that law, you're saying a cop now can take my life for resisting that law.
I'm not saying
that's the stone cold reality. When you say something should be illegal, like your seatbelt law, if I decide to resist that law, a cop will take my life for resisting that law. That's what you're telling Americans.
No.
So what should be legal and what should be illegal, that is a very serious thing. So when everybody's all willy-nilly about legal and illegal, there's 17 or 20 walking laws in America, and it becomes that way because people don't really realize what mandates do. You're putting people's life on the line over seatbelts, stop signs, the most marijuana, the most minuscule petty things. What you're saying when you say they should be illegal or mandated is that the government can take your life if you resist those things. And that's really the bottom line and how serious that is. Whether it's vaccines or seatbelts or whatever else, where there's no intentional victim. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Yeah, it's just not true.
Yeah, well, it is absolutely true.
Okay. I mean,
so I can resist seatbelt laws then, right? I can resist a seatbelt law.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can pay the fine. I don't know.
No. I mean, resist right there on the spot. Okay. I can resist right there on the spot, right?
John.
You're a sovereign citizen, dude. You're a sovereign citizen.
John, what happens if you don't wear your seatbelt?
That's defamation. How am I a sovereign citizen? I'm not a cop. I'm not a judge.
John, what happens if you don't wear your seatbelt?
Nothing. What happens to who?
What he's
What happens to you if you don't wear your seatbelt?
I could be in more danger, and I'm a free person, so that's my choice, right?
No. What happens to you if you don't wear a seatbelt with a cop?
They impede your freedom. They impede your freedom, and if you resist it, they will take your life. They will take your life if you resist. Yes.
They're going to shoot you because you refuse to put on a seatbelt.
Yeah. If you don't sign,
if you resist, you understand? Resist. In other words, I'm not taking your seatbelt ticket. I'm not staying here for you to impede my freedom. I'm resisting the impediment of freedom.
You're not resisting.
They will chase you down. They will chase you. Why would I be under arrest?
Because you're trying to flee the police.
Flee what?
Pull you over.
The original part.
And why is my freedom being impeded?
Because they have reasonable suspicion that you're breaking a law.
So because I didn't put on the seatbelt, because of your opinion, I should wear a seatbelt. That's not freedom, guys.
That's not at all. That's not at all how that works.
You realize seatbelt laws are something that just started, right? Like in helmet laws. How are helmet laws unconstitutional?
What does that have to do with
But
anything?
seatbelt laws
That is
are.
completely immaterial.
What is?
Everything you just said is completely material. Who cares if that just started?
Because
it's not about safety, guys. It's not about safety.
That's what happens to us if
Do you
we
want
won't
to test?
the
Do you want to
jab
test car
together.
crashes?
Same
One
thing.
without a seatbelt and not wear a seatbelt.
I'm not saying you're not safer if you don't wear a seatbelt. What I'm saying is the government didn't make it illegal because of safety. Well, you're not getting it. The government didn't make seatbelt laws because they're worried about your safety. If you think the government's worried about your safety, you might as well go back to the 4th grade.
Why do they do it?
They do it for control and cash. What do you mean? Why do they do it?
Controlling
cash.
How are they
Only
controlling
things worth doing anything for.
Because government.
They get more control over you, and then they steal your money. What do you mean? What part of that didn't you get?
What money do they get if you wear your seatbelt?
It's all about power, man.
It's if you don't wear your seatbelt.
Oh,
hello.
So are they controlling you when they tell you you're not allowed to kill people?
Oh man,
is that control and safety?
No, because there's a victim. No, there's a victim there.
Okay, so
if
you're not wearing a
indulge him on that
seatbelt,
argument.
okay?
If I'm not wearing my seatbelt,
yep. And for some reason you have to jerk the car really hard, like I don't know, there's a deer around, and it throws you out of your windshield, and you slam into someone else. Are you hurting them by chance?
That's called an accident.
And actually, to clarify,
Preventable.
I think because the only reason seatbelt laws went through state to state is it started with a federal agenda, and basically they offered the power of the purse and said, "Hey, if you implement these seatbelt laws, we will give you X amount of dollars for either like road building, bridge building, interstates, so on and so forth." So most people weren't really for it, but when people came in and said, "Well, we'll offer you some money if you do this," then they were like, "Oh, well,
We
I
do
guess
like
we
money.
will."
It's never about
the
safety.
federal government
You know
shouldn't
what else?
sponsor
You know what else the
anything
government
that's
likes?
like not like
A population that's
rigidly
capable of working.
established.
I can't understand that. Two people were talking there.
Yeah,
no, the
Darko,
federal
can you say
government
again?
only pushes stuff that's like very obviously proven. Sorry.
The government.
First of all, does anyone in here trust the government? Who trusts the government in here?
Hold on,
Dr.
to what
Greg.
extent? To what
I
extent?
don't. I trust science. It's completely different.
Bullshit.
Hold on, to what extent?
Okay. All
You're
right.
saying completely trust them without any
true.
like
Do
consideration at
I
all?
trust the CDC right now? Do I trust the FDA right now? No.
You trust
no,
government.
absolutely not. No.
Right, no.
I don't trust the
To what
CDC. I don't
extent,
trust the
John?
FDA. I
Stop.
don't trust
Everybody
ASIP
stop.
right now.
Everybody stop. I know Dr. Greg is new here, but all of you are regulars, and you know my fucking one rule. It's stop fucking interrupting each other. Let someone finish what the hell they're saying first. And if you're in the chat, fucking make the dono goal, because you're starting to piss me off, and I'm about to have a freaking spurg session on all your asses. Thank you. Dr. Greg, back to you, please.
I'm sorry. I was just realizing I need to talk to my chat like that. That's amazing. Look at your superpowers. It's incredible, man. What is
You're having a
going on?
blast
I
here.
am the raging tomato. I don't rage a lot, but when I do, I only do when my chat pisses me off. They want to think that they're all amazing and they take their W's all the time, but today they're taking nothing but fucking L's. So y'all can take your fucking L's with a freaking timeout. I'm gonna put it in slow mode. You're not gonna be able to say anything for 10 fucking minutes. Figure it the fuck out. But yes.
So the reason I popped back on was to ask Dr. Greg a question quick.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, Alexander.
I wanted to give you a chance to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes vaccines can cause injuries, correct?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. So you're willing to say that. That's fine.
Yeah,
The problem
sometimes,
is when people are trying to get you to say it to prove the point that to prove some sort of point that vaccines are somehow more dangerous than the actual disease.
Exactly. Yeah. I think it's the wrong question.
Right. But you do realize that when you fail to answer directly like that, it does make you seem a little more like you're trying to hide something, right?
Okay. Fair enough. I will answer directly.
No, I'm not trying to like attack you or anything. I'm just it was asked a couple of times and they started using it against you. So I just thought I'd make the point that you are willing to make that concession because it's true. Anything can cause injuries. So
It's on the order of like 1 in a million. It's super rare. So we're talking in like the rate of getting struck by lightning and stuff, like we're or getting shark bit, that kind of thing. I mean, there is like an increase of myocarditis like with the vaccine and of SARS-CoV-2. So the rate of myocarditis is actually 580% higher with SARS-CoV-2 than the vaccine itself, but only people talk about the side effect of the vaccine, for example.
Okay, so real quick, not to like derail this into like some like real science, but why do you think 20 base pairs is enough to guarantee the like no off side effects? Sorry if you already like went over this.
Oh yeah.
But
This is a CRISPR question. That's a really good
yes,
point.
yeah. I've also worked with CRISPR. I fellow DNA fan.
Oh, sick. Nice, dude. I mean, it's the lock and key of the PAM site as well, right? And I don't think, I mean, you can have off-target effects, based off of like where the location of the SNP is, the single nucleotide change. So the closer you are to that PAM site, the more effective that mutation is at bouncing off the guide RNA, basically. But basically, it's the sequencing afterwards that's the key. That's what actually confirms the off-target effects aren't happening.
Right, but like that sequencing afterwards, like if they start to detect that things are going awry because of off-target effects, like what do you do after that? It's like, oh, like we've already like delivered this to all your somatic cells, and oops.
Yeah, so they test this. They test this with like in vitro assays. So they'll have like a library, it's called, of mutations that you can check and make sure and see if you can actually have those off-target effects.
Yeah, but like with the truly like complex, like hundreds of biochemical reactions going on in a human body, like making a permanent change to, an enzyme you didn't mean to target is, like something we, have the capacity to detect, but,
It is possible, but like with basically that was a big change that David R. Liu did between like the native CRISPR-Cas9 and prime editing. So the several iterations and improvements of off target. So they reducing the off target effects.
For sure. Yeah. Or I guess so. Like, what thresholds would you say, or what is the current safety threshold for like off target effects? Like, like what is the risk of that? Like broadly, obviously. It kind of depends on like your guide RNA.
Yeah, I mean, they all the testing that I saw and the mouse models and the sequencing for the patients that they're using is zero off targets. So it's pretty incredible.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all right. Yeah. I'll have to read that.
Yeah,
I
David
know,
Arlou, man, it's amazing. He has incredible work.
For sure. All right.
Is
Sorry to go full
having,
autism.
I feel like everyone is having connectivity issues tonight. That's popping on. Like so many people are getting kicked back and forth in the on the StreamYard. I just want to make sure it's not a me problem.
When it happened to me, I clicked a link and went off the page.
Then you're the dumbass on that one, so you can take that L on your own.
Yeah, for sure.
I just want to make sure nothing's happening on my end.
I see what you're saying. People keep rotating in and out.
Yeah, it's just like it just keeps falling back and back and back, but it's okay as long as everybody's good.
Oh, I guess also. So, what kinds of things do you think we should be allowed to edit? Sorry if you already covered this. I caught the first chunk of stuff. Sorry, I 2x'd on my way home, but
yeah.
Jack, do you have if you may, Jack, do you have a fan on in the background or something?
Yes.
Turn that off. Thank you.
It's off now. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Basically, the couple dozen human trials right now are just targeting like single base pair mutations that they can change easily and readily and like confirm. So we're not doing any type of like huge, they're specifically choosing stuff that they can target with a couple of different edits at a time.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is like, what are the outer bounds that you think? Like if I want to, if I'm a carrier for blue eyes and my partner is a carrier for blue eyes, and I really want a baby with blue eyes because my grandma had them, and that's important to me or whatever. Like, do you think I should be able to like select for that with IVF or genetic screening?
Like morally, I'm not personally okay with that. I think that's a little weird. Like in the future, like that might be able to be like an option, but like I don't know. I just wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't do it personally. I like the fact that there is some like randomness with my kids, and we can't design them to be perfect, which is weird.
Yeah, I super agree with you on that. But you wouldn't personally do it, but do you think it should be legislated against? Like, do you feel strongly enough against it that you think we need to make a rule about it?
I wouldn't know the off target, like what that would imply. Like I would think that we should just do legalize maladies at first, like diseases, curing diseases, and I wouldn't the FDA approve any of the positive eugenics stuff like yet.
Okay. Or like presuming that we perfected the practice. Like, do you think parents should be able to pick their kid's eye color if they carry the gene for that, and it is a random chance, but they want to pick, and it's not like mandated that you have to pick. You can just go with the raw dog nature randomness.
I mean, I wouldn't allow it yet. I wouldn't allow it yet. I mean, there could be like some scenario, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it would have to be like something that I think that you basically find this democratically out, right? You elect politicians that will fund and panel the FDA into people that are going to approve or disapprove this type of stuff. So
what if it's discovered that green eye, and I use green eyes because I have green eyes and we're special, okay? But what if like people with green eyes are more genetically perfect as we are, and anybody else with any different color eyes, like it has increase of all of these other things or issues or whatever, would you then be like pre-baby making, change the eye color kind of stuff?
I wouldn't be okay with it now. Again, like it would just be the diseases that we already know, that we already can confirm, like with single point mutations, and then let's just see where this goes. And I mean, we're already like we haven't even seen these medicines yet, and I think that we should like probably see those first.
Fair enough. Rocky,
I have a question. Can I?
Oh yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Well, my question is,
this is just from Jack's conversation that Jack was having with Dr. Greg real quick. So I'm curious because, like, with CRISPR and stuff,
You hear say Rocky Ducky Dumb.
with the distribution of technology and whatever else was going on there. So I'm curious with like the Human Genome Project back in the 1990s or whenever it was. Are there still concerns in modern medicine that just the access to sequencing technology and how we might do things like personalized or precision medicine is going to be democratic or something, into the future or whatever, whatever that is, That, I don't know what I'm just asking if you take a picture of a genome or something, and it's basically like that. Yeah.
So the thing is like there's no such thing as like the perfect genome or the perfect diet or the perfect environment. Like these are all just variables that come together to form like whatever the fuck each of us are. And yeah, you can create something with the perfect genetics and put it in a terrible environment and like not take care of it and like mandate that that's true, but that's not going to.
Is that what happened to you,
society.
Jack?
Well, no, kind of the opposite of that actually. Both my parents are like druggy deadbeats, and I'm autistic, so.
Fair enough.
Okay, would you consider Bill Gates an expert on the jabs?
I mean, he studied it as a layman.
What did Bill Gates mean by? Well, he's the one who donates these jabs across the world to third world nations.
Yeah.
And what did he mean by we can cure the overpopulation problem with the jabbies? Do you even understand what that fucking means? It means that a certain percent of the people that take the jabbies, that's why they flee. Whenever Bill Gates goes to one of the foreign nations, they always run because they know they're getting ready to get jabbed. And a certain percentage of the people are meant to die from the jabs to control the overpopulation thing. Now, he gave us Windows, right? And then he gave us the virus for the Windows, and then he gave us the cure for the Windows, just like he does with the jabby.
What is this guy talking about?
Gives us the. You're such a retard. I mean, come on. You're supposed to be smart. You're supposed to be a fucking doctor.
Yeah, and
the sob
whiteys
story,
aren't
Rocky.
supposed to be
Hold on.
crickets.
Give him the opportunity to respond. Thank you.
So what did Bill Gates mean by that?
Yeah, he wasn't talking about that. I've actually watched it. It's from the 2011 TED Talk. He was talking about it. It's the one that's famous because he released a bunch of malaria mosquitoes in the hall for people. He was talking about something else. I don't know the exact context of it, but you're taking it out of context.
He was talking about that the jabby would help cure overpopulation.
We're talking about science, and you're talking about out of context quotes.
Science. You're talking
not
about
the same.
You're talking about pseudoscience, is what.
So this is conspiracy theory, Rocky. You're gonna give a fucking microbiologist conspiracy theory.
Doug,
Hold on. To be fair, Rocky is a conspiracy theorist. Okay, we can get him rambling on about a lot of different shit. So he owns it. Okay.
Let him have.
That's right. And we found out
run
that
free,
the conspiracy theorists are right 99% of the fucking time. Yeah, right.
That's exactly what a conspiracy theorist would say. I don't know, what you want me to say to that.
Well, you want my conspiracy theory? This is my conspiracy theory. This is new. This is just me. I thought of this one personally. That it's the pharmaceutical companies that are funding anti-vaccine groups because more money is spent on pharmaceutical interventions because of the disease from the virus than vaccines. Vaccines are cheap. To treat measles is way more expensive, like $40,000 per patient. So maybe the pharmaceutical companies are pushing non-vaccinated groups propaganda so that they don't get vaccinated, so they make more money. Prove that I'm wrong. Prove that I'm wrong.
Listen, my
Are
children.
you a shill, Rocky? Are you a shill?
My children are healthy.
I know.
Never had to get vaccinated.
Greg, you're funny.
I feel like that word's been thrown around a lot tonight, and at this point, everybody's a fucking shill.
There you
We're all
go.
shills.
That's
Just
right.
roll with
There you
it. We're rolling with it.
It's just funny because when you
right
give these guys,
first, and then I'll prove
when
you wrong.
give these guys like 2 cents of reason about the actual world, and they'll make $1 out of the rest of the crazy shit they do with 99% of their lives.
So I just wanted to go back to kind of the. Go ahead, Rocky. No,
What?
Go ahead, please.
What
Go
are
ahead,
you saying?
Curious.
The fuck
Does
are
the
you
doctor
saying?
think
Nobody's responding
we
to you,
should
Doc.
get-
Nobody gets what the fuck
All
you
right,
said.
retard mode. Turn off retard mode. Rocky, go ahead.
One more question. Does the doctor believe that we should get some kind of ID that proves we've gotten the jabby? Do you believe we should get some kind of ID, like COVID to prove that we got the jabby? Do you believe we should do that?
Should medical records exist? I'm not sure about that one, my dude.
Yeah, I think RFK is trying to do that right now, actually. So, I mean, the question would be, do you trust the Trump administration with all your medical data?
We have it.
Fuck no.
Yeah, so I mean, they're literally doing that right now. So, I mean, that's.
Well, I'm not a Q-tar or a Trump. I'm not pro-Trump or none of that
Okay.
shit. So
I mean, okay. I mean,
I'm just asking.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
ask
do
you
you
a simple
trust
question.
them?
Do you think that they should enforce an ID if to prove that you've gotten the jabbies? Do you think that? Would you support that?
I think that you should be alerted if there is an unvaccinated child in your child's classroom.
What about going to the grocery store and buying food? They require that you prove that do you think, like on your ID, it says, yeah, you can. So basically you're saying that there should be an ID. Therefore some people will be able to go places that others can't. So you're basically a fucking tyrant. So get the fuck out of my face.
That's not what I said. But I mean, some jobs do have vaccine requirements. Healthcare workers, for example, like I do think that they should be required to be vaccinated in order to work in a public health, scenario, because there are, sick people there, and that is an absolutely, something that people, you shouldn't be getting sick from your healthcare administrator, basically.
You're delusional.
Thank you.
I do want to, because the chat has failed. But yes, Peace Dynamo, thank you for contributing. I feel like Peace Dynamo is always behind watching, always catching up on 2x speed. But yes, Felix did join. It was really nice. I saw him in the chat going off, and I knew he was going to want to dive in on this. But also, Jason has saved the chat with another $100 dono, and he says, just to see me, Sarah, the Raging Tomato, smile once again. I'm still pissed off at all of you. I'm still pissed off at all of you. You keep relying on Jason to save your little cheap asses in the chat, and it's not right. It's not fair. I will only allow it because Jason said to free the chat. So you can all so kindly thank him. So for the next fucking 5 minutes, I better see nothing but thank you, Jason. You are amazing, Jason. All hail Jason, King Jason, all of that shit.
Jason's
because
the
this
best.
is like the 100th time he's saved your asses.
Hey.
So fix it. Thank you.
And I actually Venmo'd him $100 from Pfizer directly, so that was actually on me. So.
That was
good.
That was good.
Moderna will get the next one.
Well spent.
Greg, funny story. I used to work for Pfizer.
Nice. Just because Jason is so kind all the time, and he always asks, I have no problem.
Yeah, you know what? Give a freebie. Give a freebie yodel for us.
You deserve this, Jason. Yodelay, 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 yodelay.
That was beautiful. Thank you so kindly, Clay, for contributing.
He put
That was
effort
actually
into that one too. It was
sounded
good.
a bit from the heart, Clay. Thank you.
It came from somewhere for sure, but I will gladly accept it. Because Jason usually pays an extra $5 just to make Clay yodel every panel he's. But you know what? Mama's not in the chat to tell Jason to make you yodel. So maybe you know what? Like Mama missed this moment of the freebie yodel.
You have to have her rewind it for.
Yeah, I'll send her the clip. She'll enjoy it. There we go. All right, Jack, you worked for Pfizer, so you are definitely like pro pharmaceuticals.
Kind of. I think So the problem is American culture, right? Like no one wants to exercise or fucking eat right at all. Okay, like they don't want to put in the work. They just want to take a pill that like lowers their cholesterol or lowers their blood pressure or both, or like or cures their type 2 diabetes. And yeah, like that's people want to demonize big pharma for mostly selling pills, while doctors mostly hand out pills because that's what people shop around for. The healthcare in this country is fucking amazing. Like there's so much shit that we can do, like if you are willing to put in the effort. But most people just want to eat trash every day and be like, I'm not the problem. Can't you just give me like pills to solve it? And yeah, like
But we
that's
did give them a pill to solve it. I feel like Ozempic in all of the different variations. And no shame to anybody who's using it. No shame to anybody who's overweight and working towards goals of losing weight. But I feel like we used to say this, like there's not going to be a pill that's just going to fix you being overweight. You have to actually exercise, diet, and do things to help yourself. And now we have that exact thing, right? So
well, kind of right.
will the medical technology advance so much to where humans don't have to work their asses off to stay in shape, stay healthy, be healthy? Like I can just go eat McDonald's all day, all night, and just take this little pill and it'll fix it. Like that's probably my biggest.
No, never.
Honestly,
that will never, ever be the case, because like even if you fix your genes and you have the most perfectest of genes, which is kind of a weird like statement, but
Minor
genes express themselves in an environment, and if you keep just exposing your genes to trash, it's going to produce in a trash state. Like there are switches in your genome to express different things, like while you're in different states. Like there's no such thing as nature versus
Rocky,
nurture. Like
having a stroke or something, I'm honestly worried about you, bro.
Rocky's
The
fine.
same people that created the junk food they're feeding us are the same people that created these chemicals that they call medicine. They destroyed the real medicine, which is what's grown on the farm, and they give it us pharmaceuticals created out of oil, the Rockefellers, the same people, and you still trust these motherfuckers. Like, oh, yeah, they're doctors and they went to college.
I mean, that sounds like you have brain damage. That's
at
what
least
that
he's
sounds like,
fucking
Rocky.
dead.
And you're
At
a
least
mean
he's pro
person
climate
too.
change.
You're a mean person. You
Okay,
can
doctor,
handle
you
it.
can laugh.
Go ahead, laugh.
This is funny as shit.
These people aren't going to get
So
away
I
with
did
their
want to.
crap.
I did want
Knows
to
the
ask you
truth.
something there, Doc.
Go ahead, Clem.
So in reference to the actual conversation we're having when it comes to the ethics, right? And I was touching on this a little earlier, right? So ethically, it doesn't make sense for me to be able to force my belief system on you, right? So if I believe in Jesus and you don't believe in Jesus, you have that choice. If I believe that a vaccine, I apologize, a jabby jab.
You want to see what happens next time you say fucking shit like that, Clay? Go ahead.
A jabby jab. If I don't believe in that medicine, right? It's alchemy anyway. It's all alchemy. From the very beginning of time, it's alchemy. Yes, chemistry. It's chemistry. That's you literally stated for us that the great doctor that you are familiar with, that you highly praise, which I believe that's probably a good thing. He probably does know what the heck he's doing. That's a good thing that he is in these fields. But there's a point where I would say draw the line, and that's because of ethics or principle, or some people call it morals, right? This thing that you're wanting to do to this human being or to this cat is not right inherently. Inherently, it is wrong. So that's the real conversation behind ethics. What is right and what is wrong? And so what I would say is that forcing me to take a needle in my arm is improper. It's completely unethical.
Okay. I mean, I think that, we as a society should like talk about this, and we should, have these discussions. Like I think that parents that don't vaccinate their kids are bad parents. So, I think that we should talk about that. Be like, you should, take all the precautions that you can in order to ensure your child has a life free of disease as much as you can, and take these precautions.
Also, what if we could just aerosolize vaccines? Like, just in public places, we were just spraying like vaccine juice that you breathed in.
That would be incredibly unethical.
Extremely.
Yeah.
Some people are allergic to those vaccines.
I mean, there's also you guys are all pro-vaccine, but you don't even realize it, though. I mean, you realize that if you got rabies, which is 100% death rate, if you got the rabies virus, you would 100%
Nobody gets
die.
rabies. Whenever
Exactly.
you ever seen somebody with lockjaw, you're
so
so full of shit.
Hold on. Can you let him finish at least? Thank you. Go
The
ahead.
only prevention that we know in order to make you not die from rabies is the vaccine, the rabies vaccine. That's why people get it if you're bitten by a wild animal. So, if you were in that scenario and you got got bit, you would most likely, I would hope, for your own sake, don't choose to die, get a vaccine for rabies.
Right, and that's where I'm saying that I would choose to die because ultimately I'm not afraid of death. Here's the thing: you don't understand. No, hold on. Okay. Why should I be afraid of death? Excuse me, sir. Why should I be afraid of death?
Because it's one of these. It's one of these finite things. It's just
no.
It's a part of the responsibility.
Stop, Doc. I didn't ask you, and you just spurg anyway, Doctor. Why should I fear death?
I mean, I don't think we should incentivize people killing themselves.
No. I'm not talking about that thing where people.
That's literally choosing to die when you don't need to, and it's like that we have a technology that's preventative in order to do that, and so otherwise you would want to die, and I don't think that's right. I don't think anyone in their right mind would choose to die.
So how long should a person stay on the machine before we pull the plug?
Till their brain stops working.
Yeah, I would probably. I mean, that's a different question, but I mean, probably, something like that.
Right. Ooh. So these are the ethical questions.
If you look at the history.
I have a question. Where do you stand on what's it called? Where you assisted unaliving.
Assisted unaliving, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where do you stand on that?
Jack Kevorkian, based guy from my state even. Good.
Well,
Jack.
Sasquatch said it. Maid is up in Canada. I know.
The general term is
Rocky. We don't say certain words. You dipshit. Go sit in the back and figure that out for a while. I'll bring you back up once I'm done being mad at you, or maybe somebody would like to pay to bring you back up because, I literally just said the fucking word and you know better.
Horrible behavior,
unacceptable.
guys.
Everybody's pissing me off tonight, except for you, Dr.
Really
Greg.
bad.
You're a wonderful guest.
Thank you.
So assisted unaliving, I know Canada has made, and they actually have like a hotline, almost like a express pass to doing it. We talked about this maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, if I recall, where they, especially if you have a disability, you're elderly, and what we found was that a lot of the people who were calling that hotline or getting in line they couldn't afford to feed themselves. They were on assisted living, like government assistance. They just had a lot of issues, and it's like a hotline. You call it and you say, "Yep, I'm ready to go," and they go through the process with you. And the one lady was saying that it was faster for her to even get through that process than it would have been for her to get any additional assistance to continue living. And then you have, what is it? Is it Sweden? What country is it that does that?
Yeah, it's Sweden.
Is it Sweden?
Yeah, the pods. Yeah, I think if someone's chronically ill and there's no chance for a higher quality of life, and they're at the end of their stage, and I think that having some dignity in choosing that path, I can understand that. But this is a lot different than someone that is where there is an actual path process medicine that we have that could help you deal with that and have a dramatically higher quality of life with the rabies vaccine. So I think it's completely different.
Yeah, I think this is where a lot of, I think this kind of creates that black and white line in terms of the medical ethics, or like bioethics and things like that, is at what point does our technology go too far, or at what point do we kind of hit the line, and it's like, whoa, what are we doing? And I think Canada has crossed that line with the MAID, in with stuff like this. So I guess, you could apply that same thought to the CRISPR, to the jabby jabs, and all of those other things. Like, at what point do we cross that line? At what point does it go too far? At what point is it becoming just an exit strategy? Maybe not unaliving, but maybe an exit strategy for, oh, well, you know what? I don't like having freckles. What can I do to get rid of freckles? Right. Or something like that. At what point does it become life?
From my understanding, it's only done for terminally ill patients. But I think that hopefully, and with medicine that we are developing with CRISPR and stuff like that, maybe these terminally ill patients wouldn't be terminally ill. So like there's that 4-year-old that was the first person to be edited, their genome to be edited. She had leukemia, childhood leukemia, chemotherapy failed, the bone marrow transplant failed, and she had a 1 year to live basically. And they administered this medicine for her. Within 1 month, she was in remission, and she's been in remission for 2 years, and she's completely gone. So it's like she's completely normal from all the tests that they can find. So the terminally ill patients like that might actually have options with new waves of medicine.
Yeah,
right. And so if it's success stories, that's great. But let's take, for instance, myself or someone like me, who I'm very devout to my God. Right. Now, if it was to be that I did something against him, I would not only be extremely depressed and angry at myself for the rest of my life, but I could potentially make everybody's life around me miserable. So at what point in time is quality of life more beneficial on a social level? And I like the idea of voting these things, by the way. I know you've mentioned that a few times, but at what point is my social norm going to come into effect?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. That's a good question. I mean, I don't know.
Right. See, and here's the thing, right? So there are people like me who are very devout, who, if they did something that was against their religious belief, not for their religious belief, like I'm not talking about sacrificing human beings and all that into the volcano. I'm talking about doing something against their religious belief, like taking a stabby stab. Then at that point, they've done something so egregious that they're just completely disheveled for the rest and the entirety of their life, to the point where now they're making their lives miserable and everybody's lives around them miserable. Their quality of life has not gone up. It has gone down, sir.
I mean, I would still say that, like, without the disease, like, it's like, it's a pretty, obvious thing that factually the, quality of life is, much higher after, vaccination. And I would probably talk to religious leaders, trying to, talk to, those type of people to try to help people go through that.
Yeah, no, that part I do agree. Talk to your pastors, your forebears. This is a very important factor in all of this, right? So this is why it really relies on the person themselves to choose, because it is no duty of any pastor or church father to essentially make that choice for these individuals. They themselves have to believe in these things, and it would be the same, in my opinion, when it comes to science and medication.
Well, you're also like zooming in really close to do utilitarian calculus here on like a single like edge case of like, oh, like what about the hyper religious people who will feel like they've dirtied their bodies if they take modern medicine?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but again, like this is the same kind of argument of like, oh well, like what if you walked into a hospital and they harvested all of your organs to save 7 other people because utilitarian calculus.
That would also be extremely unethical.
Yes, that's why we believe in rule utilitarianism, where like the vaccine, like by far and away on the most macro scale, is better for society than your religious belief that not contracting a communicable illness will make you.
So, do you see
dirty.
how that violates the First Amendment?
No, I don't, because it says in the First Amendment like freedom from religion.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Not even close. I'd
Go ahead, Clay.
encourage you to reread that.
For sure. So you're saying there's nothing in there about the federal government establishing like any sort of rules based on religion? There's no little clause in there that talks about how the non-establishment clause. I don't know. Whatever. You know, I don't know anything about the
Are you
Constitution.
using
really.
the right mic, Jack? Check your mic settings. It sounds like you're in a tin can.
I am in a tin can.
What do you think about hospice?
So this is actually what it says. If I remember correctly, it is that the government shall make no laws respecting the establishment of religion.
Yeah. Again, vaccines are more important than your imaginary friend in the sky. I'm
But
sorry
it's
to put
not
it
an
harshly.
imaginary friend. You're calling it an imaginary friend.
No, it's about as an imaginary friend as it isn't an imaginary friend.
It's not an argument. That's not an argument. That's just a piss on me parade.
No. Sorry, I'm an epistemic nihilist, so like I respect the
look,
fact that
your-
neither of us can really truly say which is the
belief
case.
system. Your belief system is your belief system. My belief system is my belief system. If I believe that Adam and Eve are real, and you believe that oranges can turn into apples, I'm not the one to tell you that oranges can't turn into apples.
I believe the chat owes Sarah a lot of money.
You know,
They
again,
do.
we're talking about rule utilitarianism here, where like, you know, like establishing
I'm
a
saying-
rule respecting the religion of some people, like at risk to public health, is bad.
So
Actually,
just round them up into
like,
cages then, huh?
no, you just squirt them in the face with vaccines.
Yeah, so they did the same thing in Germany during 1941 to
Hell yeah!
1945.
What a great time, probably.
Yeah. Are you crazy?
I don't know.
Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
They did the same thing to certain people who said, I'm not going to go along with this eugenic dogma.
Oh, yeah,
guys
you're
have
right.
German codes.
And those people also drank water.
Did you not understand what the heck I just said?
No. I totally understood. They're doing the same thing as this, so we shouldn't do it. That was
I
your
don't,
point,
I
right?
don't believe you did understand what I said.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said
yeah. So
that there were a
Hitler
certain
drank-
there were a certain population.
Schmittler.
Yeah, they
yeah,
said
yeah.
I'm not going to go along with your eugenic dogma, and so in return they were rounded up into cages and moved along until they were found in concrete bunkers.
Okay, so do you think that's the only
Dead.
option?
That's the end of the freight train.
So yes, you think that like no matter what we do, if we ever start enforcing like public health mandates regarding the jabs,
Yeah, that's the way force doctrine works. Yeah, the law is that.
force doctrine. Okay, my
Well, you
bad.
did say enforce. It's in the word. Enforcing requires force.
Oh, my bad. I forgot about the appeal to Oxford. Fuck.
So then explain to me what enforcement is if it's not force.
I don't know. Enforcement can be not rounding up people, putting them in camps, and working them till unalivement.
That's what's not enforcement. What is enforcement?
Sure, something outside of the bounds of that, because you try to define force as like, oh, well, that's the only way that it could go, and you can try to soy me out of this point, but
Actually,
like,
just
there
so
are
you
ways-
know, the doc actually proposed a viable
tax benefit,
solution.
yes. Sure.
Right.
yeah.
So that is a viable solution. It's
Outside
still
of the bounds of
unethical.
rounding people up and putting them in
It's-
camps.
It's still unethical because you are still punishing people through what incentive? The ones
What?
that don't get the
Wait.
incentive are
Is
still
punishment
punished.
unethical?
Yeah.
Is punishment unethical?
For things that they don't deserve? Yeah, absolutely. So
Can I say something
you're
to
just
Clay
going to
real
take the
quick?
rod to the boy's butt, even though he didn't do anything wrong? That doesn't make sense.
Clay, here's something I don't get. Maybe you can explain this. So let's say my kid's mom and myself made decisions our entire life. We sacrificed our careers and lots of things for education. And the only opinion that exists when you have an education is you get vaccinated. And so it seems like for all you free-thinking, anti-government conspiracy theorists and truly loons, truly crazy people, a choice is only good if it's earthbound.
Don't just sit there.
No.
Why don't you just make a point, doofus? I can do it.
Sorry, man. That is my point. Is that why isn't a choice?
You're a doofus.
No, because if I get
No,
educated
you are.
and
You really are.
Listen, Clay.
That's not the point at all. That word means something.
May I pitch something to Clay?
Word enforcement?
Sure, Darko.
No, the word choice. The word choice. I'm allowed to say that my choice is that I have a political belief and I support every political action to make sure as many people are vaccinated as possible and people
What does the word
understand
political
the
come from?
science.
What's the derivation of political?
It is
what's the derivation of political?
Clay.
Political.
Derail this.
It's politics. Policy. It's policy. In other
You
words,
literally-
enforcement, doofus.
You have a guy who said chemtrails randomly on panel. This is the person that we're talking to right now. Rocky
No,
Shepard
Jack-
was just up there and just
Jack
like, oh,
Jack said he
chemtrails.
would drop chemtrails.
Chemtrails.
Hold on. We love Rocky. Rocky's
To
a little
enforce
slow, but we love Rocky, especially when he talks about
I
the
didn't
devil's
bring
little
up
season,
chemtrails.
when he talks about conspiracy theories, and sometimes I like to torture the chat by just letting Rocky talk.
Yeah, we'll have to get a Rocky.
They might deserve it
Rocky
tonight, Sarah.
Powder dusty.
Oh, they're gonna deserve. Rocky, don't go anywhere tonight because at the end of the show, I'm just gonna sit and let you ramble the entire time until the chat pays up to end it.
All right.
So you don't go anywhere,
No, but
okay?
let me say something. I remember Jack Darko said that if people wouldn't take the jabbies, he would like to enforce it by dropping chemtrails. He said to just drop it in the air.
Oh, you just
or
say
maybe,
aerosol.
maybe drop some mosquitoes. Dumbass.
So Clay specifically carved out like, oh, you're gonna make me take a needle in my arm, and it's like, okay, well, what if it was just like aerosolized? Like, would that change anything? No, then you don't need to frame it like, oh, there's a stick involved.
Yeah, you're injecting me with your nasty garbage. I don't want it.
Okay, all right. Here's a hypothetical I would like to
they
pose
just
to
took
you.
the fluoride out of the water in Florida.
Florida is already fucked. I don't think the fluoride, no fluoride. I don't think that's gonna help them either way. So here's a hypothetical I want to pose to you. Okay, so say for the sake of argument, there was some new illness out there, right? And it was you were asymptomatic for 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden you just dropped unalived. And half the people that you interacted with, like during that 2 week period, also contracted the same thing and spread it to half the people they interacted with, so on and so on and so on. And say we had a vaccine that was like 100% safe, 0 side effects. Again, hypothetical. Do you think it's okay to mandate everybody take that vaccine? Fuck.
God, I can't.
No, because those people who came around me and contracted those things shouldn't have been touching me.
No.
That's just not how viruses work.
Like, if they're within anyone that you came within 6 feet of.
Oh, did he freeze?
Oh
Yeah,
no!
I mean,
You're
again,
completely
measles-
asymptomatic. There's no test for it.
Yeah, measles stays in the room for 2 hours, so it's
Yeah, I
not
would
just
say,
people that you're rubbing
look,
up against.
You have every choice to go where you want to go. This is the beauty of the First Amendment, freedom of assembly. You do not have to go into the same room that I'm in. Now, you can sit in your little basement all your little life and just sit there and be a little social, non-social, whatever.
But
You're okay with a 50% roll the die of living or not.
But there's people.
There's all
there's-
sorts of things in the outs.
No, there's people that have been born that are immune compromised. There's people that are taking cancer drugs that are making them immune compromised. So what you're doing is actually just removing freedom for people that have specific genetics, and that is bad. That is a very
By
bad
forcing
thing.
them to put something into their body, you're
It's
removing
going to
freedom from
improve
other
the
people.
quality of life for
It's a
everyone.
true
Yes.
point.
Yes.
And the
Public
true
health.
ethical
Yes.
argument here is there are people that side effect die from the jabs. Yes, there are. You can shake your head, but it's a fact. We can look it up right now. I keep posting things in back, but you don't care. And people do die from it. So you're choosing to say that where the ethical argument is you forced me to take this thing, saying it's better for me, and I died. Is that ethical? That's where the true ethics
Well,
is.
I
and you're
think
choosing to run.
also, maybe the tire here would be you're making me take something to protect other people, right? And it's kind of like
conscription.
Well, it would be like, for instance, my entire chat is being punished because, like, or I could punish an entire class because one person fucked up, right? And I'm wondering if maybe that's the kicker there is you're making me do something because someone else is compromised or vulnerable or whatever the case may be. And before anybody answers that, Dear Rito says with the Big Ten, there isn't a pill to fix ignorance. We all know this thanks to the lovely duck. Duck, we know if we could fix duck, we would fix duck. But if it smells like a duck, stinks like a duck, breathes like a duck, talks like a duck, it's probably
Oh, come on, dude.
duck.
Come on. Come on,
Anyways,
man.
there isn't a pill to fix ignorance, so people should always work to educate themselves on basic human biology so we can stop preventable outbreaks like measles, which mostly affect the schools/children. I'll let Dr. Greg respond to that or say whatever, whether you agree, disagree, however the case may be.
What I wish the framing is that we recognize and are patriotic that the science and technology that we created in the United States, that we funded through public funds, that created the technology that led the world and are making this so that we can actually look out for one another, so that we can actually have those 1.2 million people that died from the pandemic, maybe 300,000 of them could actually be here. Like well, I wish we were patriotic and looking after one another and saving each other through public health.
For the children.
Sounded good.
Well,
That's called advertising.
I mean, Americans, we are very self-centered, right, in a lot of ways. But a lot of us look at it as, why would I give up freedoms of my own in order to assist with something that's not really... there's nothing that I did to harm that person, right? There's nothing that I did to affect them. I think someone said earlier, like there's a positive and there's a negative, right? Well, I'm not going out of my way to harm somebody. I'm not taking a bat to them. I'm not taking a pew pew to them. I'm not taking, I'm not going to their house and coughing all over them. Like, why are you restricting me, the person who doesn't have the issue, in order to protect someone who does have the issue? Now, I'm not saying like, oh my God, if you have issues, you need to bubble yourselves and go away and stay from everyone else. But at the end of the day, like, yeah,
because
it's like, not my problem, not my monkey, not my circus, like, why am I doing something that I don't want to do and being coerced or forced or anything because somebody else might be affected by it?
So just heads up, I have a hard out in 10 minutes. But sure. the call to this is because there are 30 different viruses and diseases that are squelched and stymied because of these vaccines. So, imagine a world where 30 different epidemics and outbreaks were constantly happening in all of our different cities at any time. One SARS-CoV-2 caused this, and coronaviruses are actually pretty easy to deal with. Coronaviruses are actually pretty weak in regards to other viruses and other diseases like polio, for example. So just imagine living in that world where you do not feel very liberated and free, in a world where you can't go to a concert with 100,000 people there because you don't know who has a communicable disease that could infect tens of thousands of people. You would not feel free. You would be scared. You would be, you would be in your house because you're like, wow, there's 2, outbreaks that are happening right now, and I don't want to die.
So you're saying the vaccine
Well, but then I
work.
have the option to take the vaccine, correct?
You wouldn't. No, not in that scenario, because if you're in an outbreak scenario, and that's what a pandemic is. A pandemic is pan, globe, epidemic is local. So if you had a pandemic, you're evading those vaccines. You can't just hop right into herd immunity with something like that.
I
Herd
do
immunity is when a
since
certain
Dr.
percentage of people have it. So everybody that's already received the jabby is supposed to have the immunity. So if that person has gotten it, they should be fine and not worried at all. Why are you worried about me if you have the immunity? You're using the word immunity. We know what that means.
It's so because one, the vaccines aren't 100%, 100%. They're about 97%. And then 2, you're creating the scenario where there's enough viral genomes out there, and those viral genomes can acquire and accumulate mutations, and then they breed with one another, and now you have an all new virus with an all new spike protein, for example, with SARS-CoV-2, that can actually evade the vaccine. That's why.
I want to make sure, I want to go around the room, make sure everybody has one final question for Dr. Greg, and that's it. One. Okay, don't follow up with bullshit because he does have a hard out in a few minutes. So, Rocky, one question or comment. Did he die? Rocky, did you die?
Oh, shoot.
We'll come back to you. Ben?
Come back to me later.
So on these human trials for genome editing, where you're going in and fixing diseases, is it very important for you to inform these patients that you do not really understand the results, because this is something that's in trial, understandable. So there could be unforeseen consequences for the work that you're doing. Is that an important thing to inform them of?
I mean, not only are they informed, but they're begging for it, because they have terminal diseases that they're begging to be cured of.
Then why was it okay for the jabs?
Because we were in a pandemic, and we lost about 600,000 people because of faulty administration practices, and about 300,000 from vaccinations hesitancy. So we lost
very situational ethics.
We have 1.2 million people that died. As as a patriot, that makes me very sad that we have 1.2 million people that are not here. But that's what we did so poorly in the pandemic, man. I mean, we're talking ranked deaths per capita, 200th in the nation and the world. We did so bad. I think that we should, as a country, should have a retrospective on what can we do to improve this? What can we do to do something better? How can we make a better outcome next time? And dealing with this vaccine hesitancy is a huge way to do that.
So it's ethical unless you feel like it's different.
Oh, I mean, a pandemic is a unique scenario.
Ethics.
I mean, a pandemic is a unique scenario.
Yeah, there's lots of unique scenarios. We've experienced hundreds of them in our history.
Clay?
Yeah, so I appreciate you, Doc. It's been absolutely amazing. You are a very intelligent individual, and this was definitely a great opportunity. I know that there's probably going to be some butter sucking going on after me, because it's going to go across the bottom here. But I do want to make sure to give you your kudos for being as intelligent as you are. Me personally, I believe that, especially in your field, individuals who are working on things like these should have required ethical tests, and that the public should be able to request those records regularly, that these things should be maybe even monthly or bi-monthly, that you guys should actually be required to take individual tests that tell us exactly where your head is at, because things like the Nuremberg trials had to occur in history. because of certain unethical practices. But at the same time, I do find some of your views to be ethical, while, personally, I don't agree with some of them. But that's why we put it to a vote, and I'm really happy that you continue to reiterate that point about voting. I believe that our system here in the U.S. is the best, that we have a social system that works the best until Jesus comes back. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. I don't think that I am particularly smart, but maybe I'm stubborn and naive, but but there are people that to genuinely want to solve problems, man. We're not motivated by profit motive going into science. You don't even make that much money as a scientist. The joke is among scientists is why did we do this to ourselves? Why didn't we go into finance or something where we could make 2 to 3 times the amount of money? And it's actually kind of a joke how much money we make comparatively to how long we were in school. And you basically genuinely have people that are trying to make a change, a positive change in the world, man.
I believe that.
Oh, thank you.
And I thank you, sir. I thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Mr. Darko.
Yo, so I might want to argue with you about this further, but yeah, I also have experience with CRISPR. I worked with a Cas9 system with Gemini viral replicons on a mustard plant to prove in a model organism that increased uptake of zinc into edible parts of the plant because zinc is a great immune system cofactor.
Oh, cool, dude.
And yeah, so when we talk about off-target effects, we need to include the genome of whatever organism we're impacting, and also the impact of that. If I'm designing plants with that uptake more zinc, then they're gonna take up more zinc from the soil, and is that gonna run out eventually? There are more off-target effects than just inside the genome. I think there are environmental ones, and I don't know. I'm super on board with the cutting edge. We should do some crazy experiments. But yeah, I don't know. Be curious to explore the outer bounds of where you think or what kinds of fuzzy logic you would put on different things as we move forward in this area.
Yeah, sorry, did you want to?
I was going to say, I think this would be great if Jack came over to your side and jumped on your show for the call-in to go through these.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, go ahead with you.
So basically, there in the beginning of CRISPR, there was the FOC1 hybrid, which is a Talon CRISPR hybrid. So the idea was that Talon's is actually more specific, but CRISPR, is basically faster to develop. And for what it's worth, the David R. Liu directed evolution experiments to create more specificity and less off targets. I believe that they fooled around with the PAM site and the guide RNA and how far away or close together they are. I believe that that was the spacer that they messed around with. So that if you wanted to check the specificity, I would check there. But yeah, it's he actually has a new keynote out that I just watched in preparation for this, which is really cool. It's 3 months ago. It's an hour long, and it's jargon and heavy. It's from a seminar that he gave to a university. So it's incredible, dude.
Very nice. Doc, quickly.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add this. You may already know this, but Singapore is an example of a place that 96% of their population was vaccinated in 2022 from COVID. 96%, and they're a nanny state. They're not U.S. enemies or bad guys, but we had 1,000 times as many COVID deaths in the United States. There's nothing that controls for that really, and so thank you for coming up here and talking. I don't think it's a weird idea or thought, even if it's not policy, that it's criminal negligence to not get your kids vaccinated, and if you're eligible for a vaccine, it's negligent and abusive to not get vaccinated. So I just wanted to add that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's like it's completely unethical, and you're a bad parent, in my opinion.
And last thought. Oh, Rocky, you got one real fast? Super fast.
Okay, yeah. I thought I was. My question is to understand where Christians might not want to get jabbed because they don't know what's in the, these people that want to give you a CRISPR, some people might think it's the mark of the beast. You ever heard of that?
Sure.
Sure. Do you believe, no, my question is, do you believe that doctors can manipulate the genome to make a better human being?
Yes.
Better than what God created?
Yes.
You think that men are better at, okay, so you are a fucking dildo. Jesus Christ.
The biggest.
And final one, real fast.
All right, I'll do something quick and easy then. Your COOF numbers, I have a little bit of a nitpick with those. You say them without admitting that there was a lot of issues of comorbidities and just poor reporting, especially within the first couple of years of the pandemic. Like there's a lot of cases where someone happened to have COVID, was in a motorcycle accident, died from that, but was reported as a COVID death. Excuse me, COOF death.
Yeah, so this is all like, so basically the CDC reported this as expected deaths versus what we have. And I actually have a figure that I show on stream, but and I'd pull it up right now. But basically every week there's the expected amount of people that died, and it's a nice little like sine wave like this. And then there's these huge jets that happened. So 1.2 million people died more than what we expected from automobile accidents, all that kind of stuff. So the question basically is why does that align perfectly with the pandemic and the introduction of it into U.S.
I'd have
soil?
to see the data. That's really not an answer. You're just redirecting.
Okay, I mean the CDC's own website is talking about it, and they have it. So I mean that's how we know. There are medical.
If I want to know what the CDC said, I just go to their website. I know where they are. Thank you, doctor.
Okay.
Fair enough. Well, I want to personally say thank you, Dr. Greg. This has been, because it's a new topic, it's a totally new, God, it's just different from the regular dumb politics that we do all the time. So it's very refreshing. So thank you for bringing your excellence over here. And I look forward to many more if you do. I mean, we've probably brain mushed you from the levels of stupidity over on this side, but
not at all. You TikTok streams, not even close. So yeah, honestly, anytime you guys want to talk like science, breaking news, or anything like what's going on, I'm your guy. I'm here for you.
Yeah, we do have a lot of conspiracy theorists in this area who hang out here, as you can tell. So I'm sure someone's gonna pop off with a debate topic or prompt or something of some sort to throw at you. But I also have another community that would sit well with you that I would like to eventually introduce you to, because I think you guys would get along very well. So they take you out of one network and throw you directly into another in a positive direction too. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
I
that.
got a couple of other science nerds that are very pro everything that you have said. So
cool.
You would like them. But yeah, I want to just give you the floor, if you want to say whatever you want to say or tell them all to fuck off, however you feel.
No, yeah. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the honest the questions and everything like that. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. And I'll let you take your leave. Have a wonderful rest of your
I got
evening.
four kiddos I got to go attest to.
Bring us back the T-Rexes.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Hey, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
He's very nice. For all of the bullshit you guys put him through, he handled it very well, and he was very pleasant to talk to.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Y'all come back now, you hear?
I'm offended.
Why?
What? You didn't invite me to the science liking community? Come on. I know.
You already met him.
Well, no. Where are you to send him to?
To FTFE and McToons? Yeah, McToon.
I don't know what either of those things are. Okay, I'm still offended.
Are you claiming you're a flat earther, Sarah?
Huh?
Are you saying you're a flat earther?
No.
Wow.
I heard McToon say directly that only people that call him Mucktoon instead of MC Toon are flat earthers. I heard that.
Even though he said that here with you guys, I was like, it's McToon. Sorry. But if you want it to be McToon or MC2, you got to put fucking periods in that shit. But yeah, I think Greg would get along with them very well and probably enjoy some collaborations with them. So yeah. But yeah. All right, you little fucktards. I gotta go pee. Floor's yours. Have fun. I'm gonna turn some music up for you. Y'all, this is for the chat, for all the fucking L's you took. You get to listen to a sad violin while all these guys do whatever they're gonna do without me here. You deserve this, chat. You deserve this. And you know what? Actually, let's just go ahead and let Rocky say whatever he wants to say.
Spurg on him, Rocky.
Go ahead, Rocky. You guys enjoy.
Okay, you guys who believe in scientists, the religion of scientism, you think the earth is a spinning ball and we went to the moon, and you trust the government, the pharmaceutical industries, and you're all fucking retarded. You trust it. We went to NASA, we went to the moon. Come on, we know Stanley Kubrick produced the moon landing. That's ancient history. The moon, I mean, the world is flat. We live under a firmament. We don't live on a spinning ball through space. Pharmaceuticals are not good for you. Natural herbs are what nature created to heal the body, not chemicals made out of oil from the Rockefeller Foundation. Anyway. I can't spurge like that, but I probably sound like a crazy loon tune.
No, you're doing so well. Keep going, bro.
All right. I don't know what else. There's so many conspiracies that they tell you the truth in the movies. They lie to you in the news. They twist the movies a little bit, but they have to tell you what's going on. So they make these movies, zombie apocalypse and all this shit, The Purge and all that crap.
Oh yeah, and that's why trans Hollywood is right now, right?
Yeah, they wanted the whole transgender movement was all about transhumanism. They want you to be acceptable to getting a
Thanks, Dr. Greg. You were great.
The doctor admitted that he thinks that scientists can make a better human being through DNA manipulation. Come on, you gotta be a stupid as hell to believe this guy has your interest in mind. I don't know. To me, he looks like a Karen, a male Karen or whatever. He just that smug look on his face, and oh man, gosh. Anyway, doctors are devils.
That sounds
they don't
real as
feel
fuck.
anything. Now, doctors that if you get in an accident and they put you back together, that's bona fide good. They're really good at that. But to think that they're going to give you some pill that's going to stop you from being fat or stop you from, I don't know, they give you a pill for everything. And
because that's what people want, dog.
They want to outlaw natural medicines. The Rockefellers, the same people that steal your money through taxation in the Federal Reserve are the same people that created this pharmaceutical. They created the military industrial complex. They created this. They're the same damn people. Don't trust your government. I mean, if you trust NASA and you trust your government, the pharmaceutical industries, you're
Somebody's banging on their keyboard.
Small-minded people that trust the government and think they have your best interest in mind. Oh, but the medical industry, the CDC, oh, they're different. You know, they're the good government. And NASA, they would never lie about going to the moon and shit. Even though we see them in front of their green screen when they're supposed to be in orbit and shit. Do some research.
Has this got anything to do with the Little Season?
The little season, of course, that's all to do with the little season, because all the nations have been deceived. If you don't think that all the world is already a one world government,
by who?
What do you think? What do you think?
The tiny hat people? Is it the tiny hat people?
They have fake NASA. Every government fakes going to the moon. Russia, China, Pakistan. Did you see Pakistan when they went to the moon? It was like a Nintendo game. And then you see Elon Musk go up with his
That was
rocket.
India, Rocky.
Did you see Elon Musk when he was flying in his convertible? People believe. Oh, Elon.
So you do think Elon Musk is sending rockets to outer space?
Do you think Elon Musk sent a rocket to space and then landed it back? And
So did it even go to space?
Flew a car in space?
Is
Some people
Neuralink
believe that.
the mark of the beast?
Well, I don't think that. I think that that's past history. That Nero also, you would get a mark from Nero whether you worshipped him or not, and you weren't able to buy or sell unless you proved that you worshipped Nero as God.
So how do we fix all this?
How do you fix it? You just ignore the government, live your life free as you can, trust in God for everything. Don't trust the government for nothing. Don't trust any man. Do your own research.
Just vibes, bro.
Read the scriptures. And
Astronomy.
if you think that the scriptures are a conspiracy written by men, then you have been.
Should we be celebrating Christmas?
No, I
No,
don't
because it's a
celebrate
fake
Christmas.
Jesus' birthday.
We haven't celebrated Christmas around here. I give my children presents all the time, not on a special day.
Christmas is gay.
Mary Christ Mass. It's Catholic. Mary Christ Mass. It's I don't know. It's a pagan holiday.
No one else celebrates Christ in the Christian faith.
But if you do celebrate Christmas, remember to keep Christ in Christmas.
How can you keep Christ in Christmas if it's a pagan holiday, Rocky? Then Christ doesn't belong there.
Some people might still celebrate it, but if you're going to do it, remember what it's supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about Christ dying on the cross, the tree. That's the tree we should.
Wait. Is that Christmas or Easter? What the fuck?
Is that what pagans believe?
But there is a scripture that says, "Do not be like the heathen and cut down the evergreen tree and decorate it and put presents around it." There's actually a warning.
The tree of Sephiroth.
Did they have a lot of evergreen trees in the desert?
Oh God, she let up Vanta.
Yes. Hello.
You not
let up the heathen. The heathen's up here.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum.
Do you know that the Roman Empire was worldwide?
Did you know that Jesus was trans? Like, Jesus was born of a virgin, which means he couldn't have had a Y chromosome. Therefore, Jesus was trans.
Jesus will not be mocked. You will pay for that.
Wait, is it
your mockery of Jesus?
What, for your femboy Jesus? I will pay for your femboy Jesus?
I know your life is miserable already. I can tell that you're already miserable.
Fine.
Thanks for letting me rant.
Fine.
Rocky, you're
well,
amazing.
I only allowed you to rant for purposes of doing this. Kazak, the question is what would you like to do with that $100 bill? Would you like to boot Rocky or just not allow Rocky to be the center of attention and the miserable torture that I'm putting all of you through? The choice is yours, Kazak. I leave it to you. You do whatever you want with that big hundo on the screen because, yeah. because the rest of the chat, Jason has saved the chat. We've got a few helpful hands here. We got Robert Paulson, we got Alexander, and we got Nuke. All and of course Jason again. Rock E sent in $5 as well. Peace Dynamo helped out, and Dear Rito helped out as well. But outside of that, I'm very upset. I'm very upset with my chat this evening. That's why I decided to torture them by allowing our darling Rocky the ability to speak about whatever the fuck he wanted as I walked away and I went and kissed my babies goodnight because they were all snuggled up in their little beds, all, and I went in and I tucked them in and I covered them in their little blankets, all cute and shit. And I got to go and do good, happy stuff while you all had to endure this bullshit. So, Kazak, all right. He
Kazak
says...
loves me.
He does. He says, don't boot, but let Vanta make a rank. What do you mean by make a rank? A rant?
Yeah,
Is it Vanta? Okay, I think he meant rant.
Yeah.
Rant would
Yeah,
make
A
sense.
rank, man.
I'm not here to rant. Wait, I'm not here to rant. I came here to engage with the panel, so I'm not here to rant. But I do want to say to Rocky,
We'll just talk shit over top of you.
All right, fine, okay. I'll talk some. I'm gonna babble on for like how long, Sarah? Why am I full
I don't.
screen?
That's up to Kazak. Yeah, he did confirm it is rank. Kazak, when Kazak says that you get to shut up, or if somebody else matches that hundo to make you shut up,
Okay,
you know what I mean?
I'll rant for Kazak. I'll rant. So according to Rocky, he was talking about doctors being devils. Sir, most doctors are saving lives, literally. Like Rocky, I'm sure you have family that have been saved by doctors. Like, why would you say they're devils? Okay, I understand pharmaceutical, big pharma is diabolical. But goddamn, like you have to be an all-encompassing wanker with doctors. That was terrible, sir. And the reason why I have the subtext, doctors are devils that may cry. Yeah, some of them are devils, but some of them also cry too. When patients die, patients suffer. We need doctors, sir. Like I don't know, is this some kind of commie socialist nihilist babble where they say, oh yeah, doctors are evil. Like if all doctors are evil, then we all gonna end up dying, sir. And that's for Rocky. Is that rant enough, Kazak? I don't know. I feel like I just came here to engage. Oh yeah, actually, CRISPR. Yes, I came here for CRISPR. CRISPR. I think if I had a son, I would make him into a white, blonde hair, blue-eyed, ultimate son.
Preach, preach.
You listen, I'm a eugenicist.
Aren't you black?
I'm a eugenicist. Vanta Black is a misnomer. Don't trust the name Vanta Black.
No, I've heard you talk, and I swear you said that you're from Africa. You live in England now.
Yes. And I'm light skinned. Like when I go to my barbers, when I tell people I'm Somalian, they don't believe me. They're like, "Are you Persian? Are you Arab?" They don't believe I'm from Africa. So I'm saying, if I had the system of CRISPR, CRISPR, I would make my son into a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white.
See, and this is the exact
and I'll call him Johan.
About.
I'll call my son Johan, Sarah. Johan, my blonde-haired, blue-eyed son.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yes.
Thank
Johan
God. Mr. 9CM sends in the Big Ten, says St. Nicholas was a real man in Turkey that lived to between 270 and 343 Anno Domino. What is Domini? What is Anno Domini?
AD.
Oh. I never knew it was actually called that.
Really?
Wait, if St. Nick was from Turkey, that means Black Santa, right?
I thought it meant after dead.
No, that wouldn't
after
even
dark.
make sense.
After darkness. Yeah. Listen, Sarah, what do you think about the name Johan Black? I think that's a good name for my eugenicist son.
I think you are the exact reason why every single one of us questioned the ethics of CRISPR.
Anno Domino actually means the year of our Lord.
Yes, thank you. Yes, even this low IQ somebody knows this. Yes,
Anno is year of, and then Domini is the Lord. Yeah.
Yes. Dominus, Roman for being dominant. You know what? Never mind. Why am I in full screen still? Like, am I done with my rant? Or I'm still
That's up to Kazak. Kazak is in
God damn,
charge
Taser,
here.
can you let me live? I want to be part of the panel. I don't want to be up full screen. It's painful.
Oh
Also,
no,
someone said Joker looks like a Trude with lipstick.
Yeah, you
Joker
do
always
look a
wore
little
lipstick.
gay there.
I mean, but he's wearing an African hat. That kind of.
So he's a gay African?
No, oh my God. See?
I mean,
even though in Africa, I can't even say on YouTube, but if you're gay, just saying.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Who said I'm gay? You are gay.
They're licking the poo-poo
LGBTQ.
like an ice cream.
Bro, I could do the whole interview by heart. I know that interview fully. I can see that. I know you white
Go ahead,
cockazoids.
say it. Say it.
Okay. LGBTQ. Where's the H? You know what he meant by the H? He meant where's the heterosexual in that goddamn letters? See, Africans are inclusive, so you want to add every single degenerate, but you want to exclude the heterosexuals? How dare you? You white cockazoids! You cockazoids are the most diabolical people on the planet, especially the liberals.
That may be so, but I'm a big cockazoid.
Pinkless killer.
God, okay, that's a.
I'm still trying to figure out offended by that. English
black
slur.
cockazoid because black cockazoid. Well played, sir.
Jesus.
Yes.
Kazak,
What do you want
you
from me,
are
Sarah?
such a disappointment. I'd rather listen to Rocky at this point.
How? Yeah. Can you switch with me, Rocky? At least Rocky was talking some goddamn demonic shit with his Dr. Babble. Switch me over. Because I just came here to just engage with the panel.
Sir, I'm doing. Oh, he did say let him go to the panel. Fine.
Thank you.
Fucking cocksucker.
That was painful. Oh my God.
For all of us.
Yes, including myself. Yeah.
Besides, I already knew what the devil's little season was. That was when my third daughter went through puberty, and it already happened.
Is that a boot? You want me to put him backstage for 10 minutes, Kazak? Is that what you're saying? Bye, Vanta. Is that a cross-dresser? Is that what you're saying? I know sometimes it's hard to message them to confirm, Kazak. Are you wanting me to boot him to the back? No? Oh, bye, Vanta. B-Y? You talking about Rocky? Bye, Vanta. Is that are you a cross-dresser, Rocky? Oh, maybe not.
No way.
Bye, Vanta. I don't understand what you're saying. I said this when he was on screen.
Oh, I think he means he wants me off full screen, Sarah. He wants me off screen, Sarah. Like,
oh, okay.
When he said bye, he means like off screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, you guys need to
But
stop.
he wants me still on the panel.
He wants to hear some coherent conversation.
Oh, well, that won't be happening here anytime soon. 9CM, thank you so much, says Christ was born 0 Anno Domini and died resurrected 33 AD. Our reference of years is centered around Christ.
Indeed.
And he said he would return.
It's interesting that we do that, but yet, I mean, how can the atheists or agnogs be in their position when we center our entire historical timeline around that?
Well, because there is no actual recording of the birth. So that's part of why they arbitrarily put it to December 25th, because it's not actually recorded. What we have here is the date that Caesar put it at. So that doesn't mean it is the true date. There is no true recording or date. This is when Caesar decided it would happen.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, Sarah, I'm going to steal that term, agnog. I never heard of agnog in my life. I'm stealing that term. Agnog.
Like eggnog. Eggnog.
They might have used December 25th because Jesus
tell us, Rocky. Go ahead, tell us. I appreciate the red donos. Keep talking, Rocky. Go ahead. Tell us why.
The light of the world, which was Jesus, the Romans considered, December 25th, sun worship as the light of the world. So they kind of mixed the two. Jesus is the light of the world, but they believe the sun. They were sun worshipers. So
The
December
Romans
25th.
were trying to enfold the northern tribes, so they enfolded some of their holidays into the current system, similar to the way Alexander the Great did. Because, and this is just historical, it's funny, the common folks don't really care who's in charge or what their name is, as long as they pay the same amount of taxes and get the same days off.
Is that K-Zach? What's up, K-Zach?
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Research that Christ may have been born on
Salute
9/11.
K-Zach. I want to say thank you and Effie at the same time for pulling me up on full screen for no reason.
Well, no, that
was hard.
And Caesar added in 2 months. That's why October, obviously, Oct is 8, Dec is 10, but October's the 10th month and December's the 12th month, because Janus and February were added when they made that system up, so it was a whole new calendar year.
Sir, my goat K-Zach was speaking. I want to hear from K-Zach. I want to hear from my goat. Go ahead, K-Zach. My goat.
I know, we paid for you to talk, and then you sounded more dumb than freaking Rocky. At least we know Rocky does this shit. I had higher standards and expectations for, sir.
Now you know.
Pretty much with the chats, the super chats that I did was I think Rocky. I noticed that he had a Coke on his shelf, like behind his left shoulder, I think it is. But he didn't drink it, and he just kept talking. And then I wanted you, Banta, because I like messing with you. And the whole thing with trying to get you off is I
what?
was just...
Pause.
Phrasing.
That's just not dirty.
Mindful how you say words as such to other men.
Pause. Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Anyways,
He's
so
over here trying to get men off.
I actually had a question in reference to the leap year. You guys know that the...
Oh, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, you know that it's 0.26, so they add like an extra day for every leap year. But what happens to the 0.01 that's left over?
Okay, the moon calendar, there's 13 moons in a year, 28 days.
It's not true, Rocky. I know that.
Well, I mean,
but the lunation isn't even
pretty
28.
close. But
yeah, but that's not that's not what I was talking about, Rocky. I'm talking about the Rocky
calendar.
I'm not talking about the moon. I'm talking about the revolution of the Earth. It's 365.26 days, which means that every 4 years, we add an extra day to the Gregorian calendar, which means that we have a leap year. However, we lose 0.01.
Clay, so you're asking where where that extra time goes?
Correct.
All right. Have you ever been at work and like, man, this is a long fucking day? There you go.
Well, here's the reason I really ask it, right? So, okay, the Gregorian calendar, then they did the leap year, that sort of thing. If it is the case that every 100 years, because you have to consider 0.01 means every 100 years they should have added 1 day, but they did not, then that means we're actually around, 150 days since the beginning of or is it 100 days? So we've actually lost like 3, 4, 5 months since the beginning of the Gregorian calendar.
So we're still in 2025?
Well, maybe half a year, a quarter to a half a year.
My 7 IQ can't keep up.
Hebrews, the Bible uses a solar lunar calendar where you can tell what day it is of the month anywhere on the face of the planet. You can look up at the moon. You can tell what week it is. There's 4 cycles. There's the full moon, the waning half a moon, and then
Rocky, did you understand
what week it is?
Week of the month.
So did you understand what I was saying, Rocky?
First day of the month. You can
Rocky,
look anywhere.
Did you take in at all what I was saying?
And no.
Rocky, did you take it in all what I was saying?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay, so can you steel man my argument?
Okay, you the Gregorian calendar is I don't know.
Rocky, were you the person that lost to Clubber Lang?
My God, what is happening? I'm confused.
You know, you
You heard
believe
me
that the
say
Earth
something
spins
about a year
around.
and losing days, and
It,
you went straight to the moon. I know. That's cool. We're gonna fly tomatoes to the moon at some point.
Clay, can I see? Oh, there's a super chat. I don't know if Sarah wants to read or not.
It's $2. Why am I reading it?
Okay, fine. Okay, so I could carry on. Clay, I just want to address. God, that was diabolical.
Hey, you all believe that
Rocky, you understand?
Earth turns
Like, well,
around
I mean,
once
think
a
about
day.
it. By the time that $2 reaches my pocket, it's like 20 cents. No, I'm not.
Oh
reading
yeah.
it.
YouTube is terrible with
Yeah,
thanks
Yeah,
for the
well,
Twitter,
it hits YouTube, then I get taxed on it. Like I get
Yeah.
nothing of this.
Yeah, they take their portion out pre-tax. So like they're making sure it's bulkier, and then you get to tax what's left, your piece that's left over. And for
This
everybody,
is why
banging
I
on
hate
about the moon,
socialism. Taxes.
All podcasters like to say, "Oh, well, I work for me. I'm so free." And yet, no, you work for fucking YouTube, honey. You are making them boogles of money all day, every day. All right, you are just, yeah.
No, Sarah's right. She's right.
Anyway,
Also,
according to
Rocky,
the
real quick, sir,
Gregorian
regarding the Gregorian calendar and all that. Do you know that a certain group called the Jays, they're in the year 5,000 something currently, and then you got the Muslims, they're in the year 1400s. So every calendar is different between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. You know that,
But
Rocky?
that does hold on, Vanta, because that
No,
does
no,
not change the fact that it is still 365.26 days that the Earth makes a revolution around the sun. Now, can you tell me what happens?
Yes, I agree.
According to
Scientifically, I
these
agree.
calendars, there's still going to be some type of accounting for that extra 0.26.
Where do you get the 2.6 from, Clay?
So it's 365. 365 is the global.
No, I said the 2.6, the 0.26.
No,
So
for Clay. I mean for
So
Clay.
the 0.26 is actually why we have a leap year. So when every 4 years comes around, we add an extra day to February, according to the Gregorian calendar. That's
February 29.
Because 0.26 with 4 would be a whole day. Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Hold on. So they're accounting for 0.25 when they do that, but it's actually 0.01 is the actual math on that. So we're actually losing a day every 100 years.
Who came up with this system? Were they the Egyptians?
No, it was Caesar. This is the
Nine learned his lesson real fast. Says every 1,460 years we lose a year. Sorry for the typo.
Oh, I like those odds.
We would actually gain.
None fast. He went from $2 to $5.
0.1 remainder, so we gain a year every 1,460 years because we'd have to keep adding that 0.1 up until we jumped a year and it did another.
The Bible says that God gave us the sun and the moon for days and for seasons, for festivals. We determine time by the sun and the moon, not by
Rocky. Initially, we thought the universe was geocentric, and then after goddamn thousands of years, we realized the solar system is heliocentric. We had to upgrade our system.
Everybody knew 500 years ago that the Earth was flat, and that the sun and the moon are in the firmament. They go around in a circle. They have a specific path, and every year it will be in the same spot it was the year before. The moon determines the months. That's why it's called months.
How many days, though?
The moons determine the weeks. There's 4 weeks.
No. For the Earth, how many days does it take for the Earth to revolve around the sun?
The Earth doesn't revolve around the sun. The sun
Okay,
is
even in
above
your
the
model,
Earth.
let's say the sun revolves around the Earth. How many days does it take for the sun to revolve around the Earth?
An average of 365 days.
Is there a
It's
0.25
determined-
to that, or is it 0.26?
It's determined by when you see it in the same location a year later. And it's
Right. So what's the
basically
exact
about
amount?
28 days per month. 13 times 28 is 365. You add 1 year, that's New Year's. New Year's Day
Wait,
is a
hold on.
separate day.
Tell me
That's
that math again.
365. It
13
makes more
times
sense than the
28 is
Gregorian
what?
calendar. A
Wait,
piece of paper is not how you tell
13
time.
times 28
You
is
don't
what?
tell time by a piece of paper.
13 times 28 is what?
364.
I think you need to check your math.
No, he's right. No, I just did it. I just did the calculation. He's right. It's
The
364.
moon takes 29.5 days to cycle. Not
It can't be
28, it's 29.5.
It cannot be 365. 8 is an even number. When you multiply anything times an even number, it becomes an even number.
I said it was 364 days. 13 times 28.
No, you said
364 days.
365.
Okay,
You
I'll
add
be fair.
one
I'll be fair.
day for New Year's Day. That's a separate day.
I'm trying to save this.
You add New Year's
Bro, your
Day,
math is off and you're
and you
talking
get
bullshit now.
365.
Okay, Clay. I just typed in 13 times 28
29
gives
days
364.
in 1 month,
If
31
he's
days
correct,
in
it's
another
correct.
month, 30 days in this
Rocky, I'm
month,
putting you
30 days
backstage for 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes. Just 10. I'll set a timer. Hang tight.
I'm sorry. It just sounded too much like I don't.
It's meant to be that way. That's why I do it, because it makes people like you who can't stand it pay. And for the chat, Jason, see, Jason could totally just turn the volume down if he wants to, and he'll be fine. Jason has earned. I should honestly just boot the whole chat except for Jason and maybe a couple others. But the rest of the chat could suck my dick.
Does Jason join the panels or no?
Sounds like
I can't remember
eugenics. Sounds like eugenics, to be fair, Sarah.
No,
That being the eugenicist.
Jason, do you? I don't know.
It's
They
just
just the
authoritarianism.
chat pissed me off last night. Oh, hey, you guys want to know something really cool?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Last night, this is why y'all missed out. Y'all missed out on this fucking shit. I was doing my cover of Sneeko last night, and my topic of him, and Sneeko himself came into my chat.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I did not get to see that.
What the hell was that in the 5
That
minutes I
fake
left?
Muslim boy. Mm.
He came in the chat. Uncle Guns time stamped it over on Sleepy Tomato, but yeah, he actually came into the chat and he said, "Win, Sleepy Tomato."
Oh, nice, nice.
Just saying.
When
I was
Hey, I'll
there.
take it. Did you get Sneeko to come into your chat? Fuck no, you didn't.
yes, I did. Yes.
I was there,
Yeah,
Sarah.
yeah.
No,
It
actually no.
woke-
Nick was there.
Aww. Even Guns, it woke Guns up. Guns, like he was in the chat and he was just going off to sleep, he said, and then he came into the Sneeko came into the chat and Guns sprung up from his bed to flash through the window to see what was the matter and yada yada yada, and the story goes on. But yeah.
So are we? Oh, I'm sorry. Nice.
No, go
I was
ahead,
just saying
Vanta.
that-
Go fucking ahead, Vanta. What do you have to say, Vanta? Go ahead.
Nothing, because I've still delayed. I'm trying to time my moment to speak because I got this goddamn delayed. Go ahead.
Vanta, you have to yell when you want to talk. You just have to yell.
I don't want to
pretty
yell
much-
because then I'll get a super chair and then I'll be put backstage because I'm
Bullshit.
being.
Vanta, fucking talk.
Talk, Vanta.
I just had one
Pussy.
question, Sarah. One question. When are we expecting? See, that's some bullshit right there. See,
That was
This is diabolical.
that was nice.
This is
Fucking do what, Vanta?
I'm joking. Listen, I like to play around. It's good fun. Good. But yeah, Sarah, real talk. Like, when's the Sneeko stream, Sarah? When's it gonna happen?
We just had the Sneeko stream last night, but I'm gonna clip it up and I will put out. It's over on the Sleepy Tomato. If you know where that's at. If you don't, you fucking out of the loop, you asshole. You're not paying attention to me, the center of the planet. Thank you.
I'm low IQ. My IQ 67, Sarah. Please give me grace. God damn. trying to keep up here.
Give you grace, and what else? What else do you want, Vanta?
Yeah, now we're all making
and
requests.
Ben.
Let
I
me
want some
just
Grace
call
and Ben.
Santa and give you a bunch of shit, okay? Number 9 says, God gave Sarah a moon to sit while making her content. To sit on? A moon to... I don't get it. What am I missing here? Are we missing a word?
He's just wording it old-fashioned.
Okay, Zach, someone who has good IQ. What does that mean?
Oh, well.
Pay your taxes, scrubs, was the important part of the message.
That,
The
you
rest
know
of it
what?
just
I
don't
don't even
worry
know why I tried to even read the first part and make it make sense. It didn't. Doesn't fucking matter. Just pay your
Fuck you, Vanka.
taxes. Pay your taxes. Y'all have been lazy this last week. I gave you all of Thanksgiving weekend off. I wasn't here, and now you should be paying taxes. I know you all went shopping Friday, and I know you all went Cyber Mondaying, and so now you reach into that little piggy bank and you send it to me now because I'm bringing you your entertainment. Cheap little assholes.
Hey, Sarah, guess this.
What? Oh,
7 days. 7 days. I went 7 days without a sip of bourbon. Can you believe that?
Well,
Oh,
no,
wow.
you just had vodka instead, huh?
No, no. The only thing I
You
drank
could have just said
was,
alcohol, but
whiskey.
okay.
No, I
He's gonna start spiking his coffee with Everclear.
I will. No, I'm not that dirty. But 7 days I went life as a normal person, man. It was kind of nice for a little bit.
Does that feel
But,
good?
but why bourbon though? Like why specifically bourbon? You could have just said alcohol. 7 days without alcohol.
Oh, because that
Well,
opens the
that's the
door
only
to
thing.
everything.
That's the only thing he drinks.
Yeah, the only
Oh,
thing
I
I drink
understand.
is Kentucky straight bourbon. Every now and then I'll get a little lazy and I'll get some Tennessee whiskey, but no,
Whiskey.
all the other alcohols are lame.
I love a good tequila or rum.
Gay.
I hate tequila. Tequila gives me PTSD. So
You give me PTSD of when.
Oh, Sarah, that's harsh. That's
back
harsh.
when I
Oh,
was
man.
a tiny dancer at a dance studio. I was teaching the little 3-year-olds all the way up to total adults. But you take me back to those days when I was like, where's the fucking Tylenol? I can't take these kids anymore. That's what you are, Vanta. You give me PTSD.
Oh, my
You trigger
God.
my PTSD.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
they have
That's
alcohol in
harsh.
Somalia.
No. If you drink alcohol in Somalia, you get the penalty, the D penalty. So yes.
If you do anything in Somalia, that's not
Yeah, that's what we go to Ethiopia for a holiday. We go to Ethiopia and just drink our nice away in Addis Ababa.
Hey, Kazak, so you didn't drink for 7 days. Are you drinking tonight?
Yes, but I am not at the level that I used to be at, if you know what I'm talking about.
How many beverages have you consumed this evening?
Right now, I'm on my third whiskey.
What? That's amazing.
That's probably pretty low for him.
Yeah, that's
That's like he's just now getting started.
Sarah
I would be
knows me
floored.
from
I'm like
2.5
on Sarah's level over here.
Sarah, what, 2.5, 3 months ago, I was kind of reckless.
Kinda.
Yeah.
wait a minute, Kazak. Like when you take a break from drinking, right, and you come back in, doesn't a few shots make you fully buzzed because your body's still, it's clean?
Nah, he's got enough.
Now you're
still in
absorbing
the
some
system.
new energy. Oh no, my God.
He's got enough still in the system.
Oh, we need a dog.
He still has it in his system.
I got you, Jason. I got you. Hold on. We'll get a dog up here. Who we want?
Oh, dog cam.
Come on, Fofos. And
Animal.
Rocky, if you're still listening, come on, Fofos. Come on, baby.
Rocky's backstage. He's got two
If
and a
you're
half more
still
minutes.
listening, a lunation of the moon takes 29.5 days.
Look at that papa. Look at that boy.
No.
Is that boy? Wait, actually, the girl. I can't tell.
No, this is a girl. She's just giant.
Oh, the girl. Oh, look at the doggo. I
Yeah,
love doggos.
she's actually my second largest dog, and it's a girl.
She looks like she could like jump up on you and just completely knock your ass down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then she does
Yeah.
this. So only the males usually do this thing. If I lay down, they do this ownership thing where they lay and they have to push their crotch up against me, like they own me. And she does that too.
Oh,
Even though she doesn't have one.
does Christy do that to you too?
Yeah, Christy fights with them. Then she balls with the dogs over it. And the
Hi,
cats.
Miss Christy.
Hi, Miss Sarah.
So just like the other pit bull, see, she got 2 different colored eyes like the rest of them do.
Oh.
No
She reminds me of my old dog. Her name was G. She was like a Labrador / pit bull mix. I miss her, man.
This
God, I want a new dog.
This one's name
American
is Freya.
Bulldog?
These are pure pit bulls, but they got partial albinoism, and so this one's name is Freya.
Freya, that's a good name.
Yeah, named after the goddess of beauty and desire.
Yeah,
So she was named after me.
Right, right.
Wait, I thought your name was Sarah. What the hell?
Her name is Tomato now, actually.
Yeah. Freya actually translates to mater, so you know.
Tomato. Oh my god. Look at
Hey, Balderson, so I had a pit bull for a long time, and whenever they jump to my bed, I'm guessing they drink in the bed, or they sleep in the bed with you, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
under the covers.
Well, no, actually, Ben and Miss Christie sleep in the bed with the dogs, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, the dogs go to bed, and then Ben and Christy kind of maneuver in and
sometimes we sleep on separate beds because we won't fit because of so many dogs in the bed. So we have a second bed, and one of us sometimes goes and sleeps in the second bed rather than wrestle the animals. Like,
so my question is like my pit bull. What he would do is he would start off at the feet, then he would come at the waist, and he would push. He would literally push us to the side to make himself comfortable. Is that what she does?
Aww.
Oh yeah.
Aww, look at
That's a
this
little Frenchie.
one too.
God
It's a little
damn, you
French.
know what? I need a new dog. I'm hating. I'm angry.
Everyone bring their
angry.
animals to the floor, please.
I ain't gonna go
And
animals.
Jason asked how Nyx is doing because Nyx is recovering from yet her second fucking surgery because one knee going out was not enough. She said, nope, I'm going to hit both of them, one right after. It was so funny because she had her first surgery and it turned out beautiful. Everything was great. We just had our final meeting with the doctor and she got the seal of approval, go forth and be fruitful young dog. And the very next weekend, like 3 or 4 days later, her other knee blew. And so we were back in the doctor's office the following week to set up for her second surgery, which she had, I want to say about a month or so ago. And she's in her final leg of recovery, pun intended. And so she should, I think, Christmas Eve is her final appointment to get the seal of approval, but she's looking good. Everything's maneuvering very well. Actually, I feel like she recovered from this one quicker than the other one. So I'm very excited and glad everything went well, but yeah, breaking a leg. Wait, what is this? Break a leg, LOL 2. Yeah, literally. She blew out both knees. But and it's funny because she's my more versatile dog. She could like run and they're 11 years old and she could run laps around puppies. So she's my high energy, crazy, off the charts. She could jump up on the kitchen counters if you let her. So I was kind of surprised that her and not the fat ass that lays around all day didn't, right? So but yeah, she's doing great. In good spirits. I've been, and mind you, just so you all know why I've probably been extra cranky, because my dogs sleep in bed with me too, but since she hasn't been able to go up the stairs for the last 3.5 months or so, I have given up and sacrificed my own comfort, and now I come down to them and I sleep on the living room floor with them. I built myself a little bed pallet out of lots of blankets, and I've been snuggling up with them on the living room floor every day or night, day, whatever, and snuggled up with them because I didn't want her. I tried it the first night. I was like, yeah, let me just go upstairs and put the fence gate thing in front of the steps. And I was up there for, it was like maybe half an hour, and she was just whining downstairs. And because she's my shadow. I call her my shadow because she follows me everywhere. So for her to not be able to be in the same room as me is like, whoa, what's going on, dude? So I've been sleeping on the floor. I sacrificed my own comfort for my dog. And most people would gasp at that, but I say, fuck you. Those are my babies after my babies aren't babies anymore. 9 sends in another 5 and says, my moon landing was sitting my moon on a...
Pull me up quick, Sarah. This is what Linkus does. Oh, keep doing it, Linky.
His moon.
His name is Linkus.
Sitting his
Wait,
ass
wait,
on the
I want to hear Sarah. Can you understand that super chat? I want her to...
My moon landing was sitting my fat ass on a chair after a long day at work. Yes, now I get it.
Very good.
Yes. I moonland my ass on this chair. Oh, hold on. God gave Sarah a fat ass to sit while making her content. Okay, it's all making sense now. that first one flew over my head. This one makes sense. Okay. All right. It all makes sense. Now. But yes, dog is man's best friend, and I believe he was a gift. He gave us the gift of dogs so that we would never have to be alone.
What about cats? Because I think cats is
cats are fucking evil. I hate cats with every ounce. Unless they act like dogs. I like cats that act like dogs. They're cool.
They're lazy, they're entitled, they want to be fed and do nothing. Useless.
Oh, you can't even play fetch with them. If they're snugglers, I'm all for it. If they play fetch and play, I'm all for it. But if they're little fucking assholes,
I've had 2 cats that can play fetch. One of them was the cat that my ex took. And then the other one is one of the 2 that I have right now. So normally when I'm on the channel, you can see that one that sits behind me and she makes bread all day. She does nothing. She doesn't play cats.
Bread all day.
Yeah, that's all she does. But then I have the other one, and she plays catch if I pull her favorite toy out. So cats are hit or miss. But the thing with the animals is like, look at Balderson right there. He got that cat. That cat loves him, right?
I'm just saying, Kay's
this is my beard cat. She sits on my chest and nuzzles into my beard and does this.
So that's
why my beard's always a mess.
The thing with cats is like they're easy to care for. So when I lost my when I lost my dog back in 2013, I lost my pit bull. I told myself like I can't have a dog for a while, but I can probably be a pretty good cat owner. And that's when I got the cats. And they were sisters, and I treat them both the same. And one of them is kind of silly, makes bread. And then the other one is actually like a dog, and she's playing with a toy. So that's what she does all day.
Aww. My dogs are sisters, too. I was only supposed to get one, and she's the gray one. She took all the blue healer colors. But when I saw, it was a friend of a friend whose dog had puppies, got knocked up by her boyfriend's dog, and they just wanted to find good homes for them. And I saw the pictures of the litter, and I was like, I'll take the one that looks like the polar bear. It was the only one that was pure white with the little black paws. I was like, it's a fucking polar bear. By the time by the time they were old enough to get, she turned gray with the gray spots. And then the day that they said that I was scheduled to go pick Artemis up, they said, hey, look, we got one other girl that they were supposed to get her, but then they changed their mind, yada yada yada. So just so you know, there's another dog available. And I was like, oh, 2 for 1 special? Yes, please. It was meant to be. And my ex-husband, because Artemis is like the chill fat dog that just like, yeah, just lay right here, leave me alone, right? Whereas Nyx is the extra dog that I got, and she's wild, she's obnoxious, she's just like all over the place. And I'll never forget my ex. He looked at me one day and he's like, "Wasn't she like the one we weren't supposed to have? Like like, why couldn't we just had the one that you picked? Like, chill and shit." And I'm like, yeah, but that's the best of two different personalities, you know, having two different dogs. But
I could tell Sarah is a fan of Greek mythology because you named your dog after Greek goddesses.
I did.
Yeah,
I'm a
very good.
fan. I'm a fan of
Artemis and Nyx. Yeah, I'm very familiar with the lore.
Yep, and actually, Artemis has oops, hold on. Here we go. New goal. Artemis has an arrowhead in white on her head.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Yeah, so it looks like an arrowhead. It's really neat. And when she was younger too, especially, it was very like pronounced. So I was like, ooh, Greek goddesses, which one's the one of hunting, right? And of course that's Artemis. And it's funny because Artemis is seen as not pregnancy, but I think fertility.
Yeah, fertility.
Yeah, I think it's fertility or something along those lines. I think it's motherhood of some sort, and she is the house nanny, right? Like when my son was younger, when I used to walk them, I would have the stroller and I'd have the dogs, and one would be on each side of the stroller wheel, and they just, that was their mission, was like my son was in the middle in the stroller, and the two dogs were on the side of the stroller, and he was like their center. And later on, of course, as he got a little older, he would be riding his little tricycle or, you know, whatever. And I would have the dogs, and they still took that position, one on each side. But what would happen is every time my son started to veer off the sidewalk, Artemis would nudge him back over. She herds people. Even when my son was younger and walking around the house, she would walk beside him and nudge him in the way he was supposed to go. It was so precious. I loved it. Nick has, she's an all black on top, and then she's got the white belly and underlying. And Nyx, the goddess of night, was known for, or what they believed was, she was like a blanket that just covered over the earth, right?
Yes.
And so black on top, white on the bottom. So she got the name Nick. We call them Nikki and Artie. It's fun. It's cute. We just kind of, the kids naturally nicknamed them, but yeah.
How old are they now?
Huh?
How old are they?
They are 11.
Oh, wow.
Both of Clay's pictures are the same, don't you think? Oh, what pictures were you showing? I'm sorry, I missed it. I was thinking of myself and myself alone in this moment.
Sarah, with them being 11, have you thought about getting some puppies?
Oh, fuck no. Not right now. No.
Really?
No, I have enough on my fucking plate. I've got a dog that I have to walk outside holding her, like harnessing her back end so she doesn't put any pressure on her legs when she fucking goes down the stairs. The other one, she's a fat ass that lays around. The kids have like 1,000,001 schedules. Like, I can't even keep up with what I have now. Like, throw a puppy in the mix and I'm doomed.
That's heavy. Yeah, that's heavy load.
That's
But
heavy.
if you got a puppy, they would kind of teach that puppy how to be like them, you know? So it's nothing new.
Actually, Sarah, I want to.
Do you know how much more effort it takes to raise a puppy?
Yes, I do. Yes.
It's like worse than a baby.
It's pain, yeah.
Because a baby,
their destructive
a baby
era.
Shits in a
Horrible.
diaper. Yeah, like and listen, the bratty tomato gets her license at the end of the month. Do you know what that means she's getting for Christmas?
A panel?
An errand runner?
Do you know what she's...
A PC, a computer PC, a gaming PC for a dog.
No.
An errand runner.
Cat?
An errand runner. Yes. Yes, an errand runner. And so I'm already looking, I have like a budget in mind, but even that like makes me cringe, like thinking of like how much and paying cash and whatever. And I'm just like, ugh. Right? Like,
This is why I sold my dog.
like if I get let's throw a puppy into that mix. Do you know how fucking expensive they are?
Pain.
Somalians don't sell dogs.
Just
get
a late 90s Buick.
Your average Somali.
I mean,
my bad, Sarah.
expensive as in the maintenance of a dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
I already pay for 2 dogs who are both in their final years, right? Who knows what could happen? I mean, do you know how much those surgeries cost? That was like,
Oh yeah, the vet,
everything
the
I've
vet
just
bills.
been saving, like bye. Right? Like,
Yeah.
and what if the other one blows her knees? Like, I can't do all of it. So
Hey,
I
here's
mean,
a question. Does anyone here, besides cats and dogs, does anyone else here own fish?
No.
All right, whatever. Sorry. Bye.
I have cows, goats, pigs,
No
alpacas. I get I'm cracking up over Clay's picture of an alpaca getting ready to spit.
I find fish tanks to be useless investment. I don't like fish or tanks.
I have like 100
Well,
birds.
it's because in Somalia they just grab the fish out the
No,
water and throw it in their mouth.
because like what's the point? I'm just gonna look at them floundering about, just eating. Useless. Just swimming left, right, left, right, left.
You've seen a few of these
in a tank.
It's a live art decor. Fish aquariums.
I don't care
is
for
a
decor.
live
I have better decors than a goddamn tank, sir.
Actually, one of the things that years ago when I became semi-famous, it was a video of me shearing an alpaca by hand with just like a big ass hand shears, not the electric ones. Because I sheared and he looked just about like that. His name was Buddy. He got killed like 4 months ago by a dog pack, a feral dog pack. And I killed one of them, but that's where Bubba came from. Bubba, the pack as it ran off, Bubba came limping out of the woods like half dead. And I was like,
shit, Balderson, where are you from?
I live on Murder Mountain.
No, I mean like state.
California.
And
I'm from South Dakota originally, if you're asking about my accent.
No, I'm asking about like wild dogs just like jumped your
I
fence
live
and
on
killed
Murder
your
Mountain.
animals.
It's
speaking
wild
of Murder Mountains, you have 8 minutes for that goal, or we all fucking go to bed, bitches.
There you go.
Yeah. That was the explanation.
No animals were harmed in the making of this live
no,
stream.
no.
By the way, they are safe and at home with their owners. Everything is fine. Yes. Nothing wrong happened. They are fine.
And I wanted to say, Sarah, when you were talking earlier, it's actually 2 Artemises, and they mushed them together. So the Artemis of Ephesia is actually a Turkish goddess, and she's a many-breasted goddess. And that's the mother figure, and obviously she's many-breasted.
Yeah.
And then the Greek is a young huntress, so it only has your standard 2 breasts.
Right. Oh, that's so neat.
Balderson, I believe you're well versed in mythology because I can tell judging by your name, you're Nordic, right? North mythology and all that.
That's your Odinism.
There you go. Well said, sir. Well said. Because I went to Turkey, by the way, and you're correct. Correct.
I took a Greek mythology class in high school, and I fell in love with it. I just absolutely fell in love with it. We had to make these like scrapbooks of like starting with Zeus and the beginning and all of these different things, and how chaos and all that stuff and yada yada yada.
And Zeus had to delete his mother and his father, Kronos.
All of that stuff. And I was just so it was my favorite fucking class in the whole wide world. And I was just like, I wanted more. And but there's like no occupation that would really be a well-paid occupation. So I was like, Isaac went half in. Someone else in the chat needs to match. But I will give you the half hour, Kazak, since you paid.
Clay, turn your camera on, you fucking yodeler.
He's a llama. He's got.
Are you kidding? Oh my god! Look at that. Why are you touching the vagina?
What are you doing to that thing?
That was
that one's actually a boy. The penis is underneath the belly.
Oh my
How the
god!
fuck do you know
Fathers
this?
and stop.
Yeah, how do you know it's a boy? How do you know it's a male? I'm confused.
I raise alpaca.
That's a llama.
Fucking does this for a living.
Is that
All
llama
llamas-
or alpaca?
It's
all
no
llamas are
different- It's no
alpacas.
different than with a cat. Like if there's two holes right next to each other, then it's a girl. If there's one hole and a big gap and they have a hangy underneath, then it's a boy. So one time I went rescue shearing, and this is when I moved to California, where people are very confused about boys and girls. And we were doing a rescue shearing because this herd didn't get sheared for 3 years. So my son and I are out there doing this. And the owner starts telling us about this alpaca that we have laid down. And I'm sharpening up my shears, and he's talking to my son, and he's like,
10.
who's 10. And he's like, this one won't let our big male breed it. He's like, we really want our good male out here to mix with this one, but it keeps fighting it off.
Was
And
it
my
a
son
small
looks
male
at
with
him
a
and
small
goes,
dick
are
or
you
a
sure it's a
weak male with
girl?
a big dick?
He goes, are you sure it's a girl? And the guy goes, why? And my son looks at him and goes, because it's got a dick.
So, Balderson, how does one who has such an outdoors life find panels on YouTube? Like how did this happen?
I had a TV show and radio show on the biggest pagan radio station in the world a number of years ago. And they wanted to censor some of the things that I was saying. And my contract, that was part of my contract, was that I don't get censored and outside of things you can't say because of the FAA. Like that's obvious, but anything else, or FCC, I mean, anything else, you don't get to censor the information. And they censored me, so I quit, and then I started YouTubing, and I got a real big YouTube channel and was really killing it with that. And then I lost that in 2020. We called it the Great Purge. About me and about half my friends all got booted, lost our channels. And so now I just fuck around for fun, and this is how I ended up on here.
And I love it
Yeah.
because he ended up here.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because, like I said, what 2.5 months ago when I started watching you, Sarah, it was the big cast were Clay, obviously, Ryan, and then there was Andrew, and then a few of the what do you call it? I think Eli. Eli was a big one.
I love
which-
Eli.
I know, and what is he doing? And then there was a couple of the oh my gosh, I can't remember their name, but a couple other channels that were pretty legit. They used to be pretty consistent, and that's when I joined. And what, Clay? You remember me from the beginning, don't you? Shut up! You can't say nothing.
I do.
Eli was just here the other day, and I won't be here during the summer basically because now it's dark at 5 and Sarah comes on at 6. So, but when it's light till 8 or 9, I will be out in the field somewhere doing crap till 8 or 9.
See, to me, Sarah comes on at 8, but to Sarah comes on at what, 9? Yeah,
it's when I put the kids to bed by 9. So that's that's the only reason why I operate under that time frame, because I mean I'll have a few oddballs here and there where I can start earlier because they're not here, or you know.
You were talking about starting some channels more so in the afternoon, right?
There's a UK special that I'll try to run maybe on just Friday.
Yes, for us Brits. Thank you.
Yeah, because
Bianca,
I'm
fuck you.
more requests for. So for now, we did do a debate with Misfit and Loner Box, and I literally only agreed to that time frame because I knew Loner Box was UK, and I was like, well, whatever. Yeah, you're back.
You got rid of the F slur.
The F slur.
Oh, is that Dusty? Hey, Dusty. What do you
up?
think about Venezuela and the fucking bombs?
What bombs?
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
You know what I wonder? If I don't make the goals, if YouTube like thinks I suck. You guys are killing my algorithm. All right, you got one more. You got only 30 minutes to do it.
Balderson, sell a fucking alpaca and send $50 and meet me halfway.
Alpacas are worth more than $50, I think.
Depends
Well,
on
he
what
has
you
like
want to do with
45
it.
of them.
But I want to kindly remind the chat, we just talked about a young lady's Christmas gift, and are you all going to be a bunch of fucking Scrooges? Nuke says, woohoo, a free chat. Send your $100 donos, put my favorite color on the screen, to Sarah to buy a vehicle for her daughter as one of the best Christmas gifts she could get for her. Much love, chat. Yeah, it's going to fucking hurt. And then, you know what, though? She asked me, she's like, well, aren't you going to get me any other Christmas gifts? And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? She was like, yeah, aren't you going to fill the car with stuff like gas cards and pine tree scent things?
Refreshers.
And I was
Bumper
like,
stickers,
you're
subwoofers.
lucky. You're lucky I'm even like able to kind of do this right now.
How many cuckable mugs are there?
There's unlimited. As
Buy
many
as
as you
many
want
as
to
you
order,
can.
they're there.
Well, I haven't heard Clay say it yet, so I was just wondering.
Oh
buy
yeah,
a cuckable
I'm
mug.
getting requests for a full-length version of that song.
Are you?
I heard
Yes.
that. Yeah, definitely do it.
What duck song?
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Do we have the cuckable song? Do you want to? Can you share it somehow, Flo?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
song from Duck?
The cuckable song.
That was my gift to the Panelverse.
Yes. Well, you also gave the gift of the Tomatoes to the Moon song, and in my chat, we all agree. We love it.
Oh,
We
you
love
wanted to play it? Okay, hold on. Let me
Yeah.
share screen then. I was getting the link for it.
Nice job.
I look back, I'm just full screen.
I think Christmas
And
is haram. May Allah strike Christmas. Go ahead.
What? I did hear what you were saying last night, Sarah, and you just download it, and I'll get rid of it.
Ring ding ding a ling, here comes a cuckable mug. It's a limited time. Get yourself a cuckable mug for the uncle, good for his boxable wine. You can thank Santa or you can thank Dusty. Grab a cuckable mug tonight. You can thank Santa or you can thank Dusty. Grab a cuckable mug tonight.
Nice.
That's so
Yeah, and
lovely.
so those mugs are available. I'll put the link in the back chat because Sarah took my wrench away.
Or you can just go to
available-
Dusty's show.
They're available till the end of the year. Then they're
Yeah.
discontinued.
I don't mind playing it the way I play it because I want to continue giving it the views. But it does make it hard when I go to hit start and then I have to hit I have to share screen and blah 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 blah. But we're
Yeah,
gonna
if you
go
want-
ahead.
Look,
I'm
if you want to throw me something on my Cash App, it's fine. But download it, and as soon as it's downloaded, let me know, and I'll just kick it off.
Why? We like oh see there's a couple comments on there.
I'm telling you, if you
Here, I'm gonna
because
drop
then
that link because I
then
can.
it's yours.
Dusty, if I get a mug,
There-
will it at least have like a hair or two from your
What I'm
face
saying,
or
Sarah, is
pubic
if
area?
It
you
won't, but
download
if you
it-
want, if for extra, if you want, I could send you and I could mail you an envelope with some hairs in it.
I just see it with that.
You seem more like the type that would like smell them than the type that would make a voodoo doll out of them. So I'm all right with that.
No, I'm out of floss.
We're gonna see if the moon is made of cheese, and if it isn't past the masterpiece, we're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Well, we're a little bit messy, but we're gonna go far. A pinch of chaos, yeah, a few more scars. Tomatoes and wine to the stars. For aromas, the cherry, the early girls, yeah, the money makers. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and the crystals shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around, there's a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. We got a spaceship full of matters. It might be silly to you, but we're headed to get them matters beyond the sky. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. Tomatoes to the moon tonight. If we don't make it there, it's gonna be alright. There's wine all around and a crystal shine. We're flying tomatoes to the moon tonight. We're flying tomatoes to the moon.
Love that song. It's like my favorite. It has officially become the song of Sleepy Tomato entry and exit. We lost Flo on that one because he always gets gay with music. But
we'll kick his ass later.
Yeah, he's a goofball. Pass says, here's to your continued growth and success. Keep being you, Sarah. I fully fucking plan on doing that. And don't change for anything or anyone. Yeah, fuck them. Much love, real one, family, and respect. Thank you, Pass. Pass has been here since the very good early portion of Tomato. And Pass told me in the very beginning, you are going somewhere, young lady. And Kazak completing the second goal. So you guys get the full official hour of continuedness.
Can I ask a question real quick?
No.
Okay. She said no. I won't
You
ask
can tell
it.
Kazak's an authoritarian because he gets it.
Yeah,
You
he
know what? I
wants
don't
us
care
to
what you
dominate
said.
via finance.
I'm gonna say the question anyways. I'm just kidding. But what I was gonna say is, have you guys heard this thing about an Erica Kirk music video?
No.
Wait a minute. No.
Yeah, no, I saw something on a certain somebody's stream. Sorry, Sarah, but
Hold on. The grumpy tomato has spoken. Everyone say hello, Father.
Hello, Father.
hello, Father.
Hello,
Why are you
mother.
awake so late?
Here I am.
Hello,
Woke up. He
Yeah,
was
you heard the
down.
Simpsons episode.
He was down visiting his darling daughter and Grand Tomatoes today.
In Florida?
And no,
Oh,
I'm in Maryland.
Hello, mother.
I'm sorry.
Hello, father.
And
Here I am.
we went and bought a Christmas tree today, which was super awesome because Dad got to carry everything in. I didn't have to. So that was very convenient for me. And then also he helped with some other getting me some new shutters for my windows because mine just always I live in a wind vortex somehow, so my shutters just fly the fuck away. So he said it's enough of them flying away. We're gonna get a whole new set and have somebody come install them the
You're
way
an
they
only
need to.
child.
No, I have two brothers.
Oh,
A
so
wind
you're an only
vortex.
child.
A wind
Yeah.
vortex is that America's tornado zone, Sarah?
No, a wind vortex means I'm in a space where the wind just hits the house just right. And because of the way it's set in the community, everything just comes flying in and flying out. I don't
Oh, shit.
understand it. Like my front door has been busted off the thing like for probably the 20th time just because like the kids would open it and the wind just takes it off.
God damn.
Yeah, it's
Sarah,
just a weird wind vortex.
Sarah, were you in Maryland when like that HBO
Maryland.
special about the Maryland 5? You know what I'm talking about with the cops and the task
Wire?
gun. No, the task gun control unit. That was I think it was 2006 to 2019, or 2016 to 2019.
Yeah, there was the whole Freddie Gray bullshit, and then we had the Philadelphia guy along with the Maryland. There was the Baltimore 6 that were
Yeah.
innocent and didn't have issues happen, but then there was the Baltimore 7 and one Philly dude that did some fucked up shit.
Well, the one that HBO made a special about. Remember that?
I didn't watch that, but my ex-husband was a Baltimore cop, so
Okay.
I'm
Well,
very
well,
familiar with.
one of the Baltimore task gun control officers, they were actually at my joint, and it was on HBO. That's a good, interesting situation because of the things that they were doing in Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, Baltimore's a shithole. It's corrupt. It's fucked up. My ex, he's been there probably over 20 years now, I think.
He's a Baltimore cop.
And the amount of stuff that we've seen.
David Herschel. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. Herschel.
Yeah,
I
Herschel. You know, he passed away of cancer. I think this year. Yeah, Herschel. I think this year he got because when I first joined the joint that I'm at right now, he was there, and he had prostate cancer, and I think they gave him what do you call it when you get out of prison? Some kind of sympathy shit.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So David
I
Herschel.
didn't know that.
I think his name was David. Was it Dave? David?
Yeah, it's Daniel Herschel.
Daniel Herschel, yeah. And when I talked to this guy, I remember I seen him in person, and one day he was just laying in his bed, and I said, you know what, if you were a CO, you would never have got arrested. And then he was like, you know what, I tell you this. And then he started telling me everything about what happened. I'm just like, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know. What do I do with this information? He's just like, and you know, I
have a question, Kazak, if I may, sir. Like, is the wire close enough? Because again, I'm not from America.
Is
I'm
the what close enough?
The wire, the HBO show. The
I
Wire.
never watched The Wire. The Wire was a 90s show that was a little bit before my time. So
Okay, because people say it's like close to Baltimore's level of the institution regarding policing and crime.
yeah, no, The Wire is a little bit out of my range. But have you ever seen that HBO? Have you ever watched Oz?
Oh yes, I've seen Oz like many times, sir. Many times.
Okay, Oz is a little bit more familiar in my expertise.
God. Oof, yeah, because Oz was nightmare fuel. That show scared me, bro. Like I never want to end up in jail because of that show.
Well, it's very much supposed to send
Well,
that message. Go
I
ahead,
just want
Sarah.
to kindly remind all of you, as my father would inform you, in her own words, she's 2 balls shy of being and it wasn't third son, it was favorite son. Get it correct. I told my dad one time because we like to do the tools and stuff. Like I told my dad a long time ago, I was like, look, when you pass away, I just want your tools. Like, the boys can have anything else, but I just want the tools. And he said, and he laughed. But I told him, I said, I'm 2 balls shy of being your favorite son because I'm the only one who enjoys doing that kind of stuff along with him. So, and then a lot of you inform me that I have bigger balls than most of the men that joined these panels, and you are correct. But this is probably because I grew up with my brothers and my father who helped callus that thick skin throughout the years. And Nuke sends lots of love to you, Kazak. Big love.
Well, and it appears like a lot of those guys, like ones that can't open olive jars and shit, spent most of their lives playing video games and.
I think I'm getting the hint. Okay, fair enough.
I'm telling the boys you said that, and this just confirms that I am the favorite child. Just so you know, Dad, I am the favorite officially. I always try to convince my mom. We always fight over mom. Like we're like could try to say like we're the number one favorite, mom's favorite, and we fight over it all the time. But this is confirmation right here that I am my father's favorite. Just saying.
So you're like the Liu Kang of your family. I am the chosen one. Mortal Kombat.
I am the chosen one.
So you're in Maryland, Virginia?
Maryland.
Maryland, Virginia.
Did you say Maryland, Virginia?
Maryland, Virginia.
Those are different states, Rocky.
What?
Those are different states.
That's what, yeah.
Even this low IQ Somali knows this. My God.
Well, Maryland, as in Mary the Virgin.
Okay, that's fucking the dumbest thing I ever heard.
All right, you know what?
No, he's right. He's right. Hold on, he's right. Queen Mary.
Yes. As someone in the UK, Queen Elizabeth
Shut up,
I.
Fanta. Shut the fuck up, Fanta. You always fucking do this, Fanta.
I'm sorry, sir. I
want
want
to
to
backstage, Fanta.
history.
This is where you shut up, Fanta.
Okay,
Thank
fine.
you. Virginia was after the Queen as the Virgin. Okay, so Rocky's not wrong. We all sit here and make fun of.
Do you know that DC sits on 7 hills?
That I did
Capitol
not
Hill. Anyway,
know.
there's 7 hills. Just
Shit
like
Hill.
Rome, it says in the Bibles that Rome sits on 7 hills. DC also sits on 7 hills.
Why do you steal my thunder, Sarah? I was trying to talk about Queen Elizabeth I. About
Just like that. You see how that works? Just like that.
I'm just trying to educate some of you dumb fuckers.
I wanted to flex on Rocky, but I guess Sarah stole my thunder.
No, there's a lot of
See
symbolism.
how, hold
behind
on. Do you
these
see
things
how
like
my
that.
dad tried to slide this in here? You're my mom does this too. She says, well, you're my favorite daughter. I'm your only daughter. It's by default.
Oh, that's your father. Salute to your father. Salute, sir.
But my father's now saying the same thing that my mom says, trying to slide away with when I say I'm your favorite child out of the 3 of us. And they're like, well, you're my favorite daughter, but I'm your only daughter. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Also, initially, Sarah, you did mess up. You said Queen Mary, by the way. Wait. She mentioned Queen Mary earlier. Even check clock. Sarah, you said Queen Mary. You didn't say Queen Elizabeth. Aha.
Washington, D.C., the Vatican, and London City are the 3 stars. You notice that Washington
they're the city states.
3-star flag.
What is this man talking about?
What are you talking about, Queen Elizabeth? Hold on. What are you talking about, Queen Elizabeth, Fanta?
No, initially, before you said Queen Mary, you messed up.
For Maryland, Maria. For Maryland was named after
Elizabeth deleted Mary the First from Scotland, so she had no influence on America. It was Bloody Mary. It's Bloody Mary.
Queen
Henry
Henrietta Maria was the wife of King Charles I, who granted the charter for Maryland colony. That's who it was named after.
Mary.
Okay.
So it's not even Elizabeth the First sister, because she dated a sister, Mary of Scotland.
Oh my God! You know what? Just like this. Just like this. Somebody do me the fucking favor, please.
Yeah, just
please.
Send a super chat and get rid of
Someone do me the favor.
Send a super chat. Get rid of Hanson. Is that what you want? I'm interested about
Good night, Father. Everyone say good night, Father.
Good night to Father Tomato. Good night,
Good
sir.
night, sir.
Yes.
Good night, sir.
And I don't know why Rocky's talking about Washington,
Who
London,
mimicked
and
me? Who did that?
Talking about the 3 city states. These are independent states. Like the Washington D.C. is not a state; it's independent of the states. Each one of these has an obelisk. That's what he's talking about. London is separate from the.
Oh yeah. I see your point, Balderson. I see your point. He wants to talk
Balderson,
about.
what do you do when your ostrich steals your vehicle? Oh my God, this is amazing.
See, wait. You said ostrich. Wait, when did ostrich come into the picture?
Very impressed.
I just wanted Balderson to just think and look. That's what I was going for, and he was like, "I don't have an ostrich, and I don't have a vehicle."
My wife won't let me get one. She's real Scroogey about me getting birds. I want a parrot so bad, and she's told me twice that I could get one, but she actually cries real tears when she says it, and so I'm like, "Oh, that's a fuck no." That's
Vanta. Vanta. The favor has come forth from our darling Jason. Jason has sent 20 beers to me.
Yes.
Which
Jason,
means that's
you son of a bitch.
that's $100.
Oh, very
okay?
good.
Now you,
Very
sir, have
Yes.
2 minutes to plea to this broke ass chat that has been barely sending anything tonight, except for Jason, Kazak, and a few others who are honorable mentions like Nuke, number 9,
Just say Kazak. Kazak covers it all. It's okay.
Dorito, Peace Dynamo, Rocky, Nuke again, Alexander, and Robert Paulson. They have provided money to the cause, and Jason has provided even more money to the cause. Now you have to tell the chat and plea your case in order to tell them they should give more money to the cause in order to keep your ass up here.
Vanta, hit the sensitive subjects. Vanta, you have to.
They have to send $100 to overturn Mr. Jason.
Okay.
Sensitive.
Let me know when I can speak because I feel like I've been over talked. Can I speak
You
now?
have 2 minutes to plea your case.
2 minutes.
Sir.
God damn. All right. I think you guys need to help out Sarah. Yes, I'm a demon. I'm a low IQ Somali pirate. Sure. But just drop some money to maintain the banter for a couple of hours. Maybe hour or two. I don't know how long an hour is. I don't know how long an hour costs, but $100, like what is that? Nothing. If you're truly upper echelon N-words, just saying.
What?
Yeah, exactly. What? Exactly. If you got the coin, just drop it. If you don't want me here, so be it. I can walk away. Tomorrow's another day. But I'm just saying. Drop another 100.
Do it for the bratty tomato.
Drop another 100, either to keep me or fully make me disappear for the whole week. Actually, no, Sarah, I'll do one good. 100, so Vanta will never come back for a whole week. 7 days.
Oh,
$7. 7 days, a whole week.
So wait. So instead of pleading for them to keep you on, you're pleading for them to send another 100 to boot you for a whole week.
A whole week.
No, that's
Never
not
again.
grifting. That's submitting.
Out of sight. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm just saying.
Do it for the children. Do it for the bratty tomato car fund. Ugh.
Because if you don't do it for the whole week, next time I see Sarah live with the open panel, I'll pop back. I'll rear my ugly head back in again, and you'll end up spending another 100 to get me out. So
that's
you better
700. Just so you know.
100 right now for a whole week.
That's 700, my friend. Do the math.
I know. I'm saying I'm doing a deal.
Well, typically it's 100 per stream, and I know I have a stream plan for
I
Friday.
don't know how often Sarah streams. So I don't know.
Sunday is probably sleepy. Monday night,
At least 300.
And then Thursday night, all the way back to next Thursday. It'd probably be technically 300. But if you're giving them a discount,
yes.
I mean, and you're
better than nothing, right, Sarah?
that,
Better than
it's
nothing.
better than nothing. It's better than nothing. I say that's a good deal for us both in this aspect. But how much money are you losing me by not showing up on panel for people to
I
like
mean,
Rocky?
I feel
Rocky sent a 10 in to boot you, so that's another $10. I could, how many times would people pay to boot you? I don't know. But see, they probably wouldn't essentially like you're not like Duck, right? But that could mean
I am a villain. I like to play the role of a villain, Sarah. I love being a villain. It's my cup of tea. Just
yeah.
saying.
So then in that case, those next 3 streams that you could potentially show up on, I could make another $100 each stream for people to boot the villain.
Exactly.
So I could potentially lose, or I can guarantee myself
No,
another
see,
$100.
you got no super chat. See, you got no super chat. Bling bling.
Oh, Kazak wants to grift. Kazak be Griffin. How do you want to grift, Kazak?
Just give me a shot.
Okay.
I feel like Kazak is a millionaire. Just goddamn. Just drop the
Okay,
red.
well-
I want to see a red. I want to see a red box. Just pull up.
Not
Say
the
thanks,
villain.
sir. Now where would you?
Well, thank
Where
you.
would you thanks, sir?
Big red box.
True. Yeah. True.
No,
Factor. True.
Everyone done? Can I talk?
Go ahead, Kazak.
All right, I'm gonna talk real quick. For one, Jason, you're a badass. For 2, the rest of the chat, you guys keep Sarah going, and that's awesome. And I love it because even on the times that I don't join the panel, I will join the chat and you guys keep her going. So I just want to say, keep it going, and pretty much just be here for her, help her out, and keep us in the loop, keep us going, keep us entertaining you guys, because pretty much what it is I'm also in the same boat. Like I'm that's where I come from. Is I'm a chat guy, and when I join the chat and I see things that are interesting and I love the topic, I jump in. And every time I jump in, I have support from the chat. So I think that you guys should continue to support Sarah, continue to support their Raging Tomato, Sleepy Tomato. It doesn't matter what she says it is. Just even if it's $1, $2, $3, it doesn't matter. I mean, we all fuck around and we all put our super chats in, and it doesn't really matter too much how much you put in. It's just the fact that you support the channel, and that's what's fun. That's what keeps us going. That's what keeps us entertaining. And you got people like Clay. You got people like Banta, Somalia, or England, or whatever he wants to claim on whatever day it is.
That's right.
It's okay.
I'm all over the place. Yes, correct.
Thanks. But you also got Sarah. She brings on people from every neck of the woods. She had a doctor tonight. She'll bring on anyone that she can. You got Clay, who yodels.
Yodel too. I can yodel. I can yodel better than Clay. I can do better than Clay. Clay is a coward.
Well, whenever Clay yodels, that's at least a $10. You guys got to give at least a $10 for listening to Clay yodel.
Can I save myself via yodel, Kazak? I'm sorry.
What?
Can I save myself via yodeling? Because I think I can yodel better. Can I save
No,
myself?
you can't. Okay, prove it. Prove
Your
it.
final, because nobody has paid to support your grift.
Listen, I'm gonna save myself because I'm gonna yodel.
This is your final goodbye.
Okay, I'm gonna say my final goodbye on my final comeback with a yodel. Yodel, 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 yodel.
Oh,
there you go. That's my yodel.
My asshole.
There you go.
Oh
There you
my
go.
God. Balderson, you got any animals that just want to throw dollars?
All I'm saying is that was like a Michael Jackson yodel. You don't see me at the end of the yodel.
Banta was like, yeah, I got the yodel. Blah. Like, what the fuck was that, bro?
A squawking bird or some shit. We love you, Vanta. It was a good, worthy grift. He tried very hard. It is worthy.
I tried.
Yours was as well. Support the cause. I'm all for it. But tonight's been a weird night. That actually since Thanksgiving week is actually Wednesday night was like the last good night, and then since then it's like pulling fucking teeth.
Yodelahee-hoo.
The same will happen around Christmas. It's just them 2 days. Just how it goes.
Yeah, it is what it is. And my numbers, like my algorithm's been fucking weird lately. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's like
seems to be happening to a lot of channels.
I noticed that too. Everyone's talking the same talk right now.
So what are you gonna do, Sarah? Are you gonna continue to bring people on to speak their advice? Are you gonna do debates or what?
Yeah, we're still gonna rock it. We're still gonna keep moving and find what works. You know, the Sleepy Tomato is doing its job, and hopefully the Pearl video gets pushed out tomorrow. So hopefully, and I'll clip up the Sneeko one and get that pushed out too.
Oh,
But
that fucker Eli Nix, man, he needs to debate more. You gonna kick his
I
ass?
know he's so awesome. He's so awesome.
He's awesome, but he's actually might be a little bit worse than me when he drinks.
Oh, he was funny. He was so funny when he was drinking the other night. But I got the best clip from him at the very end. And you wouldn't have think he was drunk because he was so like dead serious and like very like.
Oh, I did see that. You put that into a short, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the thing is he's smart too, and like I think Eli, like even if he knows it or not, I think that he has a lot of potential, and he can be a good debater, like a legit debater, like up there, like what's Radical Coder. I think he could probably debate with Ryan pretty good.
Let's do a quick overlay. Callaghan. Hello? Hello? You're on screen, Callaghan.
Awkward.
Sir, you must speak. Are you trying to...
Hey, what's up?
Hello?
Andy Graham.
Hello?
Yeah? Are you all right?
Drop him.
Hello? Oh,
Sorry, it's got a bit of delay. I'm in New Zealand.
Oh,
Why did
hello.
you have a country voice before that?
Donate if you're white.
He said donate if you're white.
Yeah, I'm in New Zealand. That's how we talk here.
Oh no. Hell no.
Yeah?
Bro, you're too
Yeah?
Sketchy.
I mean, if you have a delay, you probably should exit and come back where you don't have a delay.
And donate.
I was on a panel the other night that got hit too, Sarah, just so you know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Did he show his peen?
It was some weird, oh my God. I don't even want to describe it. I hate when people do that.
It looked like a kickstand.
No, it was no. It wasn't even that. Like, it was something really, really gross. Like,
It would be actually funny if he did really go donate. That'd be hilarious.
But all the years that I've done this, I think July and December are always the worst months. Or yeah, July.
No, December last December was amazing. But a big chunk of that kicked off from the Millionaire Bachelor stream. I don't know if you remember that, but
I do.
That one was nuts. The men were dick measuring.
Millionaire Bachelors. What was that?
Millionaire Bachelor. It was the best like fucking stream I think I'd ever done, with me and Millionaire Bachelor, and like putting him in his place live, and the chat was like dying. They're like, how does he not know what she's doing right now?
Oh, was that the guy that doxed Andrew?
Swear to God, you did almost the same play on Andrew and Rachel in the chat. You did almost the same play. Christy and I were like, really?
The fact that I wouldn't let him
walk right into everything. It was like, do you fuckers gonna stop fucking stepping on landmines, or you just like, are you both drunk?
You know, my favorite one about that was when they were like, yeah, like, we don't think you take this seriously because you're going and drinking and whatever. And I'm like sitting there, I'm thinking, I'm like, God, like, if I drink on stream, I'm very, like, I let everyone know I'm fucking drinking, but I only drink like maybe once a month. Usually, you know, if I'm on Dusty's stream, it's like 5 o'clock in the fucking morning and I've had a Benadryl. But I laughed later because I thought about it. I'm like, wait a minute, Andrew literally gets hammered and does shots on screen.
Right.
All the time.
So is that what this guy? So was I wrong? Was the millionaire guy the one that doxed him?
I think it was the opposite way around. Like, Andrew supposedly doxed Millionaire Bachelor. It's the black guy that has the mask.
Yeah, from what I heard is this guy, he like sent a bunch of billboards in Michigan that.
Yeah, but it wasn't a dox. It was like Andrew Wilson's a cuck or something like that. That's I don't remember exactly what the billboard said, but
well, Sarah,
Andrew used it to justify doxing the kid. He used it to justify doxing the kid.
No, he did the dox
just
first.
Like
he did the dox first. And the billboards came out as a like.
How did Andrew dox someone? What did Andrew say?
Well, I don't know if it was like a solid dox, but the guy had been on camera and showed off like his this building that he owns that has this big mural on it.
Andrew talks all the time about how he doesn't attack family values. So
well, the chat went into full FBI mode and searched that mural in background and sent it to Andrew, but then Andrew brought it on screen, I think. If I remember correctly,
and
Andrew
a video
brought
of
it
the
on
kid rapping. And a video of the kid rapping at some radio station.
Yes. It was all found pretty quick. So, I mean,
I thought it was the other way around. I'm wrong though, maybe.
No, he didn't dox Andrew. He just sent billboards. But either way, Millionaire Bachelor talked shit about me, and it was like the night that Andrew was doing a stream, and I think he was sniping Millionaire Bachelor and having some fun with it. And I happened to be watching, and so I went into Millionaire Bachelor's chat and I said, I was like, it seems you got yourself in a little bit of a pickle here, Millionaire Bachelor. And he went off. Like, that's literally all I said in Millionaire Bachelor's chat. And I had already been on his show once. Like, we had talked, we were pretty chill, relaxed. Like, we didn't have any beef or anything. And he went off. He's like, you're a fucking slut. Like, you're sucking Andrew's dick. And because that's all I said was that. Right. And, hello, Asfaroon. This Callaghan guy's back again.
Why is there so much drama with the quote unquote panelverse?
That's the thing is, you know what's weird? Well, in any event, so Millionaire Bachelor was talking shit to me, and so I was like, fuck this motherfucker. So I reached out and sent him a message at a later date, and I was like, you want to come on and talk about it? And so he came to my show, and right before the show started, he sent me like this list of demands and then said, you will read this list of demands on screen. So I was like, this motherfucker trying to strong arm. Like, I'm going to show him. I'm going to do exactly what he says. And I had so much fun with it. I like talk about a school teacher from fucking hell. It was, I don't know. It was, and I said, fuck it. I had a White Claw and everything. I'm like, I'm going to fucking drink and enjoy this. And then Andrew, I think he was debating during the first part of it, but then somebody told him that I was having MB on. And so then he was sniping mine. And then he came into the chat, started talking shit. And then he's like, let me up. And then Millionaire Bachelor's like, I make a list of demands. If he comes on X, Y, it was crazy. And then they all went,
a millionaire?
I don't fucking know. I don't know. But either way, I mean, they had their own beef, but my beef with MB was specifically because he called me all those names and went crazy on me for nothing.
Yeah, that sounds.
But then I got him to apologize.
Well, Sarah, I learned you through it was Andrew. I think I told you this when I first joined your panel. I was on the Crucible, what do you call it? The Crucible crew.
Mm-hmm.
And but the thing is every time I saw a good debate from Andrew, I looked and I seen it was always from like the nose up. It was Sarah. Sarah, she was sitting there moderating and she'd be like, guys, do this. Stop. And you know what? You didn't even talk too much, but I'm like, who is this girl? And then I found her and I was like, Raging Tomato. And then I'm like, okay. And then I started watching your channel and that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at now.
Mm.
What about you, Farnham?
Me?
Yeah,
You're asking.
Didn't you find me through Dusty?
No, actually, I'd come on MD's panel once. That's how I got to know you. There was Smash TV.
Oh, no way.
Smash TV, is that some kind of weird Indian
Smash
porn?
TV is like Black Pill Central. God,
Black Pill?
It's been a long time since I've apparently MD showed up backstage a while back, but yeah.
What is Black?
This
What's
is
Black
old
Pill?
school.
What's Black Pill?
Black Pill is the part of the manosphere where they believe there's just no hope. If you're not 6 feet tall, 6 figures, and have a 6-pack, you might as well just give up. It's the women just aren't going to like
Angry
you anyway.
Casper. Angry Casper is a perfect
yeah
depiction of that. Yeah.
They just
So
think
Black
that
Pill
they
is
just
more alpha than Red Pill.
no, they're like a step away from MGTOW. Like they're not opposed to having a girlfriend or wife, but they just give up on trying. They're like, yeah, fuck it.
How do you
Like,
feel
what's
about
the
calling them stoicism? Stoic.
I don't think it's stoic. I think they're being
You
emotional.
don't think it's stoic? Well,
No,
I do
think
agree
they're
with
being
that.
Incredibly
I
emotional.
do agree with that, but it is because here's the thing. I look at stoicism as being like at the bottom of the spectrum, whereas like at the top of it is joy, right?
What are you, Clay?
What?
Clay, are you liberal, conservative, Red Pill, or Black Pill?
I'm center right. So
Center right. So that means
Right.
that you're Red Pill.
If I have to be a pill, then I would take the red pill, but like I try to stay center as possible.
So as a Red Pill debater, you would say that males have authority to make all decisions for the female, right?
Reservoir.
No.
Resi just sent a raid. Oh my god, I don't think I've ever been on later than Resi. Usually I raid to Resi because Resi is on till like weird hours of the night, but for him to actually raid us,
Play extending.
wow, that's powerful. Thank you, Resi. Love you, boo. Mwah. Our Callaghan friend is backstage again. We're gonna go ahead and suit up here with our nice little handy dandy overlay. Actually, let me do this one. There you go.
Look at this sexy Black
There
Knight.
you go. All right,
Oh.
Mr. Callaghan Han, how are you this evening?
Say, hijo de la gran puta del Shoporiconia. Shit.
What'd you call me? Hello? Are you waiting to show your penis? It's the
Well-
overlay is not going to come down, dude. You've already given sus behavior.
What's going on?
Hello?
I'm so confused.
Spit it out, boy.
Glay?
Take the dick out of your mouth and start talking.
This boy
All
ain't
right.
got no sense.
I'm done with that.
Yep.
I want to
Yeah,
ask
that's what they want
why.
to do. They want to wait until you take the overlay down and then they show the penis. And they're like, "Oh,
Well,
I
anyways.
just won't talk."
How about you make Clay, whenever Clay's on your channel, make him show his fucking mic because this is gay.
Clay, you're being
Good
paged to the
face,
front.
you mean?
Clay, stop playing with your alpaca.
Clay, get off the toilet.
Oh, there he is.
Can we
I
see your
love you.
gay mic?
Can't hear you.
You're muted,
Hey.
Clay.
Hey, Clay.
You're muted.
Here it is. There you go.
What do you do to keep your beard at a certain length? Because I never had a beard before, but I have one now, and I'm just like, what do you do to keep it at a certain length?
So just regular
Jeez.
clippers, 5/8.
5/8?
5/8. Yep. 5/8, and then I just and I haven't shaved in a few days, quite a few days.
Show me your hair.
Huh?
Take the beanie off.
Nope.
Yodel.
You can't pay me enough for it. My
Take
hair
the-
is very important to me.
So
How
so
important? Are you
Very.
like Jesus?
Maybe.
Take the
Will
hair
you
off.
bless this stream and my bottle of water?
So I am a Jones.
What's that mean?
Hmm?
So Jones is a what it means is Jehovah's favored ones.
All right, that's really fucking weird, Clay. So we'll pretend never said that. Hey, Burnham, what do you think about cats?
Cats.
Meow.
Well, I've not.
He means the Broadway play.
I used to have
You're not
dogs as pets,
sophisticated.
but I've never had cats as pets. No, wait, I had cats as pets, but I was too young that time. So my grandmother used to look after them. So I mean, like if they're domesticated, I'm fine with it.
Burnham, how come
Are you domesticated as Varun?
As
I don't know.
As Burnham, how come you're Indian but you are as pale as me? And I don't mean that in a racist way. I'm just
Yes, you
curious.
do.
Like, yeah, you're right,
Um,
Sarah. So shut
He
up.
looks Indian to me, so.
No, he doesn't.
Actually, as Varun, let's have a serious question. Before we shut down, what are your thoughts on CRISPR gene editing? Do you think it's ethical?
Gene editing, I think it can be done. It will give some hope for us black pillars. We actually need something like gene editing to modify the features of our body. It's actually necessary for people like us. Otherwise, it's hopeless. Actually, like the way things are, the demands in the dating market is so bad. Gene editing can help us. Actually, it's the last hope.
Did you say you were a black pillar?
Yeah, I'm a black pillar too.
Oh, my God. I wish people would stop taking pills. I mean, gosh damn.
That's how we lost Elvis.
Don't disrespect.
Take
Hey,
pills.
Burnham's a constant player here. He's been on Sarah a lot of times.
We like Asvarun.
Yes, we do.
He wakes up in the morning and he says, "Ooh, Sarah's live. I'm going to go jump on her panel."
And he
Do you
does.
have
And
any
he
relatives? Do you have
And
any
not only
relatives?
does he jump
And
on
then
the
he
panel,
does until his mom makes breakfast. It works.
well, he jumps on the panel and he's not retarded. Like he has good points a lot of the times,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Are any of your
I like what Asvarun has to say.
are any of your relatives cows? And
No, his relatives are whiter than
Don't be
you.
an asshole, Rocky.
No, but regarding your question, why I'm like this, my great grandmother had British ancestry in her, so that's how I got this. The British ruled us, right? So my great grandmother was part British and part Indian. So that's how I got this.
Have you ever thought about, or how about this? How hard was it to learn English?
No, English actually was our first language. Then we had our second language, which is our native mother tongue, Kannada. Then the national language, which was Hindi. So we learned 3 languages.
What was the second language?
Kannada.
So you learned English,
Yeah.
Canadian, and Indian all at the same time?
Yeah.
What language is Canadian?
French.
Kannada is it's a state called. I live in the state called Karnataka, so people speak Kannada over here.
Canada and Canadian. Canadians speak English or French. He's
No.
talking about a different language set.
There's a state called Canada in India.
Karnataka.
Yeah, I just picked that up.
There we go.
Well, I find that pretty awesome because I kid you not, like a lot of the times, and this is going to sound like super American, but a lot of times when I have issues, a lot of the issues found with my cell phone and stuff like that is sorted through Indian people, and it's fixed pretty quick. Is that racist? I don't know.
I think Kazak's getting drunk. I think Kazak's getting drunk.
Do you think the English? Do you think the
To be honest, actually, I'll be honest with you. The behaviors of Indians abroad is bad. Most of them are from the lower class. So because it's bad, they find them repulsive everywhere. I can't blame Westerners for finding Indian behavior repulsive because they don't know how to behave. Like they've gone to Canada and they've made a mess of the public over there. Then they've gone to Thailand, they've messed up the public place over there. So you can't blame them when they get kind of irritated with Indians.
Tell me this.
Do you think
Who gives the
English
best haircuts in
colonization
the
was
world?
good for
Indians
India?
can give some good haircuts.
Yeah, you can.
Do you think that when the English ruled over India, that was good for India?
No, we were the richest country. When they came, they sucked us bone dry and left us.
I hate you.
Oh.
Now I want to follow that up with, do you think that the Brahmin class was set up through British expansionism and not actually a native thing?
Can you repeat that question again?
Do you think that the Brahmin class was set up through British expansionism and not actually a native thing? And also to add on to that, the stories of the blue-eyed, red-haired prophets from your country, do you think those are also a figment of British expansionism?
Brahmins were there before the British came. They were the elites. They were the priestly class. They had control over everyone. And I'm pseudo Brahmin too. So I'm like in the upper middle class. Some or the other, my great grandmother was born to. She was half British and half Indian. So we had like a pretty high. What do you say? We had a very high status in society. So we were coffee planters too, right? So after the king, actually, it was the coffee planters who had a very high status in our state. So that's how it goes, actually. Like the Brahmins were here before the British came.
Are the elite in your country taller than the average Indian? I noticed when I was in Iraq, the guy in charge of all the Indian mechanics, he was like taller than all the other ones. Probably not. It's just probably a coincidence. No, I've been around Indians when I was in Iraq. They were hired, almost every nation was over there at the time, and they were mechanics, and they had a class system. I could tell the mechanics were lower, and then they had one guy over all the mechanics. He was a caste system, but they were very nice people. I liked them all. They were very friendly. One of them wanted to come over to America. He was a really good welder. He wanted to be a welder for me. He was an excellent welder. Man, it was awesome.
What a wonderful time. Damn
Yeah,
it,
it's such a
Isaac.
wonderful day.
Vern, who the fuck is Vern? You mean Varun?
Yes.
Vern?
Yeah, I'm here.
Vern?
The correction actually was severed, so again, I'm back on.
Welcome back.
Well, someone
I have
said
a question.
something. What was that last super chat, Sarah? I saw a super chat that said something bad about me. Pull it back up.
What super? Oh, chat? Regular chat?
Yeah, someone said, Kazak, go to bed before you what?
Say something crazy.
Okay, well, when's
You
the
already
last time I
maneuvered
said
us into the
something?
racist arena. Like, you want to keep going and then fuck it up?
No, because I haven't said anything bad. So why would they say something like that?
Because once you start getting into that territory, that's usually when bad words come out.
Yeah, but I haven't done that in a long time, Sarah.
No, you
so it's
haven't.
Because
not
you've
fair.
been on probation, Kazak. That's why.
But
And this is
even
first
without
night?
the probation, I supported your channel, and I haven't said nothing bad.
Yeah, you're
so-
doing great. You're doing
But
great.
remember, I said you're still in the halfway house.
Well, I haven't said nothing racist, and I'm not going to.
We know this.
Sorry,
Eating.
whoever said that. Sorry, I'm not going to say nothing racist.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I have
What
a
a-
question for Asfaro.
Last question, then we're going to bed.
Okay. Can you tell us about? Do you know much about the whole Angkor Wat thing?
Oh, that temple is for Brahma, the creator. Like in our religion, we have the triads. Like Vishnu is the preserver, Brahma is the creator, and Shiva is the destroyer. So Angkor Wat, I think a long time ago, there were some kings called the Pallavas. The Pallavas, they went and captured Myanmar and built Angkor Wat over there and converted it into a Hindu nation.
Okay, and so how old is it? And so in regards to like power, has it like changed hands, and how has that affected I guess the region in general?
It's very old. It's more than 4,000 years at least. Easily 4,000 years. It's
Yeah, I
pretty
can see
old. Yeah, and it's like it's there in Cambodia, but Cambodia now is a Buddhist country. So after that, they preserved the heritage over there. But since it's a Buddhist country, like no one follows Hinduism anymore over there. But Buddhism is an
Clay-
offshoot of Hinduism, so it doesn't matter actually. But I don't know if prayers still take place in that temple, but it's more like a museum. It's more like a heritage site for people to see how the architecture was in the olden days.
Very cool. Very cool. I like that, man. I just
Hey,
like
Clay.
to hear about that particular structure. Just like I've seen the pictures. It's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
Clay, Clay, what's your view on the vaccines and when it comes to the Tylenol situation with Trump? Sarah's
Yeah,
like, God damn it, Kazak.
medication. It does have side effects. It 100% has side effects, and the whole medical field has only been around for like what we know of it right now has only been around for a couple hundred years max. But at the same time, and it's like I was telling the doc before he left, I believe that there are some benefits, but knowing what those benefits are and what the ethical standards are, I mean, it's tough. It's really tough. And I don't know about the whole Tylenol thing.
That's
It
iffy,
seems
right?
it's
That's
iffy. Yeah, I don't know if I trust what he says.
Well, Tylenol and aspirin are two different things, right? But they both
Yes.
they're pain relievers, but they
Right.
have different effects.
Correct.
They're different chemicals, yes.
Yeah, different chemicals.
Tylenol
I thought aspirin was from the aspen tree. It was a natural.
Yeah, aspirin's
drug.
a naturally occurring drug.
Aspirin's a blood
Aspirin is-
thinner.
Yeah, it's a blood
Yeah, there's a
thinner,
lot
a
of things
natural
that it does.
blood thinner.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that it does. So it's
Speaking of blood thinners, I'm gonna go thin my blood asleep. All right, boys, let's kick off with your final statements. Kazak, to you, sir.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to thank you, Sarah, for letting me back on. And it's very nice to see Clay and even you, Balderson. I mean, I can't remember how much we talked. I think we talked a little bit, but everyone else, thank you so much. Rocky, fun talking to you. You're a little crazy. Maybe I am too, but I just want to thank everyone for having me on board. And Sarah, I'm always going to support your channel, Raging Tomato and Sleepy Tomato. I got you. I'm right here.
Aww, I love hearing that. I got you. Right? It's like I could just do the trust fall. Ant, to you, sir.
Thank you. It's been a fun evening. It was interesting to meet the doctor, although I wish I'd had more time with him, but maybe another night. Thank you again, Sarah.
Absolutely, Ant. We love having you. Mr. Asbaroon, to you, sir.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me on your show, Sarah. Regarding gene editing, I think we should go forward with this. In China, actually, I can't remember all the details of that article. This man, he actually made the child immune to HIV and AIDS, but there were some complicated side effects that the child experienced after being born. So I think over a period of time, this technology will be further, it will develop further, and it will help us actually compete with AI, because now AI is taking over all the jobs, right? So if they can use gene editing, they can create superhumans that can compete with AI, and it has a good future actually for us human beings. I hope it succeeds and comes up to that level. That's what I feel. Thank you, Sarah.
Absolutely. Mr. Balderson, to you, sir.
Yeah, I was scared to even jump in on this debate. This is just danced right along the whole thing that got me just smashed by YouTube for years. So pretty horrible. But when it comes to CRISPR, I don't know whether a person could make an ethical case either way. But what I do know is that the big problem is we're a very complex machine. And when they start making alterations, and I understand he's going on that they're starting with simple alterations. The problem is we're not really going to know how that's going to pass on to the next generation and start having effects further on down the road, where some of these things that they think that they're fixing, it might just cause much more devastating problems further on. And they don't realize that for a generation, 2 generations. It's how the world works. And I think there's a lot of hubris in this. And hubris, when you got people that are willing to force you to do the things that they think are good, is a scary fucking thing.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Balderson. Mr. Shepard, to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm not in for the CRISPR. I'm not worried about it, but I don't support it. I mean, the Dr. Greg, you should get him drunk. I mean, when I was in the Marines, you never trust someone who never gets drunk. So we need to get that guy drunk. Anyway, he admitted that he thinks that they can make a better human than the creator. Now, that's stupid as hell. Anyway, yeah, I'm against it. Trying to make a better human using human. I mean, don't you see the movies, The Terminator and all this crap? It don't end out very well. Zombie apocalypse and all this crap. 13 monkeys and all this. They're trying to tell you. I mean, the germ theory is, there's this invisible germ that is going to kill everybody. And if we don't jabby everyone, we're all going to die. So get your jabby. Yes, I'm a conspiracy theorist, so. And
we know.
We're usually found out that we were correct. We're normally right about everything. So
Fair enough. Mr. Clay, last but certainly not least to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Yeah, no, absolutely amazing panel. You guys know Sarah's the best. As far as the conversation, the topic, genetics, yeah, this is something that because of modern medicine, we are studying these things. We, the human race, we're studying these things so that we can make the quality of life better. But when it comes to that, there's been many times where we've come up against very ethical questions as to whether these things are proper, moral, principled, whatever, what have you. We do have a great system where we can vote on these things. And when I say that, of course, we would vote for the elected, that sort of thing. So vote for the right people when it comes to that. Make sure they're knowledgeable and have good ethical standards, because quite honestly, we see from history that the people in these positions that are doing these experiments often do not have good ethical standards. But with that said, maybe with a few valid questions, we can turn their minds and ensure that the things that they are creating in these labs do meet those ethical standards that we the people appreciate. With that said, just to touch on it, Sarah, you said you want the song. You're more than welcome to download it. And when you download it, if you want me to take it off the channel, that's fine. I can do that. Or
We
if
like
you want to
sending people
use it,
to it.
yeah, and that's fine. So from what I understand with YouTube, like if you use somebody else's material, it might send you an email. I'm never going to do anything with that. So it's on the channel for people to watch. That's cool too. But if it makes it easier on you to download it, then you can use it. So, but thank you, Sarah.
I like giving you the view every time.
Just, yeah. Whatever is best for you.
All right. Well, I'll think about it.
Okay.
But the chat pissed me off. But you have made a great comeback this evening, so I'm not too pissed. But I am pissed. So I'll let you all. I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed. I'm sending you. This is how disappointed I am. I'm sending you to Nightish, the guy that falls asleep on panels all the time. I'm sending you to him as a raid, and I will punish you for that. So, fuck off.